I was transported to a high martial world. I became a useless, middle-aged man whose only pride was his monstrously talented son, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. I had planned to just accept my fate in this life, pinning all my hopes on my son becoming a dragon among men. But who would have thought that at this moment, I would suddenly activate the father's glory system? My power level will always be 4 major realms higher than my son's, and so I began to play the part of a destitute father. By day, I worked as a porter at the docks until my back ached and my knees grew weak. By night, I'd be at home, constantly coughing up blood. I was working myself to death just to push my son to train like a madman. Meanwhile, I could just sit back and reap all the benefits. Just then, the system had just activated. I thought I was dreaming when a torrent of information suddenly flooded my vision. Father's glory system successfully activated, binding to Descendant Su Yu. Descendant's current realm, peak physical body realm. According to the Father's glory rule, the host's realm will always be 4 major realms higher than the Descendant's. Please wait. Host's realm is being raised to peak Grandmaster realm. Descendant is practicing Fierce Tiger Fist and has achieved some proficiency. Host's Fierce Tiger Fist is automatically perfected, Fist Intent comprehended. Descendant is circulating the basic Chi-breaking art. Entry level, Host's Chi-breaking art is automatically perfected, evolved into Primordial Chaos. 1 key art, immediately after, an unprecedented, terrifying heat, without any warning, erupted in my withered Danjian. If my original body was a riverbed that had been dry for 20 years, then this was the entire galaxy pouring down, a cataclysmic flood. I gritted my teeth, a pained growl escaping my throat. But this pain was accompanied by a clearly discernible exhilaration. My Dantian, shattered for 20 years, was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healing, expanding. In an instant, it transformed into a golden sea of chi. Next were my meridians, my once atrophied and blocked meridians under the purging of the golden energy were like a dead tree in spring, instantly widening and letting out snapping sounds like taut bowstrings. My skin began to flush red. Foul-smelling black impurities seeped from my pores. My bones cracked and popped. My muscles were being rebuilt. That feeling of overflowing, destructive power, it made even a seasoned master like my former self tremble. A minute later, the storm of energy gradually subsided, transforming into small streams that flowed through my 4 limbs and 100 meridians. I sat shirtless in the darkness. My eyes fluttered open, and a tangible bolt of lightning flashed within them, illuminating the entire dark room. It really wasn't a dream. I raised my hand, looking at my once rough, calloused, and scarred palm. At this moment, that old layer of skin had peeled away, replaced by skin as smooth as a newborn's, yet brimming with explosive power. I tried clenching my fist lightly. The air in my palm was instantly compressed and detonated, letting out a crisp pop. My golden finger, my goddamn golden finger. I burst out laughing. I laughed and laughed until my eyes turned red. 40 years. No, 40 years. I've been a cripple for 20 years, treated like a dog on the city walls. I had to bow and scrape just for a few thousand yuan for my son. I thought I would just rot in the mud for the rest of my life. I never expected the heavens have finally opened their eyes. Looking at the words Grandmaster on the system panel before me, my breathing unconsciously quickened. In this high martial world, the martial cultivation realms are strictly divided. Physical body realm, tempering skin, flesh, and bone. Strength of 1,000 jin. It is the foundation of the martial path. Qi and blood realm generates internal qi within the body, nourishes the body with qi, increases lifespan. Shantian realm opens the heaven and earth acupoints. Projects qi externally, can be called a master in their own right. Master realm, the mind can influence matter. One can fly through the air. Even a falling flower petal can be used to kill. They are the true privileged class. My peak back then was the mid-stage master realm. But a grandmaster, that is an existence that stands above masters. Invincible against 10,000 foes. Qi solidifies into armor. A single person can guard a small base city. In this entire Xianglan base, the strongest person on the surface is that city lord of ours. And it's said he has only just touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. But now, I just had to sit on my bed without moving a muscle, and I've already become one of the strongest strategic forces in this city. Moreover, this system's logic is just too damn overpowered. I suppressed my excitement. A golden light flashed in my eyes. My son is in the physical body realm, and I'm instantly 4 realms higher as a grandmaster. So if my son breaks through to the Kwai and Blood realm, wouldn't I be able to break through to the Martial King realm? That's a martial arts powerhouse who can walk on air as long as my son works just a little bit harder. I'll ascend on the spot. I swallowed hard. I suddenly felt that the phrase, hoping one's son becomes a dragon, had become quite literal here. This isn't raising a son. This is clearly raising a Super XP pack. Just as I was reveling in my newfound power, a suppressed grunt suddenly came from the next room. It was the sound of fists hitting a cheap punching bag. I focused slightly. Even though I was a grandmaster, my 5 senses were sharpened to the extreme. Even through a wall, I could still clearly see the scene next door. In the small room, Su Yu was wearing only a pair of shorts, his entire body drenched in sweat. His young face was filled with stubbornness. He tirelessly threw out the most basic, fierce tiger fist, one punch after another. Every punch aggravated the wounds on his body, making him grimace in pain, but he didn't stop. The young man's eyes were filled with unwillingness to accept defeat. I won't accept this. For Dad, for the registration fee, I have to get stronger. I don't believe I can't beat you. As long as I break through to the Qi and Blood realm, I can enter the underground tournament. I can earn money, Su Yu muttered to himself through gritted teeth as he threw his punches. I was in the next room, and when I heard those words, my heart stirred. So this foolish kid wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night, because he was desperately trying to find a way to make money, even considering fighting in illegal matches. That place where 9 die for everyone that lives, foolish kid. The joy in my eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented tenderness and a bone-chilling killing intent. I slowly stood up from the bed, the cheap floor tiles beneath my feet, unable to withstand the Grandmaster's pressure I was unintentionally releasing, instantly shattered into pieces. I looked down at the mess on the floor and took a deep breath. I immediately retracted all of my aura. The awe-inspiring Grandmaster was gone. In his place, it seemed to be that same ordinary, middle-aged man. But only I knew everything had changed. I walked to the window and gently pushed it open. The chilly night wind blew through my slightly messy hair. My gaze pierced through the darkness, looking towards the brightly lit, wealthy district in the city center. Wang Taishi. Vice captain of the patrol team, is it? I pulled a half-smoked, cheap cigarette from my pocket. With a flick of my finger, without a lighter, a spark of golden chi shot from my fingertip, instantly lighting the cigarette. I took a deep drag. Through the swirling smoke, my once cloudy eyes were now as deep as a starry sky, and as terrifying as an abyss. I was meek before, because this old bag of bones was all I had, and I had to stay alive to raise my son. But if someone wants to break my son's legs, then I'll crush his bones first. I casually flicked the cigarette butt out the window. The small ember traced a red arc through the air. The moment it landed, it erupted with a terrifying burst of chi, silently piercing a small, bottomless hole in the hard concrete ground below. Time for bed. I turned and lay down on the bed, my mind calmer than ever before. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll go deal with that son of a bitch vice captain for my son, and clean up the mess while I'm at it. That day, Xianglin Base was as peaceful as ever. No one paid any mind to a small corner in the slums. 5:30 a.m. The slums in F district of Xianglin Base were still shrouded in a hazy mist. I sat at an old wooden table. In front of me was a bowl of thin congee and a plate of pickled vegetables. There were also a few eggs. Su Yu kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth. The swelling from last night had gone down, but the bruises stood out even more in the morning light. It was a shocking sight. About your martial arts training, you don't need to worry. Just focus on your training. I'll take care of everything else. My voice was calm, but it carried an unshakable sense of stability. Su Yu paused his chopsticks, lifting his head to look at me. He felt that I was a little different today. My eyes, which were always tired and cloudy, were now as deep as an ancient well, impossible to see through. But he just thought I was trying to comfort him. He gave a quiet, "Mom," a flicker of determination mixed with helplessness in his eyes. "I'm heading out." I stood up and casually grabbed the faded gray uniform jacket. The moment I stepped over the threshold, my back was no longer stooped as it usually was. Even though I tried to suppress the aura of a grandmaster, every movement, every bone, exuded a rhythm as steady as a mountain. Right now, I have 2 goals. One is to be a shield for my son, so he can continue on the path of martial arts. The second is to use this newfound power to find my wife and child. The 6 o'clock subway let out a low roar as it weaved through the gaps of the steel jungle. When I stepped into the main gate of the F District Patrol Management Office, my keen senses immediately picked up on the strangeness in the air. The air was thick with tension and unease. Normally, at this time, everyone would be busy with shift changes or complaining about the cafeteria food. But today, many people were gathered in small groups in the shadows, whispering to each other. Their eyes were filled with terror. "Old Sue, you're finally here. Quick, come over here. Something's happened." A figure hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. It was my old squad mate, Old Zhang. His face, weathered by years of wind and frost, was now filled with anxiety. He pulled me to a deserted corner of the wall and lowered his voice. "Something big has happened. Have you heard? What happened?" "Last night, near the section of the city wall we guard, a demonic beast snuck in. That damn thing got into the wealthy district and attacked the only son of a noble family. I hear he's related to some big shot in the inner city. Now the higher-ups are furious. They want to turn the entire patrol team upside down. Last night, my shift and that section of the wall was secure. Not a single brick was out of place." "It shouldn't have anything to do with us," I replied calmly. "My dear friend, you still don't get it, do you?" Old Zhang slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. "Last night, he asked you to cover his shift, but on paper, it was still his team on duty. Now that a noble has been seriously injured, Liang Qi's uncle, Liang Jiamin, will definitely protect his nephew. If they pin the blame on people like us who have no connections, saying we were derelict in our duties, that we concealed military intelligence, that's a capital crime." Before Old Zhang could finish, the PA system in the patrol hall crackled to life. "All on-duty members of the 3rd Platoon report to the interrogation room immediately for questioning. Latecomers will be dealt with according to military law." Old Zhang's face went pale with fright. He grabbed me, about to leave. "Old Su, we have to get our stories straight." I gently pushed Old Zhang's hand away, my eyes looking up towards the upper floors of the office building. "You go on ahead. I have some personal business to attend to." "Old Su, where are you going?" "That's the captain's office," Old Zhang called out in a hushed voice from behind me. I didn't even turn my head. Since the world has changed, this dead-end job, I quit. At that moment, inside the captain's office, even though the door was tightly shut, my ears could clearly hear the conversation within. I didn't knock, just pushed the door open and walked in. The two people in the office turned their heads in surprise. A middle-aged man, Liang Jianmin, was flipping through a duty roster with a grim expression, and Liang Qi was slumped in a chair, his face pale. He hadn't even changed out of his expensive nano-combat suit. The collar even reeked of alcohol from last night's party. Seeing me barge in, Liang Jianmin's face immediately darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. "Sui, who let you in? Get the hell out and do your job. I'm here to resign." "Resign? Sui, do you think this is a marketplace? You can come and go as you please? Is that it? Such a major incident happened at the city wall last night, and a beast snuck in. A noble was attacked. And you were the one covering the shift last night." When Liang Qi heard the word resign, he first panicked. Then, as if grasping a life-saving straw, he shot up from his seat. He pointed a finger at my nose and yelled, "That's right, uncle. Last night, I may have asked old Sue to cover for me for a bit, but that's because I trusted him. It must have been him. He must have let the beast in on purpose. He wanted to frame me. He wanted revenge because I'm usually strict with him. You're so vicious. To frame me, you disregard the safety of the entire city. You goddamn lowly commoner. You want to make my life hell? Is that it?" Liang Qi grew more agitated as he spoke, even starting to believe his own words. He lunged towards me, swinging his hand to slap me. I stood perfectly still, not even blinking. In the world of a grandmaster, the movements of someone at the early Qi and blood realm, like Liang Qi, were as slow as a snail. Just as Liang Qi's hand was about to touch me, a faint, imperceptible aura of Qi radiated from my body. Before Liang Qi even knew what was happening, he felt as if he had run into an invisible wall of reinforced concrete. His entire body flew backward, crashing hard into the file cabinet in the office, sending a pile of documents scattering to the floor. You dare to fight back?" Liang Qi clutched his chest, staring at me in horror. Liang Jianmin shot to his feet as well, a trace of shock in his eyes. He was a Xiantian realm master, yet he hadn't seen how I moved just now. "Sui, are you trying to resist the investigation?" Liang Jianmin's voice deepened, carrying the oppressive weight of a superior. "Until last night's case is cleared up, you're not going anywhere. If you obediently confess right now, and say that your negligence allowed the culprit to sneak in. Maybe I can still help you smooth things over. Otherwise what? Your son, Su Yu, who's studying at First High School, Liang Jianmin said slowly, his tone dripping with threat. After all, the son of a criminal won't pass the background check. In that instant, my eyes turned as cold as ice. I could ignore the slander of ants, but I absolutely could not tolerate anyone using my son's future as a hostage. Captain Liang, I suggest, you swallow those words right now. I took a step forward. A sudden gale swept through the once quiet office. The glass windows creaked unbearably. Liang Jianmin felt as if his heart had been locked onto by a primordial beast, and the true qi in his entire body actually stopped circulating in that moment. Who exactly are you? Cold sweat poured down Liang Jianmin's face. He couldn't stand steady, realizing his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Right at this moment, the office phone suddenly rang, breaking this deadly standoff. Liang Jianmin shakily picked up the receiver. An urgent voice came from the other end. Captain Liang, this is bad. The inner-city investigation team is already at the door. They said they want to take away the person directly responsible for patrolling District F, especially the one who covered Liang Qi's shift. Liang Jianmin's hand trembled, and the phone dropped onto the desk. He looked at his rotten nephew, then looked at the unfathomable me. As long as I was still a member of the patrol guard right now, as long as he could get me to confess, or take all the blame beforehand, then his nephew could get off scot-free. If you want to resign, I can sign it. But before that, you have to do one last thing for me. Liang Jianyang gritted his teeth. A desperate madness flashed in his eyes. Go to the investigation team and take the blame for this. I'll give you enough money to last a lifetime. Enough for your son to study martial arts in one of the major outer bases. So, what do you say? I looked at him like he was an idiot. Being born into that class, 20 years of living at the bottom must have given you some kind of delusion. I slowly turned around and walked toward the main gate. This corrupt defense force, there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. As for your so-called investigation, your search for a scapegoat, anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them. As for you, I turned my head slightly and looked at Liang Jianyang. Since you dared to do this, I hope your superior, the vice commander, can protect that worthless hide of yours. As I walked out the main gate, the two heavy alloy doors to the office couldn't withstand the residual energy and came crashing down. Liang Jianyang collapsed into his chair, drenched in sweat. Only when my presence had completely vanished did he finally gasp for air. His eyes filled with venomous hatred. You son of a bitch. So what if you're some hidden master? This is Kanglin and it belongs to the Wang family, not the Su family. You want to resign, do you? Fine, I'll let you go, but I'll make sure you're completely ruined. Hello? Is this the commander? A few minutes later, I was walking down a deserted street. Of course, I wasn't just wandering aimlessly. My destination was clear, the vice commander's mansion. If they want to block my son's future, then I'll go and settle the score myself. To me, right now, the untouchable nobles of Kanglan are nothing more than slightly larger ants, even a vice commander. At best, he's only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, before his vital energy has been reforged. In front of a great Grandmaster, he's no different from someone in the physical body realm. My heart was as calm as still water. I'm not a man who enjoys killing. 20 years of hardship have worn away my impulsiveness, leaving only the deepest calm. As long as they know their place, I have no desire to start a massacre in this base. Just as I entered a bustling commercial street on the edge of the district, several presences behind me caught my attention. Captain, there's something off about this Suwu. A man and a woman in custom-fit combat gear were communicating rapidly over their earpieces. According to his file, his dantian was shattered. He should only have a little physical strength left. He doesn't look like someone with an unhealed injury at all. The cold young man they called Captain, and the others, stared intently at my back. He has this indescribable aura. It's like staring into an abyss. The higher-ups gave a kill order. Yang Jianyang reported, he's a problem. We can't let him escape. Find a deserted place and make our move. I walked on casually, even glancing with interest at a martial arts exam ad on a holographic screen by the road. In my eyes, their tracking skills were as clumsy as a game of hide-and-seek. I deliberately slowed down, leading these tales through a maze of alleys, finally stopping in front of an abandoned, heavy machinery plant. The place was littered with broken cranes and rusted steel beams. The wind howled through them, creating an eerie whistling sound. I stopped and slowly turned around. The setting sun stretched my shadow long behind me. You've been following me for 3 streets. Tired of hiding? Come on out and get some sun. As I finished speaking, from the silent blind spots around me, 3 men and 2 women slowly emerged in a pentagonal formation, cutting off all my escape routes. The cold young man in the lead, Han Feng, stared at me, the dark metal longsword in his hand glinting with a cold blue light. His eyes were filled with even more suspicion. Su Wu, the grandmaster of a generation 20 years ago, has fallen to this state. But I'm very curious. Your Dantian is crippled. How were you able to push back Liang Qi at the City Defense Bureau earlier? Other than the life-sacrificing arts of the Star Demon cult, I can't think of any other possibility. Such a predictable conclusion. I laughed. It was the indulgent look of an adult watching children. The Star Demon cult? That bunch of nobodies who sell their souls for power? They're not even worth a second glance from me. But you people, you believe whatever Liang Zhenyang says. Did your brains grow just to make you taller? How dare you look down on us? One of the women in the group scowled. She was known for her arrogance. With a shout, her body became a flash of green lightning. The 2 cicada-wing-thin daggers in her hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for my eyes and throat. This was the full power strike of a Xiantian realm expert. I stood my ground, not even raising a hand. Only when the dagger tips were less than an inch from me did my body strangely drift backward. In that instant, to the woman, it was as if I had become a weightless after-image. No matter how sharp her blades were, they couldn't touch me in the slightest. Trying to take a life without any proof, your team's methods are as consistent as ever. I sighed, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. All of you attack, get him, don't give him a chance to breathe. Han Feng had seen a clue. This is an extremely advanced movement technique, he exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a blade of true energy several meters long, slashing down from above. At the same time, the other members attacked. One threw a punch like a cannonball, another launched poison knockout darts. The combined assault of 5 Xiantian experts would be enough to give even a grandmaster a headache. But for me, it was like a walk in the park. I weaved through the dense net of attacks with ease. Whenever a strike was about to land, I would either sway my body slightly or flick my hand, and those mountain-heavy forces would be gently deflected aside. The team members' attacks ended up crashing into each other, or the abandoned machinery exploding in a shower of sparks, and from start to finish, one of my hands remained in my pocket. My expression was so casual, it was chilling. Stop, Han Feng hurriedly retracted his blade. Drenched in sweat, he signaled for everyone to stand down. His chest heaved violently. The look he gave me was no longer one of suspicion, but of absolute terror. He finally realized it. I wasn't using some secret art at all. It was purely the overwhelming superiority of my martial realm. If I were really a remnant of the Star Demon cult, with the speed I just displayed, all of your necks would have been snapped long ago. Han Feng's voice began to tremble. I clasped my hands behind my back. My gaze swept over these young people, then looked toward the government buildings in the distance. My tone was icy. What realm I'm in is not important. What's important is that evidence isn't something you can just make up. Liang Jianyang wants to use me as a scapegoat, and you want to be the knives in his hand? Or has the person behind you grown so arrogant that they think they can kill people at will within the base? These words were like thunder in their ears, causing Han Feng and the others to break out in a cold sweat that soaked their backs. I turned away. Leaving them with a tall, unfathomable silhouette, I departed. And tell that superior of yours, I'll pay him a visit when I have the time. With that, my figure flickered on the spot and vanished into the shadows of the complex factory, leaving the investigation team members staring at each other in stunned silence. Kanglin First High School. Inside the martial arts campus, Su Yu sat alone in a corner of the classroom. The noisy chatter of the break seemed to be separated from him by an invisible wall. He kept his head down, his hands tightly gripping a tattered copy of basic internal ki technique. He had only one thought in his mind: just endure until the martial arts exam. As long as I can leave the slums, all this humiliation will be swept away by the wind. Hey you, what's wrong? A voice as clear as a songbird rang out beside him. Su Yu held his breath. He didn't even need to look up to know who it was. Shu Lele, the school beauty. She wore a light blue school uniform, her high ponytail swaying gently, radiating an overwhelming youthful energy. I wasn't looking where I was going, and fell. His voice was low, deliberately keeping his distance. Shu Lele frowned. Her pretty face held a hint of anger. Fell. Who falls and gets a handprint on their face? Was it Wang Tai and his gang again? Su Yu said nothing, just turning his back to her. That bastard? Just because his family has connections in the city defense force, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. Shulele was so angry, her chest heaved. I'm going to go talk to him. I don't believe there are no rules in this school. Don't go. Lele, don't go. He'll get my dad fired. My dad has worked there for 20 years. It's his whole life. Looking at Su Yu's swollen face, which even had dried blood on it, Zhu Lele felt a sharp pain in her chest. She bit her lip, her eyes turning slightly red. So what if he loses his job? Are you just going to let him bully you forever? At worst, I'll go beg my dad. From now on, stay away from me. Su Yu let go of her hand. His voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Someone like me isn't worthy of being seen with you. Thump! You're hopeless. Furious, Shulele stomped her foot, tears welling in her eyes, and ran back to her seat. This scene was captured by a blonde-haired boy sitting in the front row. He gave a sinister smile, his fingers flying across his phone screen, as he sent a message. Brother Tai, that punk Su Yu was hitting on Lele again. He even held her hand. Before the second theory class was even over, Su Yu was summoned to Discipline Hall number 2. It was a secluded location, with only a few blind spots in the surveillance camera coverage. As Su Yu stepped inside, the heavy steel door slammed shut behind him. 5 tall, muscular students surrounded him. The supervising teacher, sitting on a chair in the distance, drinking tea, glanced over. When he saw the leader was Wang Tai, he emotionlessly put on his headphones and turned away. A motherless bastard, you really don't know your place. Wang Tai, dressed in an expensive martial arts uniform, cracked his knuckles, making a sharp popping sound. He was also at the peak of the body-tempering realm, but he had been soaking in precious medicinal baths since childhood. His vital energy was much denser than that of an ordinary student. I told you before, if you dare get close to Shulele again, I'll break your legs. Did you think my words were just hot air? Smack! Without warning, Wang Tai slapped Su Yu hard across the face. Su Yu was knocked sideways, his mouth instantly filling with the metallic taste of blood. He gritted his teeth and didn't move. That dead look on your face is pissing me off. I'm going to have my uncle issue a dismissal order for that useless father of yours, and I'll pin a charge of dereliction of duty on him so he can rot in prison for the rest of his life. Fired. Prison. Those 2 words were like poisoned needles, stabbing straight into his taut nerves. That was his father, the man who had endured 20 years of hardship to raise him. I told you, don't you dare touch my father. So what if I do? Wang Tai's face was a mask of contempt. A piece of trash like you thinks you can fight me? He threw another punch, aiming straight for Su Yu's face. It was at that very moment Su Yu felt a sudden, unprecedented storm erupt within his once quiet Dantian. That energy was like a flood that had been building for more than a decade, and at this moment, the dam finally broke. The very air around them seemed to freeze. Deep within Su Yu's pupils, a golden light flashed. His body, originally frail and malnourished, now had muscles bulging and shifting violently. A faint red layer of true ki surfaced on his skin. A calloused hand firmly caught Wang Tai's punch. Wang Tai froze. He realized his fist felt like it was trapped in millennial ice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge it even an inch. To Wang Tai's horror, Su Yu's aura was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed, directly breaking through the barrier of the body-tempering realm. The intense pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Ki and blood realm? Impossible! I told you! Don't touch my dad! You! Su Yu's voice became incredibly hoarse, sounding like a wild beast as he took a half-step forward. His back arched like a drawn bow, his waist and hips twisting as he unleashed a basic but explosive punch. A faint, deep dragon roar echoed in the air. Wang Tai was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing hard into the reinforced wall in the distance. Before he could even scream, his eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. Unknown if he was dead or alive. Boss Tai, how was this possible? Monster, the remaining lackeys were scared out of their wits. Seeing the almost tangible aura swirling around Su Yu, they lost all courage to fight. They scrambled and crawled away to escape. The manager watching from afar was so terrified he dropped his teacup, shattering it. He hurriedly took off his earpiece, pointed at Su Yu, and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to start a rebellion? You injured Wang Tai. Even with 10 lives, you couldn't pay for this." Su Yu stood in the middle of the martial arts hall, staring blankly at his own hands. In that moment, he felt his body surging with endless power, but as reason returned, a deep sense of dread welled up inside him. He had broken through, but he had also crippled the vice commander's son. "I've caused a disaster," Suyu muttered. At the same time, far away in the base, my footsteps suddenly halted. Ding! Detected that Descendant Suyu has achieved a breakthrough in battle. Advanced to the early stage Qi and Blood realm, Father-Son synchronization system evaluating. Descendant's realm has increased. Host's realm will synchronize and increase. Descendant's current realm, second stage Qi and Blood realm, Host's realm increase to sixth stage Martial King realm. What's wrong? Why are you as pale as a ghost? Look over there. Suyu's seat is empty. He was just called away by Wang Tai's gang. Suluo Luo sat in her chair, her nails digging deep into her palms. Her unease peaked because she knew Wang Tai too well. That arrogant rich kid threw his weight around just because his uncle was the vice commander. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. She abruptly stood up and sprinted toward Martial Arts Hall number 2. When she pushed open the heavy alloy doors, the sight before her made her hold her breath. Wang Tai was lying unconscious on the ground like a dead dog, his fate unknown. The once arrogant lackeys were now trembling like leaves, cowering in the corner, not even daring to breathe loudly. As for Suyu, the usually quiet boy, who always kept his head down, was now standing blankly in the center of the hall. "Suyu!" Shuluoluo cried out and rushed over. You dare assault someone on school grounds?" The discipline master hurried over. Seeing Wang Tai on the ground, he was scared out of his wits, his finger trembling as he pointed at Suyu. "Do you know who Wang Tai is? You've caused a massive disaster, Suyu! What exactly happened?" The homeroom teacher also looked horrified and anxious. Suyu slowly turned his head, his empty eyes carrying a heartbreaking stubbornness. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. "He said he was going to throw my dad in jail. He wanted to hurt my dad. I couldn't let him do that. I couldn't." The discipline master stomped his foot in anger, his words full of snobbery. "So what if he said that? By hitting him, your useless old man will only die faster. Vice Commander Wang can crush you and your father as easily as 2 bugs." Just as he finished speaking, the screeching of tires and the rapid thud of leather boots echoed from outside. A middle-aged couple stormed in, radiating overwhelming murderous intent. Tyer, the middle-aged woman, shrieked miserably, throwing herself to Wang Tai's side. The man, dressed in an elite black combat suit, had eyes as sinister as a venomous snake. He was Wang Tai's father, Wang Heng of the Wang family. Seeing his only son in such a tragic state, the air around Wang Heng seemed to freeze. "Who did this?" Wang Heng's voice was low, like a growl from deep within his throat. Every word carried the sharp fluctuation of his ki and blood. The discipline master trotted over like a fawning dog, bowing and pointing at Suyu. "Mr. Wang, it was this brat from the slums. I don't know what kind of drugs he took, but he suddenly went crazy and attacked young Master Wang Tai. We couldn't even stop him in time. Very well." Wang Heng laughed out of extreme anger. The powerful aura of a mid-stage Qi and Blood realm expert erupted, suppressing the surrounding students so much they couldn't breathe. "In this Kanglin city, no one has ever dared to beat my Wang Heng's son into this state, you little brat. Today, I'm going to break every bone in your body. Don't touch him." Xuluo Luo spread her arms wide, shielding Suyu behind her. With red eyes, she shouted, "Wang Tai brought people to corner him first. They attacked first. You can't just ignore reason." "Reason?" Wang Heng scoffed disdainfully. His gaze toward Shu Luoluo was utterly indifferent, treating everyone like trash. "In Kanglin City, my Wang family is the reason." With a wave of his hand, a powerful hidden force turned into a visible current of air, directly blasting the frail Shu Luoluo away. "Luoluo!" Su Yu shouted in horror. His body darted out like lightning, steadily catching Xu Luoluo mid-air. At that moment, the golden light in Su Yu's eyes completely erupted. His qi and blood, which had been mostly depleted from his breakthrough, now surged like a withered tree meeting spring, roaring wildly. A faint pressure radiated from his slender body. He gently set Luoluo down and slowly turned to face the mid-stage qi and blood realm expert. "You want to hit me? And you dared to touch her?" Su Yu's voice became incredibly calm. So calm, it made people's hair stand on end. "You reckless fool! Kneel before me!" Wang Heng roared, his whole body lunging like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. His right claw carried an ear-piercing supersonic boom, aiming straight for Su Yu's throat. He had murderous intent. He didn't care at all that his opponent was just a student. The surrounding teachers closed their eyes in terror. However, at this moment, Sukyu's senses had entered a miraculous state. Wang Heng's lightning-fast movements appeared full of flaws in his eyes. Suyu let out a low shout. Instead of choosing to block, his body bent down in a bizarre angle, almost sliding across the ground. To dodge that fatal strike, he instantly closed in on Wang Heng's lower body. What? Wang Heng's pupils shrank. He sensed an imminent danger as Suyu's full-body strength erupted from the soles of his feet, traveling up his spine and channeling into his right palm. That palm strike, enveloped in an intertwined red and golden hue, was the combustion of ki and blood pure to the extreme. That palm strike slammed directly into Wang Heng's lower abdomen. A dull thud echoed throughout the martial arts hall. It didn't sound like flesh colliding, but rather like two 10,000-pound iron blocks smashing into each other. Wang Heng's ferocious expression completely froze. He felt an absurdly tyrannical force burrow into his dantian like a venomous dragon, instantly shattering his chi and blood defenses. This mid-stage chi and blood realm expert was sent flying backward like a torn sack, crashing through an entire row of testing equipment. Finally, he dropped to one knee, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with visceral fragments. The entire hall fell dead silent. The discipline master's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? Wang Heng clutched his stomach, fear finally showing in his eyes. He's clearly just a brat who just broke through. How could he injure me? Suyu panted heavily, the sweat on his body evaporating into white steam under the high heat. Although he had repelled his opponent, this kind of cross-realm battle had pushed his body to its absolute limit. I'll kill you, Wang Heng, humiliated and enraged, pulled out a small high-voltage vibrating blade from his chest. Right at this critical life-or-death moment, the ceiling shattered. Massive alloy beams snapped like dry twigs. Twisted steel rebars let out ear-piercing screeches. A cloud of dust mixed with rubble fell, forming a massive pillar of light under the sun, shining directly into the center of the hall. And right in the middle of that pillar of light, a figure was stepping on thin air. I was wearing my familiar combat suit. The silver-gray uniform looked more majestic than a dragon robe in this moment. Purple gold chi and blood flowed like tangible silk, swirling around my body. Martial King Realm, walking on air, levitating effortlessly, this was the sign of transcending mortality and truly stepping into the higher echelons of life evolution. An indescribably terrifying pressure, like 10,000 massive mountains crashing down at once, instantly filled the entire martial arts hall. Except for Suyu, who was enveloped by a gentle aura, everyone else present, whether it was the discipline master, the homeroom teacher, or the students from earlier, all went weak in the knees. They simultaneously collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that they wanted to kneel, but a genetic trembling in the face of a higher life form. That forced them to their knees, and the main target of this pressure was Wang Heng, who had just tried to kill Suyu. Wang Heng now had none of the demeanor of a Qi and Blood Realm expert. He was like a dead toad pinned to a chopping block, his body spread-eagled, plastered flat against the cracked floor. His bones cracked and popped, his face distorted from the pressure. His bulging eyes stared fixedly at the godlike figure in the air. He, walking on air, Wang Heng wheezed like a broken bellows. The malice in his eyes instantly turned into endless terror. A martial king? Future base. Since when did we have a martial king? In this base, where even a Grand Master was considered a big shot, a martial king was a legend. They were the sky itself. Hovering in the air, I slowly lowered my head. In those purple-gold eyes, there was only the indifference of a superior looking down at an ant. In this deadly moment, Suyu looked up, looking at that familiar yet foreign figure. His eyes instantly turned red, and with a trembling voice, he called out, "Dad!" Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the minds of everyone present. Zhu Luo, kneeling on the ground, struggled to look up, her beautiful eyes wide open. Suyu's father? That man, the father who guarded the city walls? The discipline master was so terrified his entire body shook. His previous words, calling Suyu a piece of trash, echoed in his mind. He felt his vision go dark, wishing he could just pass out on the spot. Oh my god, he had just mocked the son of a martial king for not being able to afford the registration fee. You dare touch my son? My figure slowly descended, hovering 3 inches above the ground. I looked at Wang Heng on the ground, my tone so calm it sent chills down their spines. You people really have guts. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Wang Heng felt the tangible killing intent, his courage completely shattered, as he desperately begged for his life. I didn't know he was your son. If I had known, even with 10,000 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared. I'm from the Wang family. My brother-in-law is the vice commander of the city defense force. Please, spare me on his behalf. I couldn't even be bothered to listen to the rest of his nonsense. I gently lifted my right foot, and then, like putting out a cigarette, I seemingly lightly stepped down. There were no flashy moves, nor any earth-shattering explosions. Just like the sound of a watermelon being smashed by a sledgehammer, Wang Heng's head, along with his pleas for mercy, instantly exploded into a bloody mess beneath my foot. The headless corpse twitched twice, then went completely still. Fresh blood splattered onto the face of the middle-aged woman nearby, Wang Tai's mother. The warm, metallic sensation snapped her out of her daze. The middle-aged woman stared at her husband's headless corpse, and her entire world instantly collapsed. She slumped to the ground, scrambling backward on her hands and knees, her expensive dress stained with filthy blood. "You killed him. You actually killed him?" Expressionless, I turned around. My blood-stained leather boots stepped on the shattered tiles, making a squelching sound. Step by step, I walked toward the woman. "No, don't come any closer." The middle-aged woman's hair was a mess. Her makeup smeared across her face in absolute terror. She desperately clung to her last lifeline. "My biological brother is Wang Meng. He's the vice commander of the city defense force. You killed someone from the Wang family. He won't let you get away with this. The city lord won't let you off either." She shrieked hoarsely, trying to use these connections to ward off the shadow of death looming over her. However, my footsteps didn't pause for even half a second. Is the vice commander of the city defense force supposed to be impressive? The rhetorical question was filled with extreme contempt. You relied on your brother's power to enable your son to bully his classmates. Ending up like this today is your retribution. As soon as I finished speaking, I slowly raised my right hand. In my palm, purple gold ki and blood power began to gather frantically. The surrounding air distorted from the intense heat. "No, don't!" The middle-aged woman felt the suffocating grip of death. She closed her eyes in despair and screamed. Right at this hair-raising moment, a furious roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the rapid sound of tearing wind. The already unstable main doors of the martial arts hall were blasted away by a tremendous force. A figure wearing silver commander armor charged in with an imposing aura like a cannonball. The newcomer had a majestic face, his chi and blood surging like a furnace. It was the vice commander of the city defense force who had rushed over after receiving the news. Wang Meng. As soon as he entered, he saw his brother-in-law's headless corpse and his sister trapped under the palm of my hand. "You bastard!" Wang Meng's eyes spat fire. He couldn't see through my cultivation realm, but he instinctively assumed that in the future base, no one would dare kill someone right in front of him. "I don't care who you are, daring to publicly commit murder in a school and slaughtering nobles, you are provoking the entire law of Kanglan City. Surrender." Wang Meng drew the alloy combat saber at his waist, pointing the blade straight at me. The pressure of a Grandmaster realm expert erupted, attempting to suppress his opponent. "Kneel down and surrender immediately! Otherwise?" I slowly turned my head, looking at this big shot who had rushed over just to throw his life away. A flash of impatience crossed my eyes. "The law?" I sneered. "Where was the law when you bullied my son? Where was the law when you stole his quota? Where was the law? And now you want to talk to me about the law?" My figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Wang Meng only felt his vision blur. The man who was just 10 meters away was suddenly right in front of his nose in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura of a martial king froze his very soul. In that moment, it erupted without holding anything back. Wang Meng's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He didn't even have time to swing the saber in his hand. The stiffness of his entire body told him a despairing truth. The absolute disparity between them. In your next life, remember to keep your family in check. My large hand, like an iron vice, gently clamped onto Wang Meng's skull. Without another word, without any hesitation, just like crushing a rotten tomato. This vice commander, who held immense power in the future base and controlled the life and death of countless people, didn't even have time to let out a scream before his head exploded. The headless corpse staggered, the combat saber in its hand clattering to the ground. I casually flicked the blood off my hand as if discarding something filthy. The entire hall was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Luoluo covered her mouth. The discipline master's eyes rolled back and he fainted. I stood amidst the pool of blood. The pent-up frustration in my heart for the past 2 years was finally half released. Today, I was truly furious. Originally, with my experience of living 2 lifetimes, there were many things I could endure, could step back from, or could just laugh off, but absolutely not this. 1,000 times no. They were not allowed to touch my son. I slowly turned around, looking at Wang Tai's mother, who had already fainted from terror. The killing intent in my eyes had yet to fade. Then, my gaze swept over the discipline master, who was trembling in the corner. "Senior, please show mercy." Before the person even arrived, a deep, resonant voice washed into the ruined martial arts hall #2 like a tidal wave. My hand, which was about to strike, paused slightly in mid-air. I slowly turned my head, my purple-gold eyes looking coldly toward the door. There, where light and shadow intertwined, an old man wearing a traditional Tang suit with snow-white hair was slowly walking out from the dust and smoke. His steps seemed heavy, but with every step he took, the rubble beneath his feet silently turned to ash. Great Grandmaster Realm. He is the highest authority of the Kanglan base. City Lord, Fan Hong. Normally, Fan Hong is a figure who stands above the clouds, looking down on the masses, the guardian deity of this steel jungle. But right now, a layer of cold sweat has formed on this old man's forehead. His usually straight back can't help but bend slightly under my tangible martial king pressure. Assuming a humble posture, I am Fan Hong, City Lord of the Kanglan base. Fan Hong took a few steps forward, but stopped exactly 10 meters away from me. That was the death zone his instincts warned him about. He glanced at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, his eyes twitching wildly. Then, he took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to me, his voice carrying a hint of reverence. "Senior, regarding today's matter, I know a little about it. It's truly a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? A cryptic smile curled on my lips as I rolled the word over my tongue. Full of mockery, Fan Hong stubbornly continued, "The people of the Wang family usually rely on their merits and influence and are indeed somewhat arrogant and overbearing. As the city lord, I've been busy with city defense and have been lax in disciplining my subordinate families. But now, the culprits, Wang Heng and Wang Meng, have paid with their lives. They have received their rightful punishment. As for this woman and student, their crimes don't warrant death. I hope Senior can give this old man some face and quell your anger." These words, Fan Hong spoke extremely tactfully. He gave me enough face while trying to use the big picture to smooth things over. However, I suddenly threw my head back and laughed out loud. What a great misunderstanding. What a great lax discipline. What a great crimes don't warrant death. My laughter abruptly stopped as I snapped my head down. With fingers like a sword, I pointed straight at Su Yu, who was watching from afar. "Fan Hong, open your damn eyes and look if I didn't have the strength of a martial king. When Wang Heng tried to kill my son, when Wang Meng raised his blade to execute me on the spot, where the hell? It was your misunderstanding then." My voice grew louder and colder. Every word was like a heavy hammer, smashing ruthlessly into Fan Hong's heart. "If my son and I were the ones who died today, would you stand up and call it a misunderstanding? I bet you'd just sign off on the incident report, labeling us as rioting commoners. Who deserved to die?" Fan Hong's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word, because everything I said was the truth. This is the unspoken rule of this high-level martial arts world. The weak are prey to the strong. The strong are kings. Since you all set the rules this way, don't blame me for not playing by them. A golden purple light erupted in my eyes. Now that I've only killed a few attempted murderers, you clowns jump out one by one to reason with me? To preach mercy to me? Bullshit. As soon as the words left my mouth, not only did I not hold back, but I also intensified my pressure. This time, it wasn't aimed at the entire hall, but precisely targeted the 3 survivors, Wang Tai's mother, Wang Tai, and the dean, who was already scared out of his wits. Agonizing screams echoed through the space. The middle-aged woman, who was already slumped weakly on the ground, instantly felt as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing her back. Crack! That was the sound of all the bones in her body shattering under the immense pressure. Her well-maintained face instantly turned purple like pig liver, and fresh blood gushed from her nose and mouth like a broken fountain. Her entire body was plastered to the ground like a pile of mush. Her eyes rolled back, clearly exhaling more than she was inhaling. As for Wang Tai, this once unrivaled school bully was in an even more pathetic state. Under the crushing pressure, his internal organs, already injured by Su Yu, completely ruptured. He convulsed violently in a pool of blood, his facial features twisted together in excruciating pain. A hoarse, dying rattle escaped his throat. The look in his eyes as he stared at me held no more resentment, only despair and a plea for a quick death. As for the dean, his forehead was already a bloody mess from kowtowing. "Spare me, senior. Please spare my life. I have elderly parents at home and young children to feed. Please treat me like a fart and just let me go seeing this scene." City Lord Fan Hong's face turned extremely ugly. As a Grand Master, when had he ever been ignored like this? Looking at my unrestrained golden-purple true chi, he didn't dare to make a move. He knew perfectly well the gap between a martial king and a Grand Master. It was the difference between heaven and earth. If I really wanted to kill him, it probably wouldn't even take 10 moves. Fan Hong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the humiliating anger in his heart. His tone became urgent and heavy. "Senior, wait, I don't mean to stop you from taking revenge. It's just that this Wang family—" "You can't." Fan Hong took a step forward, his voice lowering, carrying a mix of warning and pleading. "Although the Wang family is just a local clan in Konglan City, their main branch is located in the Jiangnan main base. I heard their family patriarch holds a high position in the military, and even has ties with some war god-level powerhouses. Now that Wang Heng and Wang Meng are dead, the Wang family will definitely be furious. If you slaughter this widowed mother and son today, then it will be a fight to the bitter end. By then, it might draw out terrifying powerhouses, or even a Federation arrest warrant at this point." Fan Hong paused for a moment, observing my expression, before continuing, "Senior, your martial prowess is unmatched, so naturally, you aren't afraid. But what about Su Yu? He's still young. If he has to live a life on the run from now on, wandering the world, unable to even enter a martial arts university, is that really what Senior wants to see?" These words finally caused a flicker of hesitation in my eyes. I wasn't afraid of death. I wasn't afraid of a fight, but I was afraid for my son. I risked my life to become stronger. Wasn't it so, Su? You could live with dignity under the sun like a normal person? I let out a cold snort, my gaze shooting toward Fan Hong like a blade. Using the Federation to pressure me. Using the Wang family to lecture me. Fan Hong, do you think I'd be scared? But I, Su Wu, am not an unreasonable man. I changed my tone, and the pressure that was about to crush the last breath out of those three paused slightly. "You want me to spare these miserable lives? Fine." I pointed at the Wang mother and son, lying on the ground like dead dogs, and then pointed at Fan Hong. "Since you said you want to protect them, then pay for their lives. You're in such a rush to protect them, simply because you're afraid the Wang family's main branch will blame you, affecting your reputation and your official position. So shouldn't you bleed a little on their behalf?" Fan Hong froze, then rejoiced inwardly. As long as we could negotiate, I might seem crazy, but I clearly still had my reason. To a powerhouse, killing a few ants wouldn't really vent their anger. But if it could be exchanged for practical resources, that was maximizing the benefits. "Rest assured, Senior," Fan Hong said hurriedly, afraid I would change my mind. "I am willing to be the guarantor. As long as Senior spares their lives, I, representing the City Lord's mansion, and the Wang family, will offer you a compensation of 100 million Federation credits plus an independent manor in the city center. Furthermore," Fan Hong gritted his teeth and said with a pained expression, "I'll add 3 bottles of B-rank vitality serum and a high-level martial art manual." Hearing these terms, the bystanders who hadn't fainted yet all gasped. 100 million Federation credits. That was enough for a wealthy family in the Kanglan base to spend for several lifetimes. The vitality serum was practically priceless in the Kanglan base, and a high-level martial art manual was a secret technique that only core disciples of major families could practice. This wasn't just compensation. This was practically emptying their entire fortune. I stayed silent for a moment. I didn't care about money. With the system in my hands, the things I lacked the least were cultivation methods and realms. But Su Yu needed them. Only when Su Yu leveled up could I become stronger. "Is that all?" I asked back coldly. Fan Hong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. This is already the limit of the liquid funds the Wang family can mobilize in Kanglan City. In addition, the repair costs for Martial Arts Hall Number 2, and a guaranteed admission quota to a martial arts university for student Su Yu. I will personally approve it. Hearing this last sentence, the killing intent in my eyes finally began to dissipate. Fine. The guaranteed admission quota is unnecessary. My son can get into the best martial arts university on his own. I waved my hand dismissively, like shooing away flies. I'll spare your miserable lives this time. However, I shifted my gaze to the dean, who had long since wet his pants in fear, and lightly flicked my finger. A streak of golden-purple finger wind instantly pierced through the dean's dantian. The dean let out a scream of absolute despair. You can avoid the death penalty, but you won't escape punishment. A snobbish scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Your cultivation is hereby crippled. Get out of the education sector. Having done all this, I didn't even spare Fan Hong another glance. The terrifying martial king pressure radiating from my body receded like the tide. I turned around, the murderous expression from moments ago vanishing in an instant. Replaced by a look of care and gentleness, I quickly walked over to Su Yu, looking at the bruises and bloodstains on my son's body. My eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? I reached out my hand and a gentle stream of golden-purple true chi flowed into Su Yu's body, instantly helping him stabilize his boiling vitality. Su Yu felt the warm current within his body. Looking at the father before him, who felt both familiar and towering, his eyes grew hot. He shook his head, an unprecedented, resolute light flashing in his eyes. No, I'm fine. They're just superficial wounds. Good, you have backbone as expected of my Su Wu's son. I laughed heartily, patting my son heavily on the shoulder. Then, my gaze shifted to the girl beside him, Shui Luo, who looked battered but still stood there stubbornly. Little girl, thank you for protecting my Yuer today. Someday, I'll have this brat treat you to a meal. Being stared at by this martial king uncle, Shui Luo's face instantly flushed red to the tips of her ears. She stammered, No need to thank me, uncle. I smiled, throwing an arm around my son's shoulder. Let's go, son. We're going home. The two of us are going to have a good drink today. The sunlight was just right. Su Yu and I strode out of the school grounds. On the way home, the old street was as noisy as ever, but our moods were completely different. Su Yu occasionally stole glances at me walking beside him. It was still the same face, even though it had returned to its usual lazy expression. But in Su Yu's eyes, my figure had become as majestic as a towering mountain. Finally, when we reached the entrance of a deserted alley, Su Yu couldn't hold back his doubts any longer, and asked, Dad, how did you suddenly become a martial king? I remember when you were young, you were only a grandmaster. Besides, for the past 20 years, your injuries. Su Yu's mind was full of question marks. Not only had my injuries healed, but I had also skipped several realms, directly breaking through. This was honestly more absurd than a novel. I stopped walking and pulled a crushed cigarette from my pocket. With a flash of true Kai, the cigarette lit up. I took a deep drag, exhaled a smoke ring, and turned to look at my son, my eyes as deep as a profound pool. The matter of the system was too shocking to the world, and explaining it would be too troublesome. The truth is, your father has never given up over these past 20 years. I started spouting nonsense with a straight face, but it carried a hint of genuine emotion. Although my injuries back then were severe, they also allowed me to break and rebuild. For 20 years, I wiped blood on the city walls and carried bricks at construction sites. It looked like I was just scraping by. But in reality, I was tempering my heart in the mortal world. I was always waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps it was your performance today. I reached out and helped my son straighten his messy clothes, saying softly, that brought my state of mind to perfection. The shackles of 20 years have been shattered. Su Yu's blood boiled as he listened, his eyes turning red once again. Dad? Su, you choked up. All right. A grown man shouldn't be crying. I chuckled and rubbed my son's head. There are some things you don't need to dig too deeply into. You just need to know that from today onward, in this Kanglan base, and even in this entire federation, no one will ever be able to bully us father and son again. I looked up. At the distant starry sky, a chilling light flashing in my eyes. Since I've recovered, and even gone further, then it's time to settle. Some old scores. Cultivate hard. Wait until you get into the capital's top 5 universities. Wait until you reach the martial king realm, and we will head into the depths of the starry sky. Su Yu was stunned, his heart pounding. What are we going to the starry sky for? I put out my cigarette, my voice as light as the wind, yet carrying an undeniable weight. To bring your mother home. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly. Yes, sir, the young man replied, his words firm and resolute. The next day. The morning sunlight no longer carried the pungent, dusty smell of District IS. Instead, it poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, shining unreservedly onto the mirror-like marble floor. Kanglan Base City, District 1. Yunting Manor. This was the prime, inch of land, inch of gold central area of the entire base city, the residence of the wealthy and powerful, and right now, the top-tier independent villa numbered 001 had welcomed its new owners. I had asked for a 3-day leave of absence for Suyu. After what happened yesterday, the kid needed time to process things and time to adapt to this newly turned upside-down world. Dad, is this really our home? Suyu held a battered picture frame in his hands, standing in the middle of the massive 200-square-meter living room, looking completely lost and uneasy. Beneath his feet was a carpet woven from the fur of some unknown beast. Above his head was a crystal chandelier. The panoramic smart home system around him was automatically adjusting the room's temperature and humidity, compared to the leaky 30-square-meter communal apartment. With peeling walls they lived in yesterday, it was literally worlds apart. You silly kid, are you already intimidated by this? I was wearing a loose training suit, toying with the manor's keycard that City Lord Fan Hong had sent over. I casually tossed the magnetic card, which symbolized the highest authority in this district, onto the coffee table. Smiled and walked over. This is just the beginning. In the future, we'll live in a place 10 times, 100 times bigger than this. We might even live in the starry sky. Suyu stared blankly, then nodded vigorously. If it were before, he would have thought I was just bragging. But after witnessing the scene at the martial arts hall yesterday, where I descended like a god, even if I said I molded the sun with my bare hands, Suyu would believe it. We didn't bring much luggage. That house in District S, aside from memories, there really wasn't anything material worth keeping. We only brought some old clothes, and most importantly, the old iron box filled with photos of his mother. After a busy morning, the two of us personally placed the memory-filled photo frames in various corners of the new house. Seeing his mother's gentle smile in the photos, still radiating warmth against the luxurious backdrop, this cold, extravagant villa finally gained a touch of the warmth of life. Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and sprawled out on the genuine leather sofa. He casually grabbed a bottle of special green-glowing nutrient fluid from the table and took a sip. This kind of luxury item cost 500,000 Federation credits a bottle. He had only ever seen it in commercials before, but now it had become their everyday drinking water at home. Dad. Suyu suddenly set the bottle down, his expression turning somewhat serious and confused. What's wrong? I was adjusting the gravity training room in the house and walked out upon hearing him. Actually, yesterday at the martial arts hall, I kept feeling like there was something weird about my condition. Suyu looked at his hands, his brows furrowed tightly. Even though I broke through to the Vitality Realm, I read in books before that for someone who just entered the Vitality Realm, their vitality should be chaotic like mist. But Wong Heng was at the mid-stage of the Vitality Realm. His vitality should have already condensed like water. Logically speaking, even if my punch landed on him, it should have only caused him pain. It shouldn't have directly shattered his protective True Kai and sent him flying that far. Furthermore, in that moment, I felt like there was a vortex in my body, sucking in all the surrounding air. The more Suyu spoke, the more unbelievable he found it. Hearing this, my eyes narrowed slightly. Truth be told, I also found this strange. Even though they say a tiger father begets a tiger son, Suyu's performance yesterday wasn't just a simple matter of fighting above his level. It was an almost overwhelming burst of power. Come over here and sit down. Focus your mind and don't resist. I walked up to my son, my expression serious. Suyu obediently sat cross-legged on the carpet and closed his eyes. I extended my right hand and gently placed it on the acupoint on my son's back. As soon as I made contact, a gentle, yet incredibly pure stream of martial king vitality flowed into Suyu's meridians. Through internal vision, the scene inside Suyu's body appeared clearly in my mind. The moment I saw it clearly, I was shocked. For a normal early-stage Vitality Realm martial artist, the vitality in their body should be like a babbling brook, thin and slow. But the vitality inside Suyu's body was a thick, dark red substance, heavy as mercury. Although the total amount was indeed only at the early stage, this density and quality was simply more terrifying than even the late-stage Vitality Realm. His meridians were wide, and his bones gleamed with a jade-like luster. This kid's foundation, how did it suddenly become so solid? I wondered inwardly. Just as I was controlling that stream of vitality, preparing to delve deeper into Suyu's dantian to investigate thoroughly, a sudden change occurred. The mass of dark red vitality that had been resting quietly in Suyu's dantian seemed to sense the intrusion of foreign energy and instantly came alive. Suyu's dantian spun violently, turning into a bottomless black vortex. What? My expression changed drastically. I felt the stream of vitality I had sent in slip out of my control, being frantically dragged and pulled by that vortex and swallowed whole. This suction force even traveled up my palm. It was trying to drain the qi and blood from my body. Not good. I reacted instantly, unleashing my martial king realm cultivation. I forcibly severed the connection with that stream of qi and blood, and snatched my hand back just as quickly. Even so, that strange backlash still made me, who was completely unprepared, stumble back half a step. Meanwhile, Suyu's whole body trembled. His eyes shot open. Not only was he unharmed, but in that brief moment, he felt a warm current surge through his body, instantly healing the soreness in his muscles from moving. The qi and blood in his body even grew a little stronger. Dad, what's wrong? Suyu saw me step back and was startled. Is there something wrong with my body? I didn't answer right away because, at that moment, deep within my mind, the system notifications, which had been silent for so long, were now thundering like a storm. Detected a qualitative change in the qi and blood of Descendant Suyu. Congratulations, host Descendant Suyu has successfully awakened a hidden physique. The Primal Chaos Physique, one of the top physiques in the world. Those who possess this physique have qi and blood unbound by any attribute. They can devour the energy of all things for their own use, breaking through realms as easily as drinking water. Their starting qi and blood concentration is 10 times that of an ordinary person. According to the rule of father benefits from son, the host will receive an enhanced version of the awakened physique. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the supreme primal chaos physique. In that very instant, I felt a world-shaking explosion erupt within my body. The golden qi and blood that had been flowing through me suddenly collapsed in that moment, and then it finally transformed into an indescribable color. It was the color of chaos, a murky gray. If Suyu's primal chaos physique was a powerful vacuum cleaner that could suck up surrounding energy, then my supreme primal chaos physique was a nascent black hole. I clenched my fist, feeling the terrifying power that now dominated everything. I was utterly shocked. This system is just too overpowered. Dad? Dad? Dad, are you okay? Suyu saw me standing there, stunned. I took a deep breath. I immediately concealed my entire aura. Looking at my son's worried face, the corner of my mouth curved into a mysterious smile. I feigned a cough and said, "What's wrong? I'm fine. I just discovered a shocking secret." A secret? Suyu stared blankly. The reason you felt strange just now is because you've awakened an extremely rare, special physique. I clasped my hands behind my back and began to explain seriously. This physique allows you to have a concentration of qi and blood far beyond that of ordinary people. It can also absorb the qi and blood of your enemies in battle to heal yourself. That's also why you were able to send Wang Heng flying with a single punch. Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief, and overwhelming joy surged in his heart. A special physique that absorbs the power of others. The light in the young man's eyes shone brighter than the sun outside the window. Oh my God, doesn't that mean I'm a 1 in a million genius? You could say that. I smiled and nodded, my eyes filled with affection. As long as you work hard, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Hearing my affirmation, Suyu jumped up in excitement, pumping his fists. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned around, his eyes, burning bright, fixed on me. His face was filled with the fiery spirit of youth. Dad, if I'm a peerless genius, then I've made a decision. What is it? I prompted. Suyu took a deep breath. He pointed to the vast sky outside the window. Within 5 years. No. In 3 years, I'll surpass you. I'll become an expert even stronger than a martial king. When that time comes, it'll be my turn to protect you. I'll bring Mom back. Looking at my son's serious and passionate expression, I was stunned. Then, I lowered my head. My shoulders trembled slightly, as if I was trying to suppress a laugh. Surpass me, silly boy. For every step you take, I'll automatically take 4, and I'll even pave your path into a superhighway. If you want to surpass me in this lifetime, I'm afraid the only way is to wait until I'm too old to move. I cleared my throat twice, forcing back the smile on my lips. I walked over and patted Suyu on the shoulder, encouraging him solemnly. Good, you have ambition. I'll be waiting for that day. But before you surpass me, my tone shifted. You still haven't finished unpacking those boxes. Go clean your room first. Whether you're a grandmaster or a martial king, if you can't even clean a room, how can you hope to sweep the world? Get to it. Yes, sir. Su Yu gave a playful military salute. Full of energy, he grabbed a box and ran to his room. Watching my son's vibrant figure, the smile on my face gradually softened. Then it transformed into firm resolve. If my son is this talented, I can't let him stay cooped up in the greenhouse of a school. I need to find him a real whetstone to sharpen his blade. The afternoon sun streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Cloud Pavilion Manor. Casting its light across the floor, I had just put down my bowl and chopsticks and was now leaning back on the genuine leather sofa, picking my teeth. Meanwhile, Su Yu was diligently clearing the table. Ever since moving into this grand villa, the boy still hadn't fully adapted to a life of luxury. He was always looking for something to do, as if only that could put his mind at ease. Ding dong! The clear, pleasant chime of the doorbell broke the afternoon silence. I paused, a knowing glint flashed in my eyes. Looks like that old fox Pan Hong is pretty efficient. I'll get it. I stood up and walked to the 3-meter-high, intricately carved main door. As I opened it, standing outside were 2 men in custom-tailored black suits. They weren't ordinary delivery men, but the most elite guards from the city lord's mansion. Each of them exuded the aura of a Xiantian realm martial artist. But right now, these 2 experts, who could walk unchallenged outside when facing me, had to be careful with every breath they took. Senior Su. One of the men in black held an antique sandalwood box with both hands. His voice trembled slightly. The city lord ordered us to deliver this urgently. The city lord said, "This is the first batch of apology gifts. If you are not satisfied, he will personally search the warehouse again." I glanced at the box. With just that one look, the 2 men in black felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being stared down by a primeval beast. "All right, leave it here, and tell Pan Hong for me, this matter is settled." I casually took the box, as if I were accepting a takeout order. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." The 2 men looked as if they had been granted amnesty. They bowed deeply to me, then hastily left the Cloud Pavilion Manor. I closed the door and turned back to the living room. I placed the box on the marble coffee table. "Dad, who was that?" Su Yu asked, wiping his hands as he walked over. He looked curiously at the exquisite wooden box. "Delivery guy," I said casually. Then, with a light tap of my finger, I opened the combination lock on the box. The box opened. A rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the living room. Whoosh! Inside, the box was lined with thick golden velvet. In the center lay 3 thumb-sized test tubes. The tubes contained a vibrant green liquid. It looked like liquid jade, with small bubbles occasionally rising to the surface, seemingly brimming with abundant life force. Next to the tubes was a thread-bound, ancient book. On the cover were 3 powerful characters. Thump, void-shattering saber, B-rank chi and blood elixir, azure sea dragon saliva. I recognized these items at a glance. Tiski. Even in my youth, I had only ever seen things like these. Pan Hong was truly sincere this time. Each of these 3 elixirs could sell for over 50 million Federation credits on the black market. And that's, if you can even find them. This is for you. I pushed the box toward my son. For me? Su Yu was stunned. He instinctively waved his hands. "Dad, this is too valuable. Besides, you're a martial king now. Wouldn't these be better for you? You silly kid." I chuckled. I picked up one of the elixirs and swirled it gently under the light. At the martial king realm, a B-rank elixir like this is no different from drinking water. It won't increase my cultivation one bit. But for you, this is a divine medicine that can completely transform you. With that, I pushed the box into Su Yu's arms. My eyes held an encouragement that couldn't be refused. You're currently in the early stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Although your foundation is solid, you've only just broken through. These 3 elixirs are enough for you to solidify your realm. You might even break through to the middle stage. As for this void-shattering saber, I pointed to the ancient book. It's 100 times stronger than the million-ton fist I taught you before. The million-ton fist trains power, but the void-shattering saber trains killing intent. In this era, how can you protect yourself without a blade in hand? Su Yu hugged the heavy box. The medicinal scent filled his nostrils. His eyes began to sting. He wasn't a fool. He knew the value of these things. This wasn't just about resources. It was the wide, open path I had laid out for him. All right, enough dawdling. I waved my hand, cutting off his emotional words. I've already requested a 3-day leave for you from school. For these 3 days, I want you to stay in the gravity room and absorb all of this. I understand. Su Yu took a deep breath. He hugged the box and turned toward the gravity training room in the basement. For Su Yu, the next 3 days were hell and also heaven. Day 1. Su Yu sat cross-legged on the special alloy floor. With great resolve, he drank the entire first bottle of Azure Sea Dragon saliva. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even one in the late Qi and Blood realm, they would have to dilute such a potent elixir with water and drink it in 3 separate doses. But Su Yu remembered what his father had said about his special physique. He steeled himself and drank the entire bottle in one go. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a raging torrent of lava. Rushing through his limbs and meridians, the excruciating pain felt as if every blood vessel in his body was about to explode. But just as Su Yu, gritting his teeth, was about to pass out, the mysterious black hole in his dantian awakened once more. It was the instinctual greed of the primal chaos physique. A small vortex of qi and blood formed around Su Yu's body. The violent medicinal power that had been rampaging through him was like a mouse meeting a cat. It instantly became incredibly docile and was devoured by the black hole like a whale sucking in water. In just half an hour, the medicinal power that would take an ordinary person a week to absorb was completely digested by Su Yu. This is the special physique. Su Yu felt his qi and blood grow a level stronger. He was utterly astonished. He didn't stop. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he picked up the second elixir. Day 2. Su Yu had completely adapted to this surge of power. He was shirtless, holding an alloy practice saber in his hand. He swung it wildly under double gravity. Void-shattering saber. It emphasizes speed and ruthlessness. A single slash to shatter the void. Nothing is unbreakable. At first, his movements were still very awkward. He even nearly cut himself a few times, but he was tireless once, twice, 1,000 times. Sweat poured down like rain, only to be instantly evaporated by his high body temperature. Dusk on the 3rd day, in the underground training room. Su Yu's eyes were bloodshot, but the aura around him was condensed to its absolute peak. The 3 B-rank elixirs had been completely absorbed by him. The qi and blood in his body roared like a mighty river. Focus! The sound it made even pierced through his body. Shatter for me! Break! Su Yu roared. He slashed out fiercely with the combat saber in his hand. This strike didn't use any flashy techniques. It was just pure speed, pure power. The air seemed to be torn apart like a piece of cloth, emitting an ear-piercing screech. A faint white stream of air visible to the naked eye shot out along the blade, leaving a half-inch deep white mark directly on the alloy wall. At the same time, a certain bottleneck within his body suddenly shattered. Meanwhile, in the first-floor living room, I was sitting with my legs crossed, watching the panoramic news on the TV, holding a freshly brewed cup of premium Da Hong Pao tea, feeling incredibly relaxed, when suddenly, System detected that Descendant Su Yu has trained bitterly, successfully absorbed 3 bottles of B-rank potions, successfully advanced to the mid-stage Qi and Blood realm. System has verified the host's Descendant's status. Descendant's realm has increased. Host receives an enhanced feedback reward. Host's realm is synchronizing. The teacup in my hand trembled slightly, but not a single drop spilled. As the power within my body, at this very moment, surged forward once again. Mid-stage Martial King realm. Ding detected that Descendant Su Yu has swung his saber 1,000 times, has trained the void-shattering saber to the minor achievement stage. Critical feedback triggered. Host's void-shattering saber automatically evolves to the perfection stage. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the void-shattering saber intent. In the blink of an eye, an aura of extreme sharpness flashed from my body and vanished. The genuine leather sofa in the living room, clearly untouched by any external force. Yet its surface suddenly sprouted countless tiny tears, as if slashed by an invisible saber aura. I slowly closed my eyes. In my mind, countless insights into saber techniques flooded in like a tide. The void-shattering saber, which was originally just an ordinary secret manual to me, now, in my hands, felt as though I had practiced it for hundreds of years. I didn't even need to hold a blade. With just a single thought, wherever my gaze fell, even the air could become a saber. This feeling is pretty damn good. I set the teacup down, feeling the surging power within my body. A satisfied smile crept onto my lips. Reaping the rewards without doing the work, my son is sweating bullets downstairs, while his old man is leveling up, drinking tea upstairs. This is the true joy of being a father. I'll have to find this kid some more top-tier goodies later. Just then, the basement door opened. Suyu, drenched in sweat but radiating high spirits, walked out. He shouted with a face full of excitement. Dad? I broke through, mid-stage chi and blood realm, and I've also gotten the hang of the void-shattering saber. I retracted the sharp saber intent radiating from my body, returning to the appearance of a kind, loving father. I turned around with a gentle smile. Good. Very good. Early the next morning, the air carried a faint scent of flowers. At the dining table, I said casually, Oh, right. I just informed the school administration. From today onwards, you only need to attend theory classes and watch basic combat demonstrations in the morning. As for the afternoon, don't bother with those time-wasting standard training sessions. You don't need to train at school anymore. Then what should I do? I wiped my mouth, a hint of a smile flashing in my eyes. Come straight home after school. Or I'll send you a location. Your current physique is the chaos body. Those childish tricks at school are no longer enough to satisfy you. From now on, during the afternoons, your old man will personally step in. I'm opening a private class just for you. A personal, special training. Suyu looked at his father's unfathomable smile. A chill involuntarily ran down his spine. Yes, sir. I'll listen to you, Dad. His father was already a super powerhouse at the Martial King realm. To be personally instructed by a Martial King, this was an opportunity countless people wouldn't even dare dream of. 6 o'clock a.m., Kanglan number 1 High School. When Suyu walked through the school gates with his backpack, the usually noisy campus seemed to have the mute button pressed. In the past, because of his poor background and being bullied by Wang Tai, Suyu was like an invisible person at school. Occasionally, he was even mocked and ridiculed by snobs. But today, everything had changed. Quick, look! It's Suyu. Keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? I heard the Wang family was almost wiped out a few days ago, and it was all because they offended him. Good lord, how did we not realize he was a top-tier rich kid before? I heard even the city lord has to bow to his dad. Countless gazes shone on Suyu like spotlights. There was admiration. There was jealousy. But more than anything, there was a deep-seated awe and fear. Those students who used to follow Wang Tai around, acting like foxes exploiting a tiger's might, now, all of them shrank their necks back, not even daring to look Suyu in the eye, terrified that this crowned prince would settle the score with them later. Suyu's expression remained unchanged. His steps were steady. Having experienced life and death and awakened his martial path, the immature gazes of his peers could no longer cause any ripples in his heart. How could an eagle care about the chatter of sparrows? Obviously, it couldn't. You finally figured out the way to school, huh? Just then, a clear, melodious voice rang out from behind, breaking the tense atmosphere around them. So you stopped and turned to look. He saw Shuluoluo wearing a pink backpack, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, jogging towards him. The boys around them saw this scene. They were filled with envy, but no one dared to say a word. The current Suyu, in their eyes, was a terrifying existence, labeled strangers, keep away. You have no idea. The whole school has been in chaos these past few days. Exuluoluo ran up to Suyu, blinking her big eyes. Everyone is gossiping about your family. They say your dad is a peerless hidden expert, that he stomped that tyrant from the Wang family flat with one kick, and even the city lord had to apologize. Now everyone is calling you, young Master Su. Suyu smiled helplessly and shook his head. Young Master what? Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm still just me. Keep playing dumb. Shuluoluo leaned in closer, lowering her voice. She asked curiously, but seriously, those resources your dad got for you, are they super overpowered? I feel like your aura right now seems even more profound than that day at the Martial Dao Stone. As one of the few people in class who genuinely cared about Suyu, she could keenly sense his changes. That change wasn't just in strength, but also a settling of his temperament, like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath, concealing its edge. Suyu thought of the tearing pain in the gravity room over the past few days. A confident light flashed in his eyes. I've definitely made some progress. If it were the current me facing Wang Heng again, I could finish him in 3 moves. Whoa! Shuluoluo covered her mouth with a look of awe. Are you bragging? Wang Heng is at the mid-stage Kai and Blood realm, you know. But I believe you. So doesn't that mean you can easily get into top academies like Jinggu or Mawu? Jinggu and Mawu are just part of the goal. Suyu looked into the distance, his tone calm but resolute. My goal is to be the national top scorer. Tish. Haven't seen you for 3 days, and you're talking real big now. Shuluoluo pouted, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Oh, right. The first period is combat simulation. The teacher said we'll be split into groups for sparring. Let's group up. I want to see for myself just how strong the future national top scorer really is. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of losing too badly. We'll see who wins and who loses. I haven't been slacking off these past few days either. The two of them bickered playfully as they walked toward the academic building. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away from the Kanglan base, this was a forbidden zone for human civilization, a wilderness where ferocious beasts ran rampant. A dilapidated highway, like a broken spine stretching out, lay across the overgrown wasteland. Ruined skyscrapers were tightly wrapped in giant vines, becoming nests for birds of prey. In this sky filled with danger and death, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, walking on thin air. Strange, I frowned slightly, muttering to myself. Normally, the area 30 to 50 kilometers from the base is the most active zone for low-level beasts. In the past, there should be wild wolves roaming around, herds of mutated wild boars, and occasionally you'd even see F-rank and E-rank beasts slaughtering each other over territory. Although humanity had already reached the cosmos, they didn't apply an extermination policy to Earth's native ecosystem. On one hand, it was to preserve biodiversity. On the other hand, and more importantly, they treated these ferocious beasts as natural whetstones, used to temper generation after generation of martial artists. But now I cast my gaze outward. The wilderness below was eerily quiet. Aside from a few stray ironhide boars and gale rabbits foraging for food, the bloodthirsty wolf packs that usually occupied the abandoned industrial zone had vanished. The iron-armored crocodiles that lived by the old riverbank were nowhere to be seen either. Too quiet. My body slowly descended, landing on a massive broken bridge. I could sense a faint, unsettling aura lingering in the air. It wasn't the scent of ordinary beasts, but a higher-level pressure. More organized, moving together. Could a high-level beast have passed through here and scared all the low-level ones away? I crouched down, inspecting a claw mark on the bridge's surface. The claw mark was very fresh. It must have been left not long ago. But the strange thing was, the direction of the claw marks was very uniform. All the beasts were moving in the same direction. That direction was north, heading away from the Kanglan base, deeper into the wilderness's forbidden zone, towards the Death Canyon. Is it a large-scale beast migration or a gathering? A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as a veteran who had survived in this world for decades. Combined with my knowledge from my past life, I instinctively smelled a conspiracy. Normally, beasts only exhibited such abnormal behavior in two scenarios. One, an impending natural disaster like an earthquake or a tsunami. Two, a beast king capable of commanding the hordes had been born and was rallying its troops. If it was the latter, then Kanglan City is about to lose its peace. I stood up, dusting off my hands. I didn't feel the fear an ordinary person would. My martial king realm strength gave me absolute confidence. My purpose for coming here was originally to find live combat targets for Su Yu. If there aren't any here, then I'll just have to go deeper. My gaze shifted toward the gloomy, ancient forest shrouded in black mist to the north. I don't believe I can't catch a few bastards for him to practice on. As soon as the words left my mouth, my figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a trail of clouds shattered by a sonic boom. My goal was very clear. Catch a few peak E-rank or even early D-rank beasts, throw them into the back mountain of Yunting Manor, and give Su Yu a real taste of wilderness survival. As for the threat of a beast tide, if the sky falls, the tall guys will hold it up. If it actually threatens my son's life, it won't be too late for me to step in. The afternoon sun fiercely scorched the earth, but inside Yunting Manor, the climate control system kept the interior at a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. Su Yu came home half an hour early. Just as he stepped into the front garden, before he could even change his shoes, a low, wild roar pierced through the villa's walls and faintly reached his ears. Within that roar was sheer brutality, bloodlust, and the violent clashing of iron chains. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Su Yu was slightly startled, but then immediately understood. This must be the special training his dad had mentioned. He just didn't expect the commotion to be so loud, it felt like having a zoo at home. "Dad, what's making that noise in the back mountain?" Su Yu walked into the kitchen. His dad was wearing an apron, skillfully prepping ingredients. He asked as he approached, "You're back?" Dad didn't turn his head. The kitchen knife in his hand danced rapidly. His tone was casual. "Wash your hands and eat first. You need a full stomach to take a beating. To train." Su Yu nodded and sat at the dining table. Even though the table was filled with delicious food, he couldn't focus on eating. The intermittent roars of the beasts were like an invisible little hand scratching at his curiosity. After all, as a student raised in a greenhouse, his knowledge of ferocious beasts came entirely from textbooks and videos. Facing them in person would be a first in his life. Seeing his son looking so distracted, Dad smiled and shook his head. "All right, stop picking at your food. If you're that impatient, then stop eating. We'll start early." Saying that, Dad casually took off his apron. Even the way he wiped his hands looked incredibly relaxed. Then he walked straight toward the backyard. Suyu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks and followed. Passing through the exquisite garden, they pushed open the heavy iron gate leading to the back mountain. The sight before him made Suyu instantly gasp. His pupils dilated sharply. The manor's back mountain, which used to be lush and green, with picturesque scenery, had now been violently cleared into a dirt arena the size of a football field. And in that clearing stood over a dozen massive alloy pillars. Each pillar had wrist-thick, specially made shackles, chaining down a bizarrely shaped ferocious beast, emitting a thick, foul stench. On the left was an iron-hide boar, its entire body covered in iron-black spikes. It was frantically ramming its body into the ground. Every impact made the earth tremble. In the middle was a giant stone bear, standing a full 3 meters tall. Its thick, rocky skin still bore scars from previous battles. Its blood-red eyes glared fixedly at Suyu. Thick drool dripped from the corners of its mouth. On the right were a few gale wolves with agile bodies and vicious eyes. Even though they were chained, they still maintained a stalking posture, emitting low growls from their throats. This place was no different from a miniature Roman Colosseum. "Dad, did you catch all of these?" Suyu looked at these ferocious creatures he had only ever seen in textbooks, his throat feeling a bit dry. Are these E-rank beasts, the equivalent of the Qi and Blood Realm? That overwhelming, suffocating presence, that undisguised killing intent, was completely incomparable to his classmates in their protective gear at school. I nodded slightly, crossing my arms over my chest, leaning against a snapped giant tree, looking as casual as if I were watching my own pets. "That's right, starting today, they are your sparring partners." "Sparring?" Suyu's mouth twitched. Any one of these beasts could cause chaos in a B-tier city if let loose. Yet his dad had brought them back to be sparring partners? "Dad, you mean I have to fight them right now?" Suyu pointed at the most aggressive iron-hide boar. "What else? Save them for New Year's dinner?" A wicked smile curled on my lips. Suddenly, my figure blurred, instantly appearing in front of the iron-hide boar's iron cage. This is an early-stage E-rank iron-hide boar, equivalent to a human's early-stage Qi and Blood Realm. You are currently at the mid-stage. Logically speaking, you should be able to crush it. Go on, let me see what you're made of. As soon as I finished speaking, a cold light flashed in my hand, slicing right through the chains on the boar. Regaining its freedom, the iron-hide boar let out an earth-shattering roar. Its glowing red eyes immediately locked onto Suyu in the arena. It charged on all fours. Its massive body was like an out-of-control heavy truck, unstoppable, kicking up a cloud of dust, carrying an unparalleled impact force. It barreled straight towards Suyu, so fast, Suyu was horrified. The books saying boars were slow were a complete lie. This explosive power is terrifying. Catch! I casually tossed an unsharpened alloy training saber. It drew an arc through the air. Suyu hurriedly caught the saber. At this moment, the boar's sharp tusks were already within 3 meters of him. Suyu reacted on instinct. His footwork was a bit messy as he dodged to the left. The boar's spike-covered body brushed past Suyu's clothes. The strong gust of wind stung his cheeks. Before Suyu could even regain his footing, the boar displayed an agility completely disproportionate to its massive size. It abruptly dug its front hooves in. Using its hind legs as a pivot, its thick tail whipped around like an iron rod, howling through the air, sweeping horizontally at him. Damn it! Suyu could only raise his saber to block. An ear-piercing clash of metal rang out. Suyu felt a tremendous force transmit through the blade, and the webbing of his hand instantly split open. The force sent him staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he finally steadied himself. His hands were numb. This is real combat. Cold sweat beaded on Suyu's forehead. His ki and blood levels were clearly higher than this beast's. His strength should have been superior, but in that last clash, he was completely overwhelmed. The boar didn't give him a single moment to breathe. It roared and charged again. Its sharp tusks glinted with a cold light, aiming to run the human boy through. Suyu could only rely on his instincts, desperately dodging one attack after another. The void-shattering saber technique in his hands became disjointed. He couldn't execute the forms properly at all. He occasionally managed to land a strike or two on the boar, but they only struck its tough, black, iron-like quills. Sparks flew. He was completely unable to break through its defense. Reinforced hide. Standing not far away, I shook my head. My voice wasn't loud, but it reached Su Yu's ears clearly. Everything you learned in school are just rigid forms. Do you think a fierce beast will wait for you to get into position before attacking? Is your mid-stage blood realm just for show? Su Yu. Don't forget your constitution. My gaze suddenly sharpened. I shouted, the primal chaos physique. It's not meant for you to use as a punching bag. Try it. In the instant of contact, absorb its ki and blood, drain it. As he was struggling to dodge, Su Yu's heart suddenly jolted. The boar charged again. This time, Su Yu didn't choose to retreat. In the midst of extreme tension, he forced himself to calm down. Deep within his dantian, the gray chaotic vortex began to slowly spin. An indescribable hunger suddenly radiated from his every pore. Come on. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the charging boar. In the instant, its tusks were about to hit him. His body moved like a phantom. It was no longer a panicked dodge, but a deliberate approach. As he reached out with his left hand, seemingly gentle, he pressed it against the boar's spiky back. If this were before, a press like this would have sent a painful jolt of recoil through Su Yu's palm. But this time, primal chaos physique, activate the chi and blood in Su Yu's palm instantly formed a small, low-pressure vortex. The ferocious iron-armored boar suddenly let out a strange, terrified squeal. It felt the violent power within its body in the instant it touched this human's hand, gushing out like a bursting dam. That momentary feeling of weakness caused a fatal stiffness in its ferocious charge. This is the moment. Su Yu clearly felt a warm, violent stream of ki and blood flowing into his body through his left hand. It instantly replenished the stamina he had just lost. It even caused his strength to surge for a moment. One side weakens, the other strengthens. This is the terrifying power of the primal chaos physique. The panic in Su Yu's eyes completely vanished. In its place was the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. Seizing the moment the boar stiffened, the alloy saber in his hand no longer trembled. Instead, he gripped it firmly. The stolen chi and blood merged with his own and poured madly into the saber's blade. Reinforce. Void-shattering saber. First form slash, Su Yu roared. The saber became a streak of cold, white light. It tore through the air with a piercing whistle, slashing fiercely at the joint of the neck. The boar's weakest defensive point. This time, there were no sparks, no recoil. It felt as smooth as a hot knife through butter. Before this strike, the tough iron armor was like thin paper. The saber sliced deep into the boar's neck, severing its spine and arteries. The iron-armored boar let out a final, wretched squeal. Its massive body slid forward a few meters from inertia, carving a deep trench in the ground. Then it crashed to the earth. Its forelegs twitched a few times and then went still as a large amount of fresh blood gushed out, staining the ground red beneath it. Su Yu held his swinging posture, panting heavily. Although his body was exhausted, his spirit was more exhilarated than ever. He looked at the giant beast at his feet, then back at his own left hand. That feeling of plunder just now still had him in a daze. So this is the true primal chaos physique, Su Yu muttered, from struggling to escape at the beginning, to seizing the rhythm and finishing it in an instant. The difference between then and now was simply because he had learned how to use the properties of his primal chaos physique. My applause came from behind. I walked over, looked at the dead boar, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your comprehension is pretty good. That final strike had real force behind it. That was impressive, Dad. This primal chaos physique, it's insane. Su Yu turned around, his eyes shining. Just now, I felt like it wasn't just draining it, but the more force it used, the stronger I got. That's a given. I handed my son a towel. I said meaningfully, but don't celebrate too soon. This was just a stupid E-rank boar. Its speed and power are nothing special. If you encounter a speed type or a long-range beast, as I spoke, my gaze shifted to the restless Gale wolves nearby. Rest for 10 minutes, regulate your chi and blood. I gave him a devilish smile. Next round, 2 Gale wolves. At the same time, Su Yu's heart, which had just settled, leaped back into his throat. Dad, do we have to rush things like this? 2 of them? If you want to survive in this dog-eat-dog world, if you want to protect the people you care about, I pointed to myself, then to the starry sky in the distance. You must never stop getting stronger. Looking at my stern gaze, he tightened his grip on his saber. The initial exhaustion was wiped away. Bring it on. It's just 2 wolves. Suyu wiped the dried blood from his face. His gaze became as sharp as a blade. And so, the training continued. Time passed quietly. For the next week, for Suyu, it was both hell and a crucible for his rebirth. The back mountain area of Cloudtop Manor, once a picturesque garden, was now filled with the stench of blood and death. Every day from dawn till dusk, the roars of wild beasts and the clash of metal never ceased. Suyu's rate of improvement could only be described as monstrous. From fumbling against a single E-rank iron-armored boar at the start, to later killing one with a single slash. From a mid-stage Gale Wolf to now. The sunset was the color of blood, dyeing the clearing on the back mountain crimson. Suyu was bare-chested. His once fair skin now had a healthy bronze tan. His muscles weren't as exaggerated as a bodybuilder's, but every fiber seemed to contain explosive power. His body was covered in scars, big and small. They were medals of his growth, and across from him, a fierce beast with a blazing crimson coat was crouched low, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat. The Crimson Flame Demon Fox. This was a terrifying beast, nearly at the Earth rank. Not only did it possess monstrous speed, but its cunning eyes even held a glimmer of human-like intelligence. Come on! Suyu held the chipped alloy battle saber, his eyes as cold as ice. After a week of hellish training, the scholarly air about him had completely vanished. In its place was a terrifying, sharp, killing intent. The demon fox moved. It didn't charge straight ahead. Instead, its hind legs suddenly pushed off with great force. Its body became a red blur, leaving afterimages in the air. It used the terrain, continuously launching itself off tree trunks and boulders. Its movements were erratic and unpredictable. It was as if 3 foxes were attacking from different angles at once. So fast, Suyu's pupils contracted. This fox's speed was double that of the Gale Wolf from before. A foul wind rushed to his face. A claw, sharp as a dagger, silently appeared at the left side of Suyu's throat. If this were a week ago, Suyu would have already had his throat slit. But now, Suyu didn't even turn his head. The chaotic vortex in his dantian suddenly spun. The flow of the surrounding air, the change in temperature, even the fluctuations of killing intent from the fox, all of it appeared clearly in his mind. His upper body bent backward at an incredibly bizarre angle. The sharp claw grazed the tip of his nose, severing a few strands of hair. In this life-or-death moment, Suyu didn't retreat. Instead, he seized the instant the Crimson Fox had spent its old momentum, before new strength could be generated. Got you! A cold smile touched the corner of Suyu's lips. His bent-back body suddenly sprang up like a coil. His left hand formed a claw. He didn't attack directly, but grabbed at the empty space in front of the Crimson Fox's belly. Vroom! An invisible black hole seemed to appear in the air. The Crimson Fox, which was about to change direction and flee, suddenly felt the ki and blood in its body stagnate, its movements unavoidably slowed by half a beat. It let out a terrified shriek. Too late, Suyu shouted. The long saber in his right hand was already charged and waiting. The surging chi and blood in his body instantly poured into the blade, and a faint, pale, golden aura even appeared on its edge. Void-shattering saber, second form, army breaker. This strike no longer pursued ultimate speed, but ultimate momentum. An army of thousands. I will shatter with a single blow. The blade's light fell like a meteor, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, and came crashing down. The Crimson Fox desperately swung its 2 claws to block, but against the terrifying power of Suyu, enhanced by his primal chaos physique, its resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out. The Crimson Fox's 2 claws were severed directly. Then, the saber's momentum didn't decrease, slashing diagonally down from its shoulder. It pinned the fox directly to the ground. Fresh blood sprayed out, dyeing half of Suyu's body red. The Crimson Fox twitched a few times, the light in its eyes quickly fading. Finally, it became a cold corpse. Suyu held his downward slashing stance, his chest heaving violently. He slowly pulled out the long saber and looked at the corpse on the ground. The satisfaction of conquering a strong enemy made him want to scream. I can even kill a beast that's nearly Earth rank. Clap. On a lounge chair not far away, I set down my teacup and clapped lightly. Not bad. You know how to use the primal chaos physique. The momentum of that army breaker finally reached about 70% of its potential. This week wasn't wasted. My voice was still calm, but I couldn't hide the pride in my eyes. In just 7 short days, he went from a student who only knew how to learn by rote to a warrior who could fight above his level and slay cunning beasts. This talent is truly terrifying, as expected of the one who inherited his mother's talent. However, just as I was about to get up and give my son a towel, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in my mind like a heavenly chorus. Ding! It has been detected that descendant Su Yu has undergone dozens of life and death battles within a week. His combat skills have greatly increased. He has reached the proficient level. The system has determined the descendant's skills have improved. The host has received a critical feedback reward. Congratulations, host. Your combat skill realm has broken through. Reaching the master level, I felt as if a bolt of lightning flashed through the chaos in my mind. An indescribable warmth rose from my dantian, instantly spreading through my limbs. But this warmth didn't strengthen my physical body. Instead, my perception and control of the world changed. The space that was once just air in my eyes now resolved into countless subtle streams of energy. The trajectory of a falling leaf was like a slow-motion film in my eyes. I could even predict the exact spot on the ground where that leaf would land in a few seconds. My muscle interactions, from every single fiber to the flow of energy in every cell of my body, now everything is completely under my control. Microcontrol. This is a realm that countless martial artists could never reach in their entire lives. The so-called microcontrol means that the mastery of power has reached a microscopic level. One part of strength can be used as 10. Before the enemy even moves, I already know. Passing through a myriad of flowers, without a single leaf touching me, I unconsciously reached out my hand. My 2 fingers gently caught a speck of dust floating in the air. Is this microcontrol? A flash of surprise crossed my eyes. If the old me, despite having the strength of the martial king realm, was like a child wielding a massive hammer, only able to use brute force to smash people, then the current me is a surgeon holding a scalpel, capable of precisely dissecting any opponent. Dad, what's wrong? Su Yu wiped a streak of blood from his face. Noticing me standing there in a daze, my fingers still holding a strange posture, he couldn't help but ask curiously. I snapped back to reality, gently flicking the speck of dust off my fingertips. It's nothing. I clasped my hands behind my back, looking at my son, who was brimming with killing intent, and smiled. I just see that you're improving so fast. As your father, I'm very pleased. Looks like I need to work harder too, otherwise I won't be able to keep this little monster in check later on. Dad, stop being so modest. The stronger I get, the more I realize just how massive the gap is between us. Su Yu scratched his head. Even though he might be incredibly strong now, standing before me, he still felt like he was facing an insurmountable mountain. All right, stop flattering me. I tossed him a bottle of recovery potion. Drink up. Meanwhile, in the city center of the Kanglan base, the city lord's mansion. The usually majestic and solemn city lord's office was now filled with a suffocatingly low pressure as the highest authority of Kanglan City, Great Grandmaster Pan Hong, currently looked like an elementary school student who had made a mistake, trembling as he stood beside the desk, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. And on the genuine leather chair that symbolized his power, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a classic white robe. The man had a handsome face and slender fingers, slowly toying with Pan Hong's favorite jade paperweight. He was the special envoy from the Jiangnan main city, Liu Yun. Peak Martial King, Realm. Lord Envoy. That is exactly what happened. Pan Hong swallowed hard, his voice hoarse, as he recounted the events at First High School that day in detail, including how Su Wu arrived by walking on air, how he crushed Wang Hink, how he crushed Vice Commander Wang Meng to death, and how he himself had to swallow his pride and pay compensation. He didn't dare hide a single word, much less exaggerate, because he knew that the special envoy from Jiangnan main city, sitting before him, could crush him even easier than Su Wu could. Hearing Pan Hong's report, Liu Yun's hand stopped moving. Crack! That precious jade paperweight shattered into fine powder in his hand without any warning, slipping through his fingers. Pan Hong's heart skipped a beat. A martial king. Liu Yun looked up, his narrow eyes flashing with an intrigued light, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Quite interesting to think this desolate little base is hiding a hidden dragon. Su Wu, the genius grandmaster who was crippled 20 years ago? It seems he stumbled upon some incredible fortune. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but he also found a blessing in disguise and broke through to the martial king realm, Liu Yun said softly, yet his words carried a chilling killing intent. Lord Envoy, Pan Hong carefully probed, that Su Wu is indeed a bit bizarre. Moreover, he's extremely protective of his own. The Wang family this time truly kicked an iron plate. What do you think? Should we just let this go? Liu Yun shot Pan Hong a glance. That look made Pan Hong feel like he had been plunged into an ice cellar. City Lord Pan, have you been in this tiny place for so long that your brain has rusted? Liu Yun stood up, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at this city of steel, his tone as cold as ice. Wang Heng and Wang Meng, those two pieces of trash are dead, and that's that. The Wang family's main branch has plenty of such garbage from the side branches. Even if 10,000 of them died, it wouldn't be a pity. However, Liu Yun's tone shifted, and a terrifying pressure instantly filled the room, pressing down so hard that Pan Hong's knees went weak, almost forcing him to his knees. Before you beat a dog, you must look at its master. It's one thing for Su Wu to kill them, but he shouldn't have humiliated the Wang family in public. He shouldn't have trampled on the Wang family's dignity. If the Jiangnan Wang family's reputation is trampled by some country bumpkin martial king and we do nothing, then how can the Wang family continue to rule over the billions of citizens in Jiangnan? Liu Yun turned back to look at Pan Hong, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Although the Wang family's patriarch is still in secluded cultivation, he has already given his word. The Kanglan base does not need a martial king, especially a disobedient one. Hearing this, Pan Hong was horrified. This meant a fight to the death? Then, when does the envoy plan to make a move? Pan Hong asked tremblingly. No rush. At this moment, in the Yunting manner. Su Yu was shirtless, sweat trailing down his well-defined muscles. His entire body was enveloped in a faint gray air flow. It was the phenomenon of his blood qi circulating to its absolute limit. With every breath, the spiritual energy floating in the air rushed toward him like moths to a flame, pouring into his body, nourishing his meridians. A day of intense combat training had left him covered in injuries, but it also helped him touch the threshold of the late-stage blood qi realm. On the second-floor balcony, I stood with my hands clasped behind my back, my gaze piercing through the tempered glass, quietly watching my son downstairs. This kid is even more reckless than his old man used to be. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. As I thought about it, the blue system panel that only I could see rippled like water and appeared before my eyes. Host, Su Wu. Bound descendant, Su Yu. Descendant's realm, late-stage blood qi realm. Host's realm, late-stage martial king realm. Cultivation method, Hunyuan 1, qi art perfected. Evolved from qi breaking fist, martial skills. Fierce bull fist perfected, generated fist intent. Wild saber perfected, generated saber intent. Gale steps great mastery. Combat skill, micro control level. Looking at these luxurious stats, my eyes flickered slightly. Late stage martial king. I clenched my fist, feeling the power surging like a vast ocean within my body. In just 1 week, along with Su Yu's insane progress, my realm had also skyrocketed like a rocket, shooting up from the early stage martial king to the late stage. This level of strength, if placed in a small base like Kanglan, would undoubtedly be considered godlike, but it's still not enough. My gaze shifted towards the north, where a vaster starry sky awaited, and where my true enemies might reside. There are less than 3 months left until the martial arts exam. According to the conventions of previous years, the exam won't just feature geniuses from the major bases, but might even have seeded candidates dropping in from above. It's not impossible for monstrous candidates at the Grandmaster realm to appear. Although Yor has the chaos physique, he started too late. If he wants to sweep the entire country and claim the title of top scholar in 3 months, relying solely on bitter training won't be enough. The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. The chaos physique is a gold-swallowing monster. It requires a massive amount of resources to feed. Thinking of this, a flash of determination crossed my eyes. The B-grade potions from before have already been completely consumed by Su Yu. I need to restock on new fuel. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, awakening the city of steel. Su Yu had already left for school. Early on. Before leaving, he even wolfed down 3 bowls of mutant meat porridge. Watching my son's energetic back, I tidied up a bit, changed into an inconspicuous gray tracksuit and headed out. If District F is the slums and District A is the backyard of the rich and powerful, then District B is the economic heart of the entire base. Here, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. High-rise buildings stand close together. Massive, holographic advertisements intertwine in the air, displaying various alloy combat sabers, genetic potions, and the latest models of protective combat suits. Vehicles shuttle back and forth on the streets. Most pedestrians are dressed lavishly, and even the roadside patrol teams have equipment that is more than a notch above those in District F. With my hands in my pockets, I strolled leisurely down the bustling street. My simple gray tracksuit, amidst this crowd of people in fine clothes, looked a bit out of place, but I didn't care at all. At my realm, worldly possessions are nothing but fleeting clouds. Even if I wore a potato sack, I would still be a martial king. Jinbao Pavilion. I stopped in my tracks, looking up at the magnificent, antique-style building before me. It was a vermilion-colored pavilion, 4 stories high, with sweeping eaves and exquisite carvings. In front of the doors stood 2 stone lions carved from black gold rock, looking incredibly majestic. On the massive signboard, the 3 large, gold-plated words, Zhenbao Pavilion, were written in a flamboyant dragon and phoenix calligraphy style, exuding an aura of wealth and power. Zhenbao Pavilion, one of the largest chain brands in the Great Xia Federation. Rumor has it that the faction behind it spans across the entire human federation and even has branches in outer space. It's said that here, as long as you have the money, you can even buy the eggs of extraterrestrial ferocious beasts. This is the place, I nodded. I came here today to stock up. Only a massive store like this can satisfy the appetite of the chaos physique. Stepping over the high threshold, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted over, instantly isolating the noise from the outside. The spacious and brightly lit first-floor hall displayed hundreds of crystal glass cabinets showcasing various basic elixirs and mortal-grade weapons. At this moment, the hall was packed with people. Most of them were low-level martial artists haggling over prices. I swept my gaze across and shook my head. These things might be treasures to ordinary people, but for the current Suyu, they had too many impurities, and their effectiveness was too low. Let's go upstairs and take a look. I walked straight to the red wooden staircase leading to the second floor. I remember that high-grade potions and rare materials are usually in the VIP area from the 3rd floor upwards. The second floor was much quieter, selling graded weapons and C-grade potions. A few staff members in light blue robes were standing behind the counters, chatting softly. Seeing me come up, they just glanced at me. Seeing my ordinary attire, no one came forward to greet me. I didn't mind and walked straight to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Just as my foot stepped onto the stairs, "Stop right there!" a shrill, somewhat harsh female voice suddenly rang out. My footsteps halted. Turning my head to look, I saw a heavily made-up female staff member in a tight uniform walking briskly towards me. She looked me up and down, her gaze lingering for a couple of seconds on my slightly worn-out sneakers. The disdain in her eyes was completely unconcealed. "Hey, mister!" The female staff member crossed her arms over her chest, blocking the stairway, her chin tilted up slightly. "Did you go to the wrong place? That's the 3rd floor up there." "I know it's the 3rd floor." My expression remained calm. "I want to buy some things." "Buy things?" The female staff member acted as if she had just heard a hilarious joke. She sneered. "Do you even know what's sold on the 3rd floor? Those are resources meant for noble, wealthy martial artists. Any random elixir up there costs tens of thousands of Federation credits." Saying that, she pointed a finger, almost poking my nose. "Furthermore, can't you clearly see the sign next to you? The 3rd floor is a VIP area. Non-members are not allowed to enter. Do you have a membership card?" "Membership?" I frowned slightly. In my youth, I visited Zhenbao Pavilion quite a few times. Although that was 20 years ago, I had never heard of this rule. Since when did Zhenbao Pavilion have this rule? The laws of the Great Xia Federation state that commercial guilds open for business cannot set up unreasonable barriers. When I came here before, I never heard anything about needing a membership, I said coldly. "Before? That's ancient history." The female staff member rolled her eyes, her tone becoming even more caustic. "You country bumpkin, our Kanglin branch, since changing to a new manager half a year ago, has established this rule. If you want to go up to the 3rd floor, you first need to deposit 500,000 to become a member. Look at your dirt-poor appearance. Even if we sold you, you wouldn't be worth 500,000. Hurry up and get lost. Don't block the way for the other VIP guests. If you dirty this place, can you afford to pay for it?" the female staff member said as she waved her hand in disgust, as if shooing away a fly. A few customers on the 2nd floor were also attracted by the commotion. Their gazes gathered over. Who is this guy, dressed like that, and he dares to barge onto the third floor? Probably just some poor bastard wanting to go up and have a look. Heh. The new manager of Zhenbao Pavilion is famous for only recognizing money, not people. This guy is in for some trouble. Hearing the chatter around me, my originally calm eyes gradually turned cold. I didn't want to cause trouble, but I hate being bitten by dogs even more. A rule set by the new manager, huh? The corners of my mouth curled into an icy smile. How very arrogant. Shut up, you old geezer. You dare to criticize our manager? Seeing that not only did I not get lost, but I even dared to talk back, she instantly flew into a rage. Usually relying on the backing of Zhenbao Pavilion, she didn't even put some minor squad captains in her eyes. How could she tolerate the insolence of a poor bastard? Security? Where the hell is security? Throw this troublemaker out for me! The female staff member screamed, even reaching out her hand to push me. However, just as her hand was about to touch my shoulder, smack, a crisp slap rang out, plunging the entire second floor into a dead silence. The female staff member's whole body was like it had been hit by a speeding truck. She flew straight into the air, spun 3 times, and crashed heavily into a display cabinet 5 meters away. The glass shattered into pieces. The female staff member lay on the ground, one side of her face instantly swelling up like a steamed bun as she spat out 2 bloody teeth. She was completely dazed from the slap. "You dare hit me?" She clutched her face, letting out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. "Murder someone is causing trouble in Zhenbao Pavilion." I stood in place, slowly retracting my hand. I took a handkerchief from my pocket and wiped my palm, my expression as indifferent as if I had just swatted a mosquito. Who dares to cause trouble in Zhenbao Pavilion? In less than half a minute, an angry and urgent roar came from upstairs. Right after, a series of heavy footsteps echoed out. 7 or 8 burly men in black suits rushed down, led by a middle-aged man in a long, brocade robe, sporting a pencil mustache. This man was the manager of Zhenbao Pavilion's Kanglan branch, Zhao Dekai. Zhao Dekai's face was gloomy, the fury in his eyes practically spewing out. He had been operating in the Kanglan base for over half a year, having connections in both the underworld and the authorities. This was the first time someone dared to strike a person on his turf. "Manager, it's him!" The beaten female staff member, seeing her backer arrive, immediately began wailing miserably. Pointing at me, she screamed, "This poor bastard doesn't have a membership," but insisted on barging onto the 3rd floor. I tried to stop him, and not only did he curse our Zhenbao Pavilion as a black market, but he even dared to hit me. "You have to stand up for me." Zhao Dekai looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see a middle-aged man in a gray tracksuit, looking very ordinary, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression perfectly calm. "Good. Very good," Zhao Dekai laughed out of sheer anger, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "In the Kanglan base, no one has ever dared to touch my Zhao Dekai's people, old man. I don't care who you are. If you don't leave an arm behind today, don't even think about walking out that door. Get him, cripple him." Zhao Dekai waved his hand. The 7 or 8 security guards behind him immediately grinned fiercely and surrounded me. These guards were all experts at the grand perfection of the Blood Key realm. The leader was even a retired mercenary who had just broken through to the Khanate realm. You're dead meat. In your next life, keep your eyes wide open. The leading guard raised the iron baton in his hand, smashing it viciously toward my head. However, I didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. An invisible yet terrifying aura suddenly erupted with me at the center, without any movement, without any martial technique, just the sheer release of my aura. Those 7 or 8 ferocious guards were as if struck by a massive, invisible hand. In an instant, they flew backward at a speed even faster than when they charged. They slammed hard into the walls, into the pillars, spewing fresh blood. One by one, they collapsed limply onto the ground, unable to even let out a scream of pain, passing out instantly. "What?" Zhao Dekai, who was getting ready to watch a good show, had the sinister smile on his face instantly freeze. He stared at the scene in disbelief, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably, sending 7 or 8 experts flying in the blink of an eye. What kind of strength is this? A great grandmaster? No, even great grandmaster Pan Hong, City Lord, couldn't have done it so effortlessly. There wasn't even a ripple of blood. Key. How is this possible? Zhao Dekai began to tremble. His previous arrogance was instantly halved. I slowly raised my head, my purple gold eyes coldly locking onto Zhao Dekai. The next moment, My figure vanished from the spot. When I reappeared, I was already standing right in front of Zhao Dekai. Our noses were practically touching, less than 3 inches apart. Zhao Dekai's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He didn't even see how I moved. "You just said you wanted to cripple one of my arms?" My voice was very light, but it sounded like the whispers of a demon. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, my feet slowly left the ground, hovering a foot in the air. Standing perfectly still, the surrounding gravity seemed to lose its effect beneath my feet. An absolute oppressive aura, stemming from a higher level of existence, crashed down on Zhao Dekai like a landslide. Walking on air, Zhao Dekai let out a shriek, scared out of his wits. Although he was just a merchant, he had traveled far and wide. He was well informed. He knew exactly what this meant, to break free from the Earth's gravity and hover in mid-air. This is a martial king. Zhao Dekai's knees gave out, and he crashed heavily to the floor. His kneecaps shattered, but he didn't feel the pain at all. There was only endless terror. Oh my God, he had just threatened to cripple the arm of a martial king. How was that any different from courting death? "My lord, spare my life. Spare me!" Zhao Dekai kowtowed frantically, making loud thudding sounds against the floor. Blood streamed down his face. This lowly one had eyes but failed to see Maat Tai. I deserved to die. I was blinded by greed. As for the female staff member who was so arrogant and domineering just moments ago, she was now so terrified her eyes rolled back. She fainted on the spot. I hovered in the air, looking down from above at this trembling ant. "This membership system, did you make it up?" No. Zhao Dekai was so scared he was babbling. I made it up on my own. I thought Konglan base was remote. The sky is high, and the Emperor is far away. I just wanted to make some extra money, my lord. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll abolish it immediately. Abolish it right now. I reached out a hand. Like picking up a little chick, I grabbed Zhao Dekai from a distance and lifted him up. Zhao Dekai struggled wildly. His face turned as red as a boiled rooster. The suffocation made him feel the call of the Grim Reaper. "You're trying to scam money out of me?" I looked at him coldly. "If I still had the temper of my youth, you'd already be a corpse. But today, I came here to buy things for my son. I don't want to see blood. It's bad luck." I casually flicked my wrist, tossing Zhao Dekai into the corner like a piece of trash. "You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment." I landed on the ground, dusted off my hands, and said calmly, "Today, I want to spend money at your treasure pavilion. Figure it out yourself." Zhao Dekai had narrowly escaped death, panting heavily. Hearing this, how could he dare to hesitate for even half a second? He scrambled and crawled over to my feet, fawning like a pug. "My lord, your presence in my humble shop is a blessing from the ancestors of the treasure pavilion. What do you mean, spend money?" "Whatever you like. Please, take it freely. Everything is free. Absolutely free." "Free?" I raised an eyebrow. "You said it yourself." "I'm not forcing you." Not forcing at all. Absolutely not forcing. This is just a token of my respect." Zhao Dekai shook his head like a rattledrum, terrified that if this martial king was displeased, he would be smashed into meat paste. "All right then, since you're so sincere," the corners of my mouth curled into a kind smile. "Lead the way to the 3rd floor. Bring out all your blood key potions and your best body-forging pills and whatever natural treasures you have. Bring them all over." A few minutes later, on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion, the shelves were now completely bare, licked cleaner than a dog's bowl, completely empty. Until Zhao Dekai looked at the empty inventory. His heart was bleeding, but he still had to force a smile on his face. "My lord, this is our entire store's inventory. 3 vials of B-grade dragon blood, grass extract, and 10 bottles of purple gold body-forging pills. All of these combined are worth over 200 million Federation credits. That's 3 years of profit for this branch, but compared to his own life, what was this little bit of money?" I looked at the small mountain of resources piled up in front of me and nodded in satisfaction. These things are enough to feed that Bratsu Yu's chaos body for a while. Not bad. I was just about to find a bag to carry them when suddenly my eyes landed on the antique ring on Zhao Dekai's left index finger. My eyes lit up. Spatial rings in this world, storage equipment did exist, but because spatial crystals were extremely rare, the prices were astronomical, and even with money, you couldn't just buy one. Even a spatial ring with just 1 cubic meter of space could be traded for a large villa in the city. I didn't expect this petty manager to be hiding such a good item. Feeling my wolf-like gaze, Zhao Dekai stiffened all over and immediately hid his hand behind his back. I see your ring is quite unique," I said with a smirk. Zhao Dekai wanted to cry. This was something he had spent half his life savings and pulled countless strings to buy from the black market to protect his life. But did he dare refuse? Looking at my half-smile, Zhao Dekai gritted his teeth and swallowed his tears. He tremblingly took off the ring and offered it with both hands. "My lord, if you like it, please accept this ring as a token of my respect as well." I didn't stand on ceremony and took the ring. Sweeping my divine sense over it, I found that although the space inside wasn't large, only about 1 cubic meter, it was enough to hold these potions and pills. Consider yourself smart. I swept all the supplies on the floor into the ring, then slipped it onto my finger. I was in a great mood. All right. About today, I don't want a third person knowing my identity. I patted Zhao Dekai's greasy face, leaving him with a warning. "I understand my lord is just an ordinary customer passing by." Zhao Dekai nodded desperately. I turned around and strode out of the treasure pavilion. Outside, the sunlight shone on me. I rubbed the spatial ring on my finger. Thinking of my gold-swallowing son, waiting to be fed at home, I felt like I was truly an outstanding father. Meanwhile, behind me, the treasure pavilion was a complete mess. Zhao Dekai slumped on the floor, looking at his looted store. He wanted to cry, but had no tears left. He could only viciously kick the unconscious female staff member. "You wasteful bitch! You almost got me killed!" The midday sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Yunting villa, illuminating the warm living room. Su Yu had just pushed the door open and entered the house when he was frozen in place by the sight before him. On the table, there was a pile of exquisite gift boxes made of golden thread, nanmu, jade, and even low-temperature alloys, piled up into a small mountain, and behind that mountain of treasures, I was sitting cross-legged, sunk deep into the leather sofa, my hand casually playing with the silver ring I took from the treasure pavilion's manager, my eyes exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Seeing my son return, I casually tossed a sealed, red sandalwood box, tracing a perfect parabola in the air. It flew straight toward the door. "Dad, what is this?" Su Yu clumsily caught the box, looking bewildered. "Open it and see," I said in a calm tone. "Weren't you complaining a few days ago during your special training in the back mountain that your blood key recovery was too slow? Today, I went out for a walk and casually picked up some supplements for you. It should last you a while." Su Yu gulped. He tremblingly opened the wooden box. A medicinal fragrance so rich it was almost tangible wafted out. Just taking one breath, Su Yu felt the exhausted blood key in his body instantly become active again. He saw inside the box quietly lay 3 vials radiating a golden blood light. Printed clearly on them was the anti-counterfeit logo of the treasure pavilion. B-grade dragon blood grass extract. Su Yu gasped. His hands shook, almost dropping the box. This B-grade potion, just 1 vial, cost tens of millions of Federation credits. How was this just some supplements? "Dad, how much did this cost?" Su Yu's voice trembled. "Even though our family has some money now, we can't just squander it like this." I glanced at my son, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. I said calmly, "Money? Talking about money ruins the mood. I didn't spend a single cent today." "Didn't spend a cent?" Su Yu's eyes widened. His face clearly said, "Are you kidding me, Dad? Who would be so generous to just give us hundreds of millions?" "I met a very enthusiastic treasure pavilion manager," I said with a straight face. He said he was amazed by my extraordinary bearing. He insisted on giving me these things to make friends. It was hard to refuse such hospitality, so I reluctantly accepted. Su Yu was speechless. Even though he knew his dad was talking nonsense, looking at those genuine, top-tier resources, the emotion welling up in his heart couldn't be faked. He knew his father was doing everything possible to lay the foundation for his martial arts path. "All right, don't just stand there spacing out." I stood up and patted my son's shoulder. My gaze turned serious. "There are less than 3 months left until the martial arts exam. Now that you have enough resources, don't hold back on my account." "Yes, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Su Yu hugged the box tightly, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. Over the next few days, the underground training room of Yunting Villa became Su Yu's secluded cultivation spot. With the chaos body acting like a cheat code, Su Yu didn't have to worry at all about his body being too weak to absorb the energy. Unlike ordinary martial artists, B-grade dragon blood grass, swallowing purple-gold body-forging pills, absorbing high-intensity energy, massive amounts of resources were thrown in. Combined with the essence of the void-breaking saber and the ultimate realm of the 6-fold bullhorse fist that I personally guided him on, Su Yu's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. Day 5. Peak of the late-stage Blood Qi realm. Day 7. A low boom echoed from the basement. Su Yu's entire body surged with blood. Ka, forming a lifelike crimson armor around his body. Blood. Kai. Realm. Great perfection. This wasn't just an advancement, it was a qualitative leap. Su Yu right now, just in terms of total blood Qi, had even surpassed newly advanced Xiantian realm martial artists. Morning. Another new morning. Su Yu headed to school in high spirits. As for me, I sat on the second-floor balcony drinking tea as usual. But today, the teacup in my hand never reached my lips. Something's wrong. I furrowed my brows. As a martial king powerhouse, I was extremely sensitive to danger. Since this morning, my eyelids had been twitching non-stop. A dark cloud of unease lingered in my heart, refusing to dissipate. Right at that moment, a somewhat wretched figure stumbled into the grounds of Yunting Villa. My eyes narrowed. Before the person even hit the ground, I had already appeared in front of him. Pan Hong. The newcomer was none other than the city lord of Kanglan Base, Grandmaster Pan Hong. Except Pan Hong right now had none of the dignity of a city lord. His hair was a mess. His face was deathly pale. The tang suit he wore was drenched in cold sweat. "Senior, hurry and save your son." Pan Hong grabbed my arm, gasping for breath, and screamed hoarsely, "Special Envoy Liu Yun from Jiangnan! That bastard!" He went to intercept and kill Su Yu. Hearing the words, "intercept and kill Su Yu," my usually calm eyes instantly turned blood red. A terrifying killing intent that could change the color of the sky and earth instantly erupted from my body. Liu Yun. I gritted my teeth, spitting out the name. Without another word, my entire body transformed into a streak of purple-gold light, instantly vanishing into the horizon. That speed, the sonic boom it created, shattered all the glass in the villa. Looking in the direction I left, Pan Hong slumped onto the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear and conflict. "It's over this time. It's all over." As a city lord, he should have cooperated with the special envoy. But he was also human. He knew exactly how terrifying Su Ya was, and that idiot Liu Yun chose to attack a child over a personal grudge from 20 years ago. Meanwhile, outside Kanglan First High School, on a quiet, tree-lined path, Su Yu stopped in his tracks. The usually bustling route to school was now eerily quiet. Even the chirping of birds and insects had vanished. "Since you're here, come out!" Su Yu took a deep breath. His hand slowly reached for the alloy combat saber on his back. Quite sharp senses, as expected of that man's son. A cold voice suddenly rang out. From the shadows of the trees ahead, a middle-aged man wearing a white traditional robe with an effeminate face slowly stepped out. Liu Yun. He looked at Su Yu like he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His eyes held both cruelty and a twisted, perverted excitement. "Who are you?" Su Yu's entire body tensed up. His sixth sense was screaming warnings, telling him that the man in front of him was extremely dangerous. "Who I am isn't important." Liu Yun flicked his fingernails and said indifferently, "What's important is, your father is Su Ya, and I despise anyone named Su. 20 years ago, at the genius battle in Jiangnan main city, your father, Su Ya, was also at this age, just as spirited." Liu Yun's face revealed a ferocious look of reminiscence. Su Yu was shocked inwardly. So it was his father's old enemy. The father's debt the son pays. Liu Yun stepped closer, the aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding leaves to turn yellow and fall. "Today, I will destroy his hope first. I want him to taste the pain of losing his closest kin." Liu Yun raised his hand. A terrifying, oppressive aura belonging to a peak martial king was about to erupt, but he suddenly stopped. Looking at Su Yu's face, which looked exactly like Su Ya's in his youth, the twisted feeling in his heart made him change his mind. Beating him to death directly was too easy. He wanted to prove he was stronger than Su Ya, even if he was facing Su Ya's son. "To kill you, I won't even need my martial king strength." Liu Yun sneered, and the aura on his body began to drop rapidly. Grandmaster, Xiantian, Blood Qi Realm. Finally, his realm stabilized and stopped at Blood Qi Realm Great Perfection. Back then, Su Ya used Blood Qi Realm Great Perfection to defeat me. Today, I will use the exact same realm to crush you, you little bastard. I want to prove that I, Liu Yun, am invincible at the same level. A crazed light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He drew a soft sword from his waist. The blade flickered like a venomous snake's tongue. "Kid, draw your saber. I'll let you die knowing why." Feeling the change in his opponent's aura, Su Yu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Immediately after, an unprecedented battle intent erupted in his eyes. A same-level fight? Su Yu gripped the combat saber in his hand tightly. The primal chaos vortex in his body began to spin wildly, letting out a silent roar. "If it were a martial king, I would definitely die. But if it's at the same level, I still have a chance." The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Even the sound of the wind stopped under this terrifying killing intent. Liu Yun moved. Although he had suppressed his realm to Blood Key Realm, great perfection, he was still a peak martial king who had honed his skills for years. His movements were as natural as breathing. Without a hint of hesitation, the soft sword in his hand was like a spirit snake choosing its prey to bite. It drew a bizarre and treacherous arc in the air, thrusting straight at my throat. This was the combat awareness of a martial king. Su Yu's eyes turned sharp and cold. The hairs on his entire body stood on end, his senses heightened. Everything around him seemed to slow down in his mind. But even so, Liu Yun's sword was still terrifyingly fast. Su Yu shifted slightly. His body dodged to the side like a phantom, almost brushing against the cold blade, narrowly avoiding this fatal strike. The sword he tore through the collar of his school uniform, leaving a shallow, bloody scratch. At the same time he dodged, Su Yu didn't retreat a single step. The alloy combat saber in his hand swept horizontally with the momentum, carrying the full power of the Blood Key Realm great perfection, slashing toward Liu Yun's waist. The corner of Liu Yun's mouth curled into a cold, disdainful sneer. His body seemed boneless. With just a slight twist at an angle that defied physics, he easily evaded this powerful slash. Immediately after, he flicked his wrist. The soft sword instantly transformed into a sky full of sword shadows, pouring down like a rainstorm, every strike enveloping Su Yu's vital points. The dense sound of clashing metal echoed through the woods. Sparks flew everywhere. Su Yu's expression was extremely grave. He could only defend passively. Although his combat saber was powerful against Liu Yun's flowing sword techniques, it appeared incredibly clumsy. "I can't keep up. Is this the foundation of a martial king?" Su Yu's arms were numb from the impact. The webbing between his thumbs and forefingers had split open. Fresh blood flowed down the hilt of his saber. Even with equal strength, or even with the chaos body, Su Yu's vitality was tenacious, but in terms of skill, he was completely outmatched. Liu Yun was like a cat toying with a mouse. None of his strikes were fatal, but each one left a wound on Su Yu that cut deep to the bone. In just a few exchanges, Su Yu was covered in blood. "What's wrong? Can't take it anymore?" Liu Yun taunted, swinging his sword. A cruel, mocking laugh escaped his lips. "Looks like you're not as tough as I thought." But he was celebrating too soon. Su Yu took a deep breath. He was no longer just defending, he was waiting for the perfect moment when his opponent would let his guard down. The chaos body within him churned wildly. The intense pain from his wounds only made him more clear-headed. Finally, the long saber in Su Yu's hand was sent flying. It spun through the air in a wide arc. A triumphant glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. His sword struck like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Su Yu's throat. "It's over, you little bastard." However, in that split second, Su Yu's eyes, which had been filled with panic, suddenly shot out a golden light. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, right into the fatal strike. He deliberately took the blow with his left shoulder. The sword pierced through Su Yu's shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. But Su Yu didn't even flinch. He clamped down on the blade with his muscles. His right hand shot out like an iron pincer. In one smooth motion, he seized Liu Yun's sword-wielding wrist. "Gotcha!" Su Yu grinned. His blood-stained white teeth were bared in a smile that made even a martial king like Liu Yun's heart pound with fear. A terrifying suction force erupted from Su Yu's palm. "What?" Liu Yun's face changed drastically. He felt the blood energy in his body surging uncontrollably towards Su Yu. It was like a water balloon that had just been punctured. "Let go of me!" Su Yu absorbed his opponent's blood energy. His depleted strength instantly surged. Demon Bull Fist, Mountain Shaker. He let out a low growl. His right fist didn't pull back. Instead, it pressed directly against Liu Yun's chest. An explosive force erupted. This punch carried all of Su Yu's fury. It carried the power he had plundered with his chaos body, like an ancient demon bull ramming into a divine mountain. A dull thud, so heavy it made one's teeth ache, echoed out. Liu Yun felt as if his chest had been struck by a sledgehammer. A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas sent him flying off the ground. Like a kite with a broken string, he was thrown back over 10 meters. He slammed into a massive tree. The trunk, which would take 2 people to encircle, snapped in half. Crack! Dust and dirt filled the air. Su Yu pulled the sword out of his shoulder. He casually tossed it to the ground. He was panting heavily, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. Even a martial king, when suppressing his realm, can still get his ass kicked. Hey! Ha! Amidst the wreckage, Liu Yun staggered to his feet. His once pristine white robes were now caked with mud and fresh blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Su Yu, who stood not far away. The disdain in his eyes had completely vanished. In its place was an extreme rage and madness, as if he'd been bitten by some vile insect. Impressive. If I were really only at the Blood Key realm, I might have actually died at your hands today. Liu Yun's voice became hoarse and venomous. I can't believe that piece of trash Su Wu gave birth to a monster like you. That ability to absorb blood energy, that's a demonic art, isn't it? Su Yu's heart sank. He could feel it. Although his last punch had broken his opponent's ribs, it wasn't a fatal wound. A martial king's body has been tempered 1,000 times over. Even with his realm suppressed, its durability far surpassed that of an ordinary person. But the game is over. Liu Yun slowly straightened up. The red glow in his eyes grew brighter. I admit you're a prodigy, but prodigies are often the first to die. Before he even finished speaking, the aura around Liu Yun suddenly turned violent. Although he didn't lift the suppression on his realm, he had activated a martial king-level explosive secret art. In that instant, his speed doubled. Su Yu couldn't even see his movements clearly. All he saw was a blur. An incredibly sharp gust of wind was already upon him. Die! A dagger had appeared in Liu Yun's hand at some point. It was stabbing toward his heart. Too fast. There's no time to dodge. Am I really going to die here? The shadow of death loomed over him, and a sense of unwillingness surged in Su Yu's heart. No, I can't die. Dad is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. I still have to go to the stars and bring Mom back. My path of martial arts has only just begun. Break. Under the ultimate pressure of life and death, Su Yu let out a soul-shaking roar. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of blood essence sprayed out. The chaos vortex inside his body seemed to sense its master's will. It began to spin madly. It even emitted a tangible roar, the blood energy lingering in the air around him. The residual energy he had absorbed from Liu Yun earlier was forcibly compressed in that instant and ignited. A shackle inside Su Yu's body seemed to shatter. A surge of blood energy erupted from deep within his dantian. External key release. Scientian realm. A faint red shockwave erupted from Su Yu. It actually managed to block Liu Yun's dagger for a split second. Host has achieved a mid-battle breakthrough. Advanced to the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. Host's realm is synchronizing. Congratulations, Host. You have broken through the limits of the human body. Advanced to the martial artist realm. Although Su Yu's mid-battle breakthrough to the Xiantian realm had blocked the fatal blow, Liu Yun was, after all, a peak martial king. Though the dagger was held back by the shockwave, it still slowly pushed forward into Su Yu's chest. A Xiantian, you damn bastard. All the more reason I can't let you live. The killing intent in Liu Yun's eyes exploded. The blood energy in his body surged. Die for me. However, just as the tip of the dagger broke Su Yu's skin, a roar filled with endless majesty and fury, insolent, suddenly echoed inside Liu Yun's mind. This sound wasn't heard with the ears. It was a direct assault on his soul. Liu Yun's mind went blank. It felt as if he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. The dagger in his hand was a mere inch from Su Yu's heart, but he couldn't push it any further, because the very space around him had frozen. An invisible power as vast and boundless as the ocean instantly enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. Before this power, even as a peak martial king, he was as weak as an insect. Spiritual power. Liu Yun was utterly terrified. He struggled to turn his eyes. He saw a familiar figure stepping through the void, high in the sky. Not flying. It was spatial movement. 1 second, he was on the horizon. The next, he appeared right in front of Su Yu. It was me. There were no fluctuations of blood energy coming from my body, but as I stood there, the very space around me seemed to warp and twist. You dare touch my son! I reached out one hand. I gently grasped Liu Yun's wrist, the one holding the dagger. The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. I had crushed Liu Yun's wrist to powder. The dagger clattered to the ground. Ah! His scream was cut short. because my other hand was already on the crown of his head. Suwu, Liu Yun, it's been 20 years. You're still as disgusting as ever. I looked at my old enemy, his face a mask of horror. My voice was ice cold, devoid of any warmth. I was originally going to let you live a few more days, let you witness my son's true potential. But you just had to cross the line, again and again. Since that's the case, then go repent in hell. At this moment, Liu Yun had nothing but endless despair and disbelief in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying power restraining him. That wasn't the aura of a martial king. That was tangible spiritual power. A martial emperor? How is that possible? How could Su Wu be a martial emperor? Liu Yun screamed in his mind. The martial emperor realm. That was an existence that had truly reached the pinnacle of humanity. Their spiritual power was one with the world a single thought could kill. Just a few days ago, Su Wu was clearly only a martial king. How could he have crossed that chasm so directly? But he would never get an answer. My palm squeezed lightly. In your next life, be more careful. Like crushing a piece of tofu, the arrogant special envoy from the great Jiangnan base, peak martial king Liu Yun, couldn't even utter his last words. His entire skull exploded under my palm. A hero of his generation died just like that. A death without a shred of dignity. A clean, simple death. I casually flicked my hand, which wasn't even dirty. When I turned around, the death god-like expression on my face instantly vanished. I looked at Su Yu, covered in blood, staggering and about to fall. The coldness in my eyes immediately melted into endless tenderness and heartache. Are you all right? I reached out and a stream of incredibly pure, martial emperor-level blood energy flowed into Su Yu's body. It instantly staunched his wounds and healed his damaged meridians. Su Yu felt a warm current flowing through his body. He looked at his father, who had just killed a man in a fit of rage for his sake. His eyes grew hot. Dad, I'm okay, you silly kid. I ruffled my son's hair. My voice was a little choked up. It's good that you're okay, but don't be so reckless next time. I can't handle this kind of shock. Half an hour later. In the Wenyuan pavilion, Su Yu had been placed in a medical bay to rest. Although his injuries looked terrifying, thanks to the combined effects of my martial emperor blood energy and his chaos body, his foundation was completely unharmed. In the first-floor living room, I sat on the leather sofa. A cup of hot tea was in my hand. My expression was calm. And in front of me, the city lord of Xianglan Base, Fan Hong. He was kneeling, his whole body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He knew that Liu Yun, the man who had made the entire upper echelon of Xianglan bow and scrape, was like a helpless chick, easily crushed in my hands. This shock had pushed his reverence for me to its absolute peak. Get up, I said coolly. Although you're an opportunist, in the end you still came to warn me. This favor, I'll remember it. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. Fan Hong felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He shakily got to his feet, but he kept his head bowed low. He didn't dare to look me in the eye. This Liu Yun, was he sent by the Wang family? I blew gently on my tea. I asked casually, yes, that's right. Fan Hong didn't dare to hide anything. Liu Yun is a guest elder of the Wang family. It seems he had some grudge with you 20 years ago, senior. This time, the incident with Wang Heng and Wang Meng gave him an excuse to use a public matter for private revenge. The Wang family? I set down my teacup. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. It seems this feud is now completely irreconcilable. Tell me about this Jiangnan Wang family. What kind of power are they, exactly? Fan Hong nodded quickly. His expression turned grave as he spoke. Senior, the Wang family is not to be underestimated. They are a renowned, top-tier prestigious family in the great Jiangnan base. Their power is immense. Their roots run deep. The family has no fewer than 10 martial king-level experts. Although Liu Yun was strong, among the Wang family's experts, he would only rank in the top 10. As he said this, Fan Hong's voice grew even quieter. It was laced with an even deeper fear. Furthermore, rumor has it that the Wang family has an ancestor who has lived for 200 years. He's been in secluded cultivation year-round, never stepping outside. Word is, that ancestor stepped into the martial saint realm 10 years ago. A martial saint? I tapped my finger lightly on the table. It makes a crisp sound. The 8 realms of martial arts. Physical body. First, innate master, grand master, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint. The martial emperor realm is the materialization of spiritual power, capable of killing from a distance. Spiritual sense, covering an entire city. but the martial saint realm, that is a true existence that has transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Spiritual power and the world's origin energy blend perfectly. With a mere wave of the hand, they can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. An immortal physical body, a lifespan of 500 years. They can even temporarily escape the atmosphere and survive in low Earth orbit. Of course, it's only a difference of one realm, but the gap between them is like heaven and earth. A martial saint is enough to easily suppress a martial emperor. Interesting. Not only am I not afraid, but my lips even curl into an excited smile. If I were still just at the martial king realm, facing a martial saint, I might have to think twice. I might even have to grab my son and run. But now, I am a martial emperor, knowing the system's nature. As long as Su Yu breaks through a few more minor realms, what so-called martial saint? By then, it'll just take a single punch to settle it. I got it. I stand up. I pat Pan Hong on the shoulder. Keep this matter strictly to yourself. Liu Yun died from a ferocious beast attack. Understood? Understood. Special Envoy Liu was patrolling the wilderness. Unfortunately, he encountered a beast emperor's attack and sacrificed himself for the country. Pan Hong reacts very quickly. He immediately comes up with a cover story. Go on. After sending Pan Hong away, I walk over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the large base city in the south. Martial City, huh? I hope your old bones are tough enough. Don't let it be that you can't even take a single punch from me when the time comes. Meanwhile, Su Yu, fast asleep in the medical pod, tosses and turns. He mutters in his sleep, Dad, I want to eat braised pork 2 months. On the long and arduous path of martial arts, it's nothing but a flick of the fingers. The strange thing is, during this time, Kanglin Base City has been completely peaceful. That Wang family in Jiangnan seems to have completely forgotten about the deaths of Liu Yun and Wang Heng. There's no sign of revenge at all. But I know this is merely the calm before the storm. If the enemy doesn't move, fine. But once they do, it will be like a thunderstrike. Right now, in the backyard of Yunting Manor, the empty lot originally used as a beast fighting arena is now full of craters and bumps. The surrounding alloy fence is riddled with terrifying blade marks. An after image dashes through the woods, so fast that even the falling leaves don't have time to sway. Again, it's Su Yu, the shirtless young man, holding a black iron saber in his hand. His figure glides like a phantom over the plum blossom poles. Every time he strikes with his saber, it doesn't stir up the slightest sound of wind. But where the blade passes, the air ripples with visible waves. That is Saber Intent Heaven-Shattering Saber, the realm of great mastery. Su Yu lets out a low growl. His body defies the laws of physics, twisting sharply in mid-air. The tip of his foot lightly taps a falling leaf. His entire body soars another 3 feet higher. Falling leaf movement technique perfected, he slashes down with his saber. The 3-meter-tall boulder in front of him is instantly split in two. With a cut as smooth as a mirror, he sheathes his saber, lands on the ground, and exhales. Su Yu wipes the sweat from his forehead. His once immature face is now sharp and angular, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. After 2 months of being nurtured by massive resources and my hellish training, a martial emperor, Su Yu's cultivation realm has skyrocketed like a rocket to the late stage of the innate realm. If news of this speed were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire Federation's martial arts world. One must know, an ordinary genius trying to get through this stage would need at least a year. On the second-floor balcony, I hold a teacup, watching my son's performance downstairs from afar. The corners of my mouth curl up slightly. Not bad, with a thought that blue system panel appears before my eyes. Host, Su Yu. Bound Disciple. Disciple's Realm, Late Stage Innate Realm. Host's Realm, Late Stage Martial Emperor Realm. Cultivation Method, Primordial One-Key Art perfected, evolved from the Chi-Breaking Mantra. Martial Skill, Python Eagle Fist perfected, has generated Fist Intent. Heaven-Shattering Saber perfected, has generated Saber Intent. Falling Leaf Movement Technique perfected. Combat Skills, Micro Level. Late Stage, Martial, Emperor. I clench my fist, feeling the vast power surging within my body. The current me, even without using vital blood energy, relying solely on my spiritual sense, is enough to easily obliterate a martial emperor of the same level. As for that so-called martial saint ancestor of the Wang family, I narrow my eyes. A chilling killing intent flashes in the depths of my eyes. Right at this moment, the manor's security system lets out a soft, warning beep. My spiritual sense sweeps over, and I see City Lord Pan Hong standing at the door, looking anxious, but not daring to ring the bell. He can only pace back and forth on the spot. This old guy. Here he comes again. My figure flickers and instantly vanishes from the balcony in the living room. Pan Hong holds a cup of hot tea, his butt only daring to perch on the edge of the sofa. His expression is restrained, mixed with a hint of urgency. For the past 2 months, he has become a frequent visitor to Yunting Manor. Caught like a punching bag between me and the Wang family, his recent days have truly been like walking on thin ice. But he's very smart. Since he has already offended the Wang family, he can only cling tightly to my thigh. Senior, all right, cut the formalities. I wave my hand. I sit down in the master's seat. Is it about those ferocious beasts outside the base city? Senior is truly perceptive. Pan Hong lets out a bitter laugh. He takes out an incredibly detailed electronic map from his coat and projects it onto the coffee table. For the past 2 months, the ferocious beasts around the base city have been acting increasingly abnormal. High-level beasts that should be deep in the mountains keep appearing on the outskirts. They've even attacked several mercenary squads. Seeing as the martial arts exam is only half a month away, this exam doesn't just involve students from our city, but also candidates from several neighboring satellite cities gathering here in Kanglan. If something happens at the testing grounds then, or if a beast tide breaks out, Pan Hong wipes his cold sweat. Losing my position as city lord or my head is a small matter, but ruining the children's futures is the real disaster. I glance at the map. It's marked with red dots, densely packed, ultimately converging in one direction. I nod. Su Yu also has to take the exam. I won't allow any accidents to happen. After our reconnaissance drones risked everything to scout, we finally pinpointed the source. Pan Hong points to a dark red area on the map, 300 miles away from Kanglan Base City. He says in a grave tone, "Deep within the Luoxia Mountains, there is a newly advanced beast king. It's a mutated thundercloud tiger. According to energy fluctuation analysis, its strength is at least on par with a human peak martial king. It might even have half a foot in the beast emperor threshold. It's summoning all the surrounding beast packs. It seems to be preparing for a massive beast tide. A mutated thundercloud tiger, huh?" I stroke my chin. A peak martial king level ferocious beast. For the current Kanglan base city, it truly is an apocalyptic disaster. But in my eyes, it's just a matter of a single slap. I got it. I stand up and take the map, my expression calm. "Yes, thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." Pan Hong is overjoyed. The heavy stone hanging in his heart is finally lifted. After leaving Kanglan Base City, I step directly into the air, drawing a white trail of vapor, heading straight for the Luoxia Mountains. The Luoxia Mountains. It got its name because it's shrouded year-round in a red miasma, as beautiful as the sunset glow, yet deadly. The mountains here are endless and overlapping, towering ancient trees, each one 100 meters tall, blotting out the sky and the sun. It truly is a natural paradise for ferocious beasts. As soon as I enter the mountains, I notice something unusual. The outskirts are terrifyingly quiet, not even the sound of a bird. The deeper I go, the violent beastly aura in the air becomes thicker. Is this the pressure of a beast king? I hover above the treetops. My powerful spiritual sense spreads out like a tidal wave, instantly covering a radius of 100 miles. Very quickly, I pinpoint the location Pan Hong mentioned. My brows suddenly furrow. In the feedback from my spiritual sense, that valley indeed has an incredibly violent lightning aura. That's the mutated thundercloud tiger, no doubt. But right next to that lightning aura, there's another hidden fluctuation of vital blood energy. This blood energy fluctuation is extremely concealed. If I hadn't reached the martial emperor realm and possessed micro-level perception, I probably wouldn't have detected it at all. Although it's concealed, its total volume and quality are astonishingly massive. This vital blood energy, my pupils shrink. It's actually 10 times stronger than the peak martial king thundercloud tiger. It's comparable to the blood energy of a human at the late-stage martial emperor realm. Could there be a mature beast emperor in these mountains? I immediately go on high alert. If it's a mature beast emperor, today might turn into a fierce battle. Right now, in the center of the valley, a massive monster the size of a truck is lying there. Its entire body is covered in blue-purple fur. Every strand of fur stands on end like steel needles, with electric arcs crackling around its body. With every breath it takes, 2 scorching bolts of lightning shoot from its nostrils, scorching the rocks on the ground pitch black. The mutated thundercloud tiger. This is the culprit that's been giving Pan Hong sleepless nights, and surrounding the Thundercloud Tiger are 4 peak commander-level ironclad rhinos lying there, acting as guards. This lineup can truly be considered an overlord of a region. However, my gaze doesn't linger on the Thundercloud Tiger for even a second. I stare intently behind it, at an inconspicuous blind spot. Over there, there's a small mound piled high with various spirit fruits and rare ores, and at the very top of this treasure mound lies a small, white fur ball. It's a tiny beast, only about the size of a house cat. Its entire body is snow white, without a single stray hair. On the surface, it looks incredibly adorable. Its ears are small and pointy, looking a bit like a fox, yet also a bit like a cat. On its forehead, there are 2 small, slightly protruding bone bumps. Right now, this little beast is sprawled out on all 4s, sleeping soundly on the pile of spirit fruits, a clear trail of drool even hanging from the corner of its mouth. Zzz, in its nest. I hide behind an ancient tree 100 meters away, my heart churning with stormy waves. That terrifying blood energy on par with a late-stage martial emperor is actually emanating from this sleeping little beast. The Thundercloud Tiger isn't the Beast King. I finally understand. It's just a nanny. This is absolutely no ordinary mutated beast. Is it an atavism, or a descendant with divine beast bloodline? Just as I'm observing, that Thundercloud Tiger seems to sense something and abruptly raises its massive head. Its brass-like tiger eyes stare fixedly in the direction I'm hiding. It lets out a low, menacing growl. This growl instantly wakes the sleeping little beast. Ugh! The little beast groggily rolls over, mutters in dissatisfaction, then, in an incredibly human-like manner, covers its ears with its paws. Seeing its master awakened, the killing intent in the Thundercloud Tiger's eyes deepens. It thinks the bug hiding in the shadows disturbed its master. The Thundercloud Tiger radiates blinding lightning. Opening its mouth, it fires a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel, blasting straight at the ancient tree where I'm hiding. Discovered, huh? I let out a cold snort. Since I'm exposed, then there's no need to hide anymore. Vile beast, court death. I take a step forward. My figure instantly vanishes from the spot. That terrifying lightning bolt strikes the ancient tree, but it doesn't even touch the hem of my clothes. The next second, I appear in the air above the valley. Facing this peak Martial King level Thundercloud Tiger, I don't even bother raising my hand. With just a single glance, a mere thought, an invisible spiritual blade instantly slices through space. The Thundercloud Tiger, which was about to pounce, suddenly freezes. On its head, hard as steel, a massive bloody hole appears. It instantly drops dead. Fresh blood spurts out like a fountain. Instant kill, a one-hit kill. Even the 4 ironclad rhinos nearby have their internal organs crushed by the shockwave of my spiritual storm, dying instantly. The entire valley suddenly falls silent again, leaving only the little furball that just woke up, rubbing its eyes. It stares blankly at its nanny and guards collapsing right in front of it. The white little beast stares blankly at the corpses on the ground, then looks up at me hovering in the air. Its big, sparkling eyes instantly shift from groggy to extreme vigilance and fury. It abruptly stands up. Its body, originally only the size of a palm, swells up a full size in the blink of an eye. Its white fur stands on end like a porcupine. A terrifying martial emperor, level blood energy, erupts from its body without holding anything back. Terrifying. What powerful blood energy. A golden light flashes in my eyes. This little thing can actually rival me just by relying on its aura. Human, you dare kill my underlings. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolds. This little beast actually opens its mouth and blurts out a childish sentence. With clear pronunciation in human language, speaking human language, this is something that, according to legends, only those who have reached the Beast Saint realm or possess an extremely noble divine beast bloodline can do. I'm going to eat you. The little beast lets out a ferocious roar. Its hind legs abruptly stomp the ground. The ground of the entire valley instantly caves in. Its speed reaches the absolute limit, turning into a streak of white lightning, instantly breaking the sound barrier accompanied by the screech of tearing air. Dashing straight at my face, its claws swipe out. Space itself slightly distorts, flashing with the golden light of its claws. So fast, its pure physical speed is actually 3 times faster than the Thundercloud Tiger. I am astonished inwardly, but I am a seasoned martial emperor after all. My eyes instantly turn cold. Micro-level combat skills are activated. Within the little beast's trajectory, I accurately predict its landing point. My body tilts slightly to the side. The little beast's sharp claws brush right past the tip of my nose. Again, missing its first strike, the little beast nimbly twists its body in midair. Its tail, like a steel whip, lashes out with a whistling wind. I raise my right hand, not blocking it directly, but using a deflecting force, gently tapping its tail. The little beast is thrown off balance by this deflecting force. It tumbles a few times in the air before landing on the ground. It's clearly been enraged and launches another storm-like assault, scratching, biting, pouncing. Its movements are as fast as lightning. Every attack contains terrifying power, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. However, a few minutes later, I still have my hands clasped behind my back, hovering in the air. Not even a hem of my clothes is ruffled. Meanwhile, that little beast is lying on the ground, panting heavily, exhausted. Its tongue is hanging out. I finally get it. This little thing is a typical second-generation rich kid. It has terrifying blood energy on par with a martial emperor and a divine beast foundation, but its combat experience is absolutely zero. Its attacks rely entirely on instinct, straightforward and reckless, completely lacking any technique. Running into a master of technique like me, it's no different from being led by the nose. Done fighting? I look down at it from above. The corners of my mouth curl into a mocking smile. If you're out of moves, then it's my turn. I hold back no longer. The martial emperor, blood energy within my body instantly erupts, condensing into a massive purple hand that covers the sky and earth, viciously grabbing toward the little beast. The little beast senses the terrifying power hidden within that hand. Its initially ferocious gaze instantly changes. It's a fear from deep within its soul. It realizes that the blood energy it has always been so proud of is completely suppressed by me to the point of suffocation. It's over. I'm done for. Seeing the massive hand about to descend, the little beast that was so arrogant just a moment ago, declaring it would eat me, suddenly does something that makes my jaw drop. Spare my life. It abruptly drops flat on the ground, hugging its head with its two front paws, sticking its butt high up in the air. Trembling all over, it screams, "Hero, spare my life!" I freeze in midair. The massive purple hand hovers just 3 inches above the little beast's head. Then it stopped dead in its tracks. Something's not right with this script. Where's the dignity of a divine beast? Where's that unyielding spirit you were just talking about? I retracted my blood key and slowly descended in front of the little beast, looking down with amusement at the trembling white furball. "Weren't you acting all tough just now? Said you were going to eat me?" The little beast cautiously raised a paw, revealing a pair of big, glistening, watery eyes. When it saw that my giant hand was gone, it let out a sigh of relief. Its expression immediately switched to one of pure sycophancy. It stood up on its hind legs and clasped its front paws together. With tears welling in its eyes, it said, "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, big bro. Great one. I was just cranky from waking up. I was just kidding with you," it stammered. As it spoke, it managed to squeeze out 2 tears. It looked pitiful, weak, and helpless. My aura might be strong, but I'm really just a baby. I was only born less than 3 years ago. I've barely even been in a fight. I was just trying to scare you, the little beast sniffled, looking at my unreadable, half-smiling expression. It was terrified. It might be a coward, but it was smart. Its instincts told it that the human before it was a terrifyingly powerful figure. Plus, there was an aura about him that felt both comforting and incredibly dangerous. If it didn't play the coward now, it would really end up as barbecue. "Don't kill me. I'm very useful," seeing that I was still sizing it up. The little beast got anxious. It hurriedly started marketing itself. "I can find treasures. I can smell any rare herb or mineral within 100 miles. All the treasures in this valley were found by me. I can also predict danger. I can sense anyone with malicious intent from miles away. And also, I don't eat much. I'm very easy to raise." Listening to the little beast's sales pitch, the killing intent in my heart had long since vanished. In its place was a growing interest. It can find treasures. It can predict danger. Isn't this the perfect custom-made bodyguard and cheat code for Su Yu? Su Yu will have to venture into a much larger world in the future. He's bound to encounter countless dangers. I may be strong, but I can't protect him 24/7. If he had a little thing like this with him, I'm sure this— No, wait. This furball, it must be some kind of primordial variant species. I calculated in my head, but my expression remained as cold as ice. Talk is cheap. The blood key around me surged once more. "How do I know you're not lying to me? What if I take you home, and you keep me up all night, then take a bite out of me? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The little beast trembled in fear. Its white fur stood on end as it frantically waved its paws. I think you're pretty useless. I crouched down. I extended a finger, from which a drop of purplish gold essence blood emerged. It pulsed with the spiritual imprint of a martial emperor. Here, if you want to live, sign this. This is a master-servant contract. Sign it, and your life and death will be mine to command. If you dare to have any rebellious thoughts, not only will you die, your very soul will be annihilated. My voice was like that of a demon. This was a secret technique I'd read about in a book over the past 2 months. I never thought I'd actually use it. The little beast stared at the drop of essence blood, a flicker of hesitation in its eyes. It was a noble divine beast. How could it become a human's pet? But then it looked at the cold corpse of the thundercloud tiger nearby, and then back at my icy eyes. When you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head, the little beast pouted, aggrieved. In the end, its survival instinct won. It stuck out its small pink tongue and licked the drop of essence blood. An ancient rune flashed on both our foreheads before disappearing. The contract is sealed. I immediately felt a faint connection form in my consciousness. Now, if I willed it, I could control its life and death through this link at any moment. I stood up, satisfied. I picked the little beast up by the scruff of its neck. I held it up in front of my face. From today on, you're with me. Since you're so white and so round, I thought for a moment. Displaying my incredibly arbitrary naming talent, I said, I'll call you Xiaobai. Xiaobai's forelimbs hung limply. Its eyes were vacant. It was as if it had lost all hope in life. Xiaobai. What a ridiculously plain name. But it was angry and didn't dare to show it. It could only let out a weak squeak. All right. I suddenly remembered something and glanced at the spirit fruits and ores nearby. Did you find all this stuff? Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. They're all good things. A meeting gift for you, master. With a wave of my hand, I swept all the priceless treasures into my storage ring. Not a bad performance. I patted Xiaobai's head and casually tossed it onto my shoulder. Xiaobai lay on my broad shoulder. Feeling that powerful sense of security, its initial anxiety slowly began to fade. This human, he's a bit fierce, but following him isn't so bad. At least I don't have to go catch a thundercloud tiger to be my nanny anymore. The man and beast turned into a streak of light and disappeared over the horizon of the Sunset Mountains. Without the Beast King's control, the savage beasts in the mountains returned to normal. Future base, Cloud Pavilion Manor. My figure appeared silently at the manor gate. City Lord Fan Hong, who was usually swamped with work, was waiting there. When he saw me return, without a single drop of blood on me, the heavy weight on Fan Hong's heart finally lifted. Fan Hong rushed over. The Beast King of the Sunset Mountains. My voice was calm. Go and arrange the martial arts exam. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, thank you. Senior Fan Hong was overjoyed. He bowed deeply to me, then hurried away. After sending Fan Hong off, I didn't go back to the villa to rest. Instead, I headed straight for the back mountain. By now, the training ground on the back mountain was a complete wreck. The ground was littered with the corpses of more than a dozen peak-level savage beasts. The air was thick with the stench of blood. And in the middle of the pile of corpses was a shirtless Suyu. He was holding an alloy battle saber, panting heavily. His body was covered in several new wounds, but his eyes were shining brightly. Dad, you're back! Suyu saw me! He casually flicked the blood off his saber. He grinned. The murderous aura he had built up from the sea of blood and mountain of corpses vanished the moment he smiled. He was once again that bright, sunny teenager. Not bad. I nodded. I was about to offer some praise when, Dad, what's that thing on your shoulder? Suyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the soft, white fur ball on my shoulder. It looked like a cross between a cat and a fox. It was lying there lazily. Its expression was a proud, don't bother me. Hearing the words, that thing, Xiaobai, who had been playing dead, immediately bristled. It shot straight up. It put its front paws on its hips. Its big, round, glistening eyes glared at Suyu. Its voice was childish but incredibly arrogant as it yelled, Insolent! You're the thing. Your whole family are things. I am an ancient divine beast, a spiritual creature, born of heaven and earth in light of your disrespect to this eminence. This eminence has decided to punish you by making you my little bro. Suyu was stunned. He blinked. He looked at the palm-sized furball, then at his stone-faced father. This thing, it can talk? Is it a spirit? I shrugged. I reached out and flicked Xiaobai on the forehead. It stumbled back. Relax. This is a little guy I tamed in the Sunset Mountains. His name is Xiaobai. Don't let his size fool you. The beast tide crisis that gave Fan Hong sleepless nights? That was all his doing. What? Suyu's eyes widened. He was immediately intrigued. He crouched down. His eyes were now level with Xiao Bai on my shoulder. He said with a sly grin, "So you're the great divine beast. My respects. My respects. So does this mean I can do whatever I want in Kanglin Base from now on?" Xiao Bai proudly lifted its chin. Even though I had just flicked it, which was a bit embarrassing, it couldn't lose its imposing manner in front of its new little bro. It wagged its big fluffy tail. It said with a huff, "But of course, as long as you're obedient, this eminence will make sure you live a life of luxury. All the female no, all the savage beasts within 100 miles will sue." You couldn't help but burst out laughing. But he would soon discover that this divine beast was far more valuable than he could have imagined. For the next half a month, life at Cloud Pavilion Manor became incredibly eventful. Suyu had thought that having a divine beast around would lead to total chaos, but he never expected that this divine beast, named Xiao Bai, would become the biggest cheat code on his path of martial arts. Although Xiao Bai had been tamed by me, the terrifying martial emperor-level blood ki in its body was like a nuclear reactor constantly churning. Because it was still young, it couldn't control this power at all. This caused its blood ki to frequently surge, making it feel hot and uncomfortable. It could only suppress it by sleeping. And Su Yu, as someone with a special constitution, the one thing he lacked most was high-purity blood ki energy. Thus, an extremely bizarre yet harmonious scene began to unfold. Every afternoon, Su Yu would no longer practice his saber skills. Instead, he would sit cross-legged and shirtless in the courtyard with Xiao Bai stretched out on his head or in his lap. It wore an expression of pure bliss. Su Yu would circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing the streams of blood qi radiating from Xiao Bai's body. This blood qi was so pure it required no refinement and could be directly converted into his own. I watched this mutually beneficial arrangement from the side, the corner of my mouth twitching. This is just ridiculous. This isn't cultivation. This is clearly two hackers boosting each other. Xiao Bai is an infinite power bank, and Su Yu is a super fast charger. With the two of them combined, their leveling speed was simply insane. On the third day, Su Yu broke through to the peak of the Xiantayan realm. On the seventh day, Su Yu touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. On the 12th day, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Su Yu's body. Grandmaster realm. An 18-year-old Grandmaster, Su Yu opened his eyes. A golden light flashed within them. He clenched his fists. He could feel a power that seemed to control everything. He was so excited he nearly fell out of the sky. "Dad, I became a Grandmaster. I really did it." Meanwhile, Xiao Bai lay on the ground, completely drained. Its tongue was hanging out. "You're killing me. Is this kid a Teodi?" He nearly sucked me dry. And just as Su Yu broke through to the Grandmaster realm, I was sitting on the second-floor balcony, sipping tea. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded in my head. Detected that descendant Su Yu has achieved consecutive breakthroughs in a short period, promoted to the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, system's filial piety. Feedback is being calculated. Descendant has crossed a major realm. Host's realm is being synchronized. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to the early stage of the Martial Saint realm. At that very moment, it wasn't just the Cloud Pavilion Manor. The sky over the entire Future Bay City changed color. The once clear sky was suddenly filled with auspicious clouds. A purple aura stretched for 3,000 miles from the east. A vast, boundless, and indescribable aura with me at its center instantly enveloped the entire city. All the martial artists in the city, whether they were cultivating or sleeping, were horrified to discover that the blood qi in their bodies was uncontrollably bowing in the direction of the manor. On the balcony, I slowly opened my eyes. So this is it, the Martial Saint realm. This is no longer a matter of simple physical strength. This is the unity of spirit and the world. I can now control a sliver of the world's primordial energy. The so-called primordial energy of heaven and earth is the spiritual energy born with the universe itself. It is often associated with all kinds of power, both mighty and mysterious. The path of human cultivation begins with cultivating blood qi, then reaching the martial emperor realm to gain spiritual power, and finally, to unite spirit and the world. The ultimate goal is to control the primordial energy of heaven and earth. This feeling, I take a deep breath. Even after living 2 lives, I can't help but feel a thrill at this moment. The Martial Saint realm. This is what it means to truly stand at the pinnacle of this planet. A 500-year lifespan, an undying body. You can even travel through outer space with your own body. I looked down at the fool downstairs, still ecstatic about breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. A fond smile plays on my lips. Su Chun, 18 years old. Truly, a prodigy. But your father is a martial saint. Retracting the celestial phenomenon, I returned to the form of an ordinary middle-aged man and leaped down from the second floor, landing softly in front of Su Yu. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. I look up at the stars in the night sky. My voice becomes deep and distant. You or... Father, Su Yu replied solemnly. For this martial arts exam, just do your best. Your safety comes first. Forget the beasts. The most dangerous part of this exam will probably be the other people. You know that. Father, I'll be careful tomorrow, Su Yu obediently replied. You know nothing. I flicked Su Yu on the head in frustration. The sharp rap even startled Xiaobai, who was gnawing on a chicken leg nearby. Father, what was that for? Su Yu clutched his head, a wronged expression on his face. I'm a grandmaster now. How can I show my face if you hit me on the head like that? I'm hitting you, so you'll remember this. I crossed my arms. I said with a serious expression, don't think that becoming a grandmaster makes you invincible. This world is vast, vaster than you can possibly imagine. I opened a holographic projector. It displayed an encrypted file. I've looked into this through some special channels. The reason so many off-world candidates have gathered at Future Base this year is because several new jump points have been built near Kanglan. I pointed to several red marks on the map. My voice dropped. These candidates are mostly from Mars. Mars? Su Yu frowned. In this day and age, Mars is no longer that red desert. Hundreds of years ago, when Earth's resources were depleted, a portion of the elite, the nobles who controlled the top technology and wealth, emigrated to Mars. They built a more advanced circle of civilization there. You could say that the humans on Mars are the current aristocracy of the Federation. That's right, I snorted. That bunch of self-proclaimed superior humans may have advanced technology, and they drink gene optimization potions like water. But because they have no wild beasts, their descendants are often a bit weak when it comes to actual combat. So, to pass the Federation's rigorous elite selection, many Martian families send their children to Earth to take the university entrance exams. They call it returning to their roots, but in reality, they're here to steal spots from Earth's candidates. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. What's more, these rich kids are ruthless. In their eyes, Earth natives are no different from wild beasts. In previous years, there have been many cases of Earth candidates being robbed or even crippled. I looked at Su Yu, my tone turning serious. I'm not worried you can't beat them. I'm worried you'll go too easy on them and get hurt because of it. Remember this, once you're in the exam hall, I don't care if they're from Mars or Mercury. If they bare their teeth at you, beat them to death for me. Hearing this, Su Yu also had a cold glint flash in his eyes. Stealing spots? Treating people from Earth as stepping stones? He clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked and a confident smirk spread across his face. Don't worry, father. I don't care where they come from. If they dare to mess with me, I'll show them what's what. The next morning, just as the sun rose, the gates of Kanglan First High School were already packed with people. A security cordon stretched for 3 kilometers. Fully armed city defense troops maintained order while countless parents waited anxiously outside the cordon. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. For ordinary families, the martial arts university exam was the only chance to defy fate and change their destiny. I drove the limited edition luxury car gifted by the city lord, with Su Yu beside me and Xiaobai, disguised as a parrot, on his shoulder. I parked discreetly at the VIP entrance. Go on. I patted Su Yu's shoulder. I didn't say much else. I'll be waiting for you out here. Okay. Su Yu nodded. Dressed in sleek, all-black attire, he looked sharp and cool as he got out of the car. Many students around immediately recognized him. Look, it's Su Yu, the legendary young master. They say his father is some hidden powerhouse. Keep your voice down. Su Yu paid no mind to the whispers around him. He walked straight toward the school gate. However, just as he was about to enter, the clear blue sky suddenly darkened. Whoa! An immense pressure descended from above. Fierce winds howled, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and sending countless students and parents stumbling. Even the electronic sign at the school gate was torn apart. What's going on? Look up at the sky! Everyone looked up in horror. They saw the clouds being violently ripped apart. More than 10 small, sci-fi-esque spaceships, their jet-black hulls like giant steel monsters, hovered in the sky above the school. Blue flames spewed from their thrusters, emitting intense heat, distorting the surrounding air. Those are private ships from Mars. All irrelevant personnel, clear the area. A cold, arrogant voice boomed from the ship's loudspeakers, showing complete disregard for the dense crowd of students below. The ships slowly landed in a large, temporarily cleared lot next to the school. Their massive landing gear pressed into the ground, creating deep indentations. The bay doors opened. A plume of white, cold air hissed out. A group of young men and women in silver-white nano-combat suits, exuding an air of nobility and cold indifference, stepped out one by one. The men were handsome and tall, the women beautiful and elegant. Their skin was as flawless as porcelain. They didn't immediately go to line up for inspection, but stood by the bay doors, looking at the crowd as if they were watching monkeys in a zoo. Their gazes swept over the dust-covered earthlings. Tusk. Tusk? So this is Earth. The air is full of dust. It's choking me. A blonde-haired youth covered his nose in disgust. Can't be helped. Just bear with it. Who asked the old man back home to insist I come here to take first place? Another red-haired youth toyed with a laser dagger in his hand. His eyes were filled with contempt. Still, look at this rabble. Even their so-called geniuses are only at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. This'll be a cakewalk. I stood at the edge of the crowd, my eyes narrowed slightly. My divine sense immediately swept over the group. What a show! I sneered inwardly. There were about 50 of them. Among them, nearly a third had auras that fluctuated at the Grandmaster realm. Although most were Grandmasters who had relied on drugs to level up, their foundations were unstable. Still, compared to the Earth students struggling in the Haodian realm, it was a complete curb stomp. Ever since the ecosystem was restored, Mars's resources have indeed become far more abundant than Earth's. Just then, a deeper roar echoed from the sky. A luxurious spaceship with a slender, streamlined body, its hull plated in gold, slowly descended. It was even escorted by 4 unmanned fighter drones, an astonishingly ostentatious display. The bay door opened, a red carpet automatically rolled out. 2 figures, one old and one young, slowly emerged. The young man in front was about 18, 19 years old. He was devilishly handsome, dressed in a seemingly simple but priceless robe embroidered with flowing clouds. He held a folding fan in his hand. A casual smile played on his lips, as if he were here for a leisurely stroll. "I really don't understand, father," the young man complained as he walked. His tone was full of dissatisfaction, insisting I come to this backwater Kanglin base. With my talent, I could have easily passed the university exams on Mars. Why do I have to come here and compete with these country bumpkins? His name was Li Xinghe, the young master of the Li family from Mars, and the Li family was a prominent clan throughout the entire Federation. Following him was an old man in a gray robe. His back was hunched. The old man looked like a candle in the wind, but the turbulent air from the spaceship's thrusters would automatically become gentle when it came within 3 feet of him. "Young master." The old master has his reasons for this arrangement. The old man's name was Libo. His voice was hoarse, but it carried clearly to Li Xinghe's ears. Earth may have declined, but it is still the ancestral home of humanity, and it holds many great opportunities. Furthermore, this time, the high-level leaders of the Federation in the First Star Sector seem intent on selecting seeds from Earth. The level of attention here is no less than on Mars. All right. Li Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. Let's just get this exam over with and go home. Libo smiled, his old cloudy eyes full of affection. However, just as he was about to look away and escort the young master into the exam hall, Libo, who had been half asleep, suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. An invisible spiritual storm erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire school grounds. His gaze swept past City Lord Pan Hong, who was maintaining order, past the so-called geniuses from Mars, and finally locked onto the edge of the crowd where a middle-aged man was leaning against a car. He had a white cat on his shoulder. The moment Libo looked over, I also raised my head. Our eyes met. Across hundreds of meters and a sea of people amidst the noisy city, There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunder or lightning, but in their spiritual worlds, it was as if two colossal mountains had crashed into each other. Libo's steps faltered, his hunched back instantly straightened. His old, cloudy eyes erupted with a terrifying light. He stared intently at me. A martial saint, a storm raged in Libo's heart. This tiny Kanglan base, a place so remote you have to zoom in on the map several times just to find it. How could it be hiding a martial saint? The other party's aura was as deep as the sea. Though it seemed restrained, the faint fluctuations it emitted made even an old martial saint like him feel a trace of fear. What is it? Li Xingge, walking ahead, sensed the old man's unusual behavior. He stopped and turned around, asking with confusion. Libo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the churning qi and blood in his body. With a complicated expression, he retracted his gaze. It's nothing. Young master, Libo's voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. I just didn't expect to find a true dragon hiding in these shallow waters. Young master, for this exam, you must shed some of your arrogance. This place is not as simple as it seems. Li Xinghe was stunned. This was the first time he had ever seen Libo with such an expression. He followed Libo's earlier gaze, but only saw an ordinary middle-aged uncle feeding a sausage to a white cat, putting on airs. Li Xinghe paid it no mind, turned back and strode into the exam hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, I leisurely peeled a sausage and fed it to Xiaobai on my shoulder. A faint smile touched my lips. Oh, a martial saint, huh? That old man from Mars? His strength isn't bad? A pity, his twitch. He's only an elementary martial saint? I brushed the crumbs from my hands. My gaze shifted to Su Yu's back as he entered the exam hall. The morning sun was a bit glaring. With the ringing of a clear bell, the school gates, which had been closed for 2 hours, slowly opened. The candidates poured out like a tide. The sudden noise shattered the morning's tranquility. The theory exam was over. For most martial arts students, it was like an appetizer before the main course. Important, yes, but not a matter of life and death. In this world where the strong are revered, even if you've memorized all the martial arts theories, it's useless if you get bitten by a beast in the wild. They asked about the weak point of the mutant windwolf. I think I got it wrong. I chose the abdomen. It's fine. The theory part is only worth 10%. The practical exam this afternoon is what really matters. Killing one level 1 beast is worth more than getting 10 multiple-choice questions right. The candidates gathered in groups of 3 and 5. Some frowned. Others hung their heads in disappointment. As for the aristocratic candidates from Mars, they maintained their superior attitude. They didn't even bother to interact with the Earth candidates around them, each one looking arrogant. Amidst the crowd, Su Yu walked out with a steady gait. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. It was as if he hadn't just taken a university entrance exam, but a regular quiz. Father. Su Yu spotted me leaning against a tree at a glance. I looked lazy. How'd it go? I smiled, handing over the sleeping Xiaobai from my shoulder. Don't worry, father. Su Yu took Xiaobai and casually stroked its soft, white fur. Those questions were way too easy. It was basically all general knowledge, so that's fine. I nodded. Let's go. Dad will treat you to a good meal. The afternoon's practical combat exam is the real battle. It lasts a day and a half. That's 36 hours. During this time, eating, drinking, and resting will all be in the wilderness. You won't survive without stamina. The father and son found a quiet restaurant and ordered a few high-energy exotic beef steaks. At the dining table, I cut my steak and casually mentioned, earlier outside the exam hall, I noticed those candidates from Mars. Although most of their vitality is unstable, quite a few of them have reached the Grandmaster stage. Among them, there was one who looked like a wealthy young master. He's even reached the late Grandmaster stage. Late Grandmaster stage? Su Wu's movements paused. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 18 years old and already a late-stage Grandmaster. He truly is a genius. But don't be afraid, I smiled. My eyes grew deep. He's a Grandmaster. But so are you. Besides, you have the chaos body and the killing techniques I taught you. If it really comes down to a fight, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Remember this well. Once you enter the exam zone, other than yourself, don't trust anyone, especially those Martians. I know, Dad. Clang. Su Wu swallowed the last piece of meat. A hunter's glint flashed in his eyes. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they cross me, whether they're from Mars or Mercury, I'll beat them without mercy. 200 p.m. A few kilometers away from the Kanglan base, the edge of the Black Iron Forest. This is the intersection between human civilization and wild beasts. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun. In the distance, the occasional terrifying roar of beasts could be heard. Thousands of candidates were gathered in the buffer zone. Everyone wore a black metal bracelet on their wrist. This was the Sky Eye Terminal. The chief examiner stood on the high platform. His voice boomed. These devices don't just record your vital signs and your kill points. They are also equipped with micro cameras and SOS signal transmitters. If you encounter irresistible danger, press the red button. An examiner will arrive immediately, but remember, calling for help will be considered a forfeit. At the same time, thousands of fist-sized silver spheres, the Sky Eye drones, took to the sky like a swarm of bees. They hovered above each candidate's head. These Sky Eyes were the pinnacle of Federation technology. They featured all-terrain tracking, thermal imaging analysis, and combat power evaluation. They would transmit every movement, every breath, and even the vitality fluctuation frequency of the candidates back to the command center in real time. At this moment, high up on the core walls of the Kanglan base, inside the spacious General Command Room, brightly lit and full of a sci-fi aesthetic, a massive panoramic screen took up an entire wall. It was divided into thousands of small grids, broadcasting the live situation in the exam zone. 5 people were already seated around the circular table in the center of the room. Aside from the Kanglan City Lord, Pan Hong, there were 3 middle-aged men in Federation uniforms and the elderly Li Ba from the Lai family of Mars. City Lord Pan, quality of the candidates this time doesn't seem too bad, huh? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a kind face and a slightly plump build. He was one of the inspectors sent by the Federation, Zhang Ye, an early-stage martial emperor. Inspector Zhang, you flatter us. Pan Hong forced a smile, but felt a bit anxious inside. In previous years, in this situation, as a great grandmaster, he would be the one in charge. But this year, with so many Martian candidates added to the mix, this entire room was filled with martial emperors. The pressure on him was immense. Just then, the automatic doors of the command room slid open. A staff member respectfully led in a middle-aged man wearing casual gray clothes. Senior Su, Pan Hong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly stood up to welcome him. This action left the 3 seated Federation inspectors slightly stunned. Is this Brother Su? Zhang Yi was a smooth talker and a smart man. He had already received insider information that a reclusive martial emperor had appeared in the Konglan base. Seeing my extraordinary aura now, he immediately greeted me politely. I am Zhang Yi, inspector of the Federation's Eastern Combat Zone. I gave a slight nod, my gaze sweeping over the people in the room. My eyes lingered for a second on the other 2 inspectors. One had a cold face and didn't seem to talk or smile much. The other had sharp eyes, seemingly sizing me up. Finally, my gaze landed on Li Ba, who was sitting next to the main seat, resting with his eyes closed. Sensing my gaze, Li Ba slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed in his cloudy, aged eyes. He gave me a slight nod, acknowledging my presence. The unspoken understanding between 2 martial sages. Everything was communicated in silence. Hi! So, greet you all. I kept a calm expression and found an empty seat to sit down. Haha. Come, Brother Su. Allow me to make the introductions. Chu Yi enthusiastically played the middleman. This is Supervisor Du. This is Supervisor Li. And this one? Chu Yi pointed at Li Bo. His tone became extremely respectful. This is an elder of the Li family from Mars, Senior Li. He has come to the Xianglan base specifically to observe the promising young talents of this generation. The Lai family from Mars. I frowned, feigning ignorance. I've admired you for a long time. I never expected the Lai family to place such importance on Earth's examination. Li Bo smiled. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an unexpected authority. Not at all. Not at all. The family head simply asked me to come and see how these youngsters perform. On the other hand, Mr. Su, I hear your esteemed son is also a candidate this year. A tiger father does not beget a dog son. This old man is very much looking forward to it. The words sounded polite, but they were a veiled threat. I gave a faint smile, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. It's just children playing around. How could he compare to the prodigy of your family? I only hope your esteemed son will go easy on him. As long as he doesn't make my untalented son cry, I'll be satisfied. You're too kind, Mr. Su. A strange glint flashed in Li Bo's eyes. This Su fellow, to think he can remain so calm in the face of a martial saint like myself, he even seems to consider himself my equal. All right, it's time. Supervisor Du, who had been silent with a cold expression, looked at his watch and spoke in a low voice. The examination begins. Everyone, please turn your attention to the large screen. At his words, everyone looked toward the giant panoramic screen in front of them, the edge of the black iron forest. At the chief examiner's command, tens of thousands of candidates, like wild beasts unleashed, charged into the dense forest. The rules were clear to everyone. Hunt beasts to earn points. F rank, 1 point. E rank, 5 points. D rank, 10 points. C rank, 20 points. Stealing another person's bracelet grants you half of their points. However, intentionally causing fatal injuries is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified and held legally responsible. 3. Survive for 36 hours until the withdrawal signal is given. Suyu blended into the crowd. He didn't rush forward like the others. He looked down at the black bracelet on his wrist, then looked up at the Sky Eye drone hovering overhead. Suyu's lips curved into a meaningful smile. He moved, executing the leaf-treading footwork. His entire body shot into the dense forest like an arrow from a bow. He was so fast that the Sky Eye had to switch to high-speed tracking mode just to keep up. 500 meters in the blink of an eye. In a wide clearing in the forest, a massive ironback bear, its body covered in sharp, black fur, was on the ground, gnawing on a deer. Mid-stage Chi Realm, Ironback Bear. This type of beast is famous for its defense. A strike from a standard alloy weapon would only leave a white mark on its hide. For ordinary candidates, encountering an Ironback Bear is a nightmare. It usually takes a team of 3 to 5 people to surround and kill one. The Ironback Bear sensed a human presence. It suddenly stood up, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its bloodshot eyes stared intently at the small, two-legged creature before it, as if looking at a hearty meal. However, Suyu didn't even draw his blade. He just stood there. He even let out a yawn. Too weak. Suyu shook his head. After my demonic training, this sluggish Ironback Bear in his eyes was full of openings. The Ironback Bear was enraged by this human's contemptuous attitude. All 4 paws hit the ground, and it charged forward like a heavy tank. Each step made the ground tremble. Just as the bear's claws were about to smash Suyu's head, Suyu made his move. No fancy evasive maneuvers, just a simple, fierce punch. Inch fist. A dull thud echoed. Time seemed to stop. The tone-heavy Ironback Bear was sent flying into the air by Suyu's seemingly light punch. Its feet left the ground, flying backwards 7-8 meters. Its chest was deeply caved in by the fist mark, its sternum shattered. It didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain. It crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then went still. Instant kill. Killed mid-stage Chi Realm Beast. Points +5. Current rank, Tenter 22nd. Suyu didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He turned and walked away. His movements were indescribably cool and effortless, and this scene was captured by the large screen in the command room, and it was even a close-up shot. In the command room, the previously cheerful chatter stopped as several supervisors gasped in unison. What domineering power! This kid's physical strength, I'm afraid it has surpassed that of a typical peak innate realm master. Shuyi couldn't help but praise. It's not just strength. Supervisor Du, the cold-faced one who hadn't spoken, had a glint in his eyes. His force application is perfect. That was fist intent at such a young age. He has already comprehended fist intent. Fan Hong, standing nearby, heard the praises from the big shots. He was ecstatic inside, but had to maintain a humble expression. This is Suyu from our Xianglan No. 1 high school. He's usually quite low-key. Only I and Li Bo remained unfazed. I already knew my son's strength, while Li Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid is indeed something else, Li Bo thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the other end of the examination grounds, agonized screams echoed through an area. An Earth candidate was sent flying, crashing hard against a boulder. The point bracelet on his wrist was forcefully ripped off. Only 15 points? What a loser. He contemptuously threw the stolen bracelet to the ground and crushed it under his foot. Behind him were 4 Mars candidates in silver combat suits. Each of them exuded the aura of the innate realm. Some, even at the Grandmaster realm. Young Master. We've already cleared out dozens of Earth candidates in this area. Our points are temporarily ranked first. A young man who looked like a lackey said fawningly. Of course. Li Xinghe fanned himself with his signature green fan, his eyes gazing deep into the forest. Let's keep moving. The combat assessment. Day 2. The midday sun was scorching. The temperature in the forest had risen to 40 degrees Celsius. The air was filled with the smell of rotting leaves and the faint scent of blood. Suyu raised his wrist to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the latest point rankings. First place, Li Xinghe, 1850 points. Second place, Suyu, 1005 points. Still in second place. And the gap has widened. Suyu leaned against the trunk of a towering ancient tree, frowning slightly. Since yesterday afternoon, he had barely slept. Relying on his body's keen perception of qi and blood, his efficiency in hunting beasts was more than 10 times that of a normal candidate. If it were a solo battle, that Li Xinghe fellow wouldn't be able to keep up. These people from Mars, are they really treating the examination grounds as their own backyard? Suyu let out a cold snort. Through some of the Earth candidates, he had already figured out what Li Xinghe was up to. Teaming up. Although the rules don't forbid teaming up, Li Xinghe had brought 4 experts with a very clear division of labor. With this kind of assembly line combat style, it would be strange if his score didn't skyrocket. However, just as Suyu was about to get up and continue searching for prey, a chaotic and violent fluctuation of qi and blood suddenly entered his sensory range. It was the explosive aura of human martial artists fighting. Moreover, one of the auras felt inexplicably familiar to him, but right now, it was filled with panic. Suyu froze. His gaze instantly sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu executed the phantom leaf movement technique. His body became like a ghost in the jungle, silently moving toward the source of the fluctuation. In a clearing in the forest, keep running. Weren't you so good at running just now? This Earth girl really can't take a hit. She's already out of steam after just a few blows. Mocking laughter echoed all around. 5 Mars candidates in silver combat suits had formed a circle, staring at the young woman in the center as if she were a monkey in a cage. That young woman was Shu Yue. She was in a terrible state. Her high ponytail was now disheveled. Her face was covered in dirt and scratches. Her pristine, white martial arts uniform was torn in several places by sharp weapons, oozing dark red bloodstains. Her left arm hung limply at her side, clearly dislocated. Her right hand clutched a broken dagger. Her eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. At her feet, her point bracelet lay shattered. You people are despicable! Yue gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. You've already taken my bracelet. The points are yours now, so why do you still have to humiliate me? The crowd parted as Li Xinghe, fanning himself with his signature folding fan, leisurely stepped out. Ha! Yue. There wasn't a trace of pity in his eyes, only arrogant mockery. Because I'm bored. Li Xinghe shrugged. Killing beasts is too dull. You have to find some fun somewhere. I heard you and that second place guy, what's his name, Suyu, are pretty close, right? Hearing the name Suyu, Shu Yue's expression changed. Tisk tisk. So it's true. A vicious glint flashed in Li Xing's eyes. That Suyu is currently in second place, tailing me closely. I really don't like having someone on my tail. If I can't get to him, I'll just start with his little girlfriend. Li Xinghe snapped his fingers. Beside him, a peak innate realm lackey immediately stepped forward with a sinister grin. He tapped a long metal rod against his palm, making a clanging sound. Little sister, don't blame Big Brother for being rough. Shu Yue closed her eyes in despair. Just as the long rod was about to strike Shu Yue, a piercing whistle suddenly cut through the air. No one saw what happened. They only saw a black shadow flash before their eyes like a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly breaking through the encirclement. The Mars candidate holding the rod didn't even have time to scream. His entire body was hit as if by a high-speed train. His sternum shattered as he was sent flying over 10 meters away, crashing into the bushes. His condition was unknown. As the dust settled, a tall figure stood straight, protectively in front of Shu Yue. The young man was shirtless, his muscles rippling and well-defined. His entire body radiated a suffocatingly tyrannical aura. His eyes were as cold as winter ice, staring daggers at the Mars candidates before him. Shu Yue opened her eyes. Seeing that familiar back, tears immediately streamed down her face. Why are you here? There are so many of them. You have to run. Suyu turned his head, looking at Shu Yue's dislocated arm and the wounds on her face. The rage in his heart instantly ignited. He reached out and gently wiped the mud from Shu Yue's face. His voice was gentle, yet it concealed an endless killing intent. You got bullied, so why didn't you press the help button? I didn't want to be eliminated, Shu Yue said, choking back sobs. You idiot! Su Yu turned back to face Li Xinghe and his cronies. He slowly drew the alloy battle blade from his back. Li Xinghe looked at the suddenly appeared Su Yu. Far from being alarmed, he put away his fan. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Su Yu, I've been waiting for you. I thought we wouldn't meet until later, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. He glanced at the subordinate Su Yu had sent flying with a single punch, and frowned slightly, taking down a Pekinate Realm Master with one punch. Not bad. It seems you really have some skill and didn't get your points by pure luck. But Li Xinghe's tone changed. The aura around him suddenly erupted. Do you think that you alone can turn the tide? Late-stage Grandmaster, a powerful fluctuation of qi and blood radiated from Li Xinghe's body. The fallen leaves around him were swept up by the wave of energy, shattered in midair. Meanwhile, the three remaining Martian candidates behind him took their fighting stances. 3 Grandmasters. In the command room, the Federation supervisors all sat up straight at the sight. This is going to be trouble. Zhang Yi frowned. Li Xinghe is a late-stage Grandmaster, and his equipment is top-notch. Although Su Yu is also a Grandmaster, he's only at the initial stage, and he has 3 helpers on top of that. This is practically a death sentence. Libo sat in his chair, holding a teacup. A faint smile played on his lips. He glanced indifferently at Su A beside him. Director Su, it seems your son is a bit reckless. Playing the hero to save the damsel is all well and good, but one must know their own limits. If he presses the emergency button now, he might still make it. Sui remained expressionless. She just stared silently at the large screen, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Senior Li, you're overthinking it. In this world, there are some battles that must be fought, even if it means bloodshed. On the battlefield, ganging up on the weak. What's so impressive about that, you animals? Su Yu coldly uttered a few words, saying nothing more as he stomped his foot hard. The ground cracked. His entire body transformed into a streak of light. He took the initiative, charging toward the 3 Grandmasters. Arrogant fool, you're courting death! The 3 of them furiously swung their weapons and charged forward. However, they had underestimated Su Yu. Su Yu let out a low roar, perfectly executing a master-level combat skill. Surrounded by the 3 of them, his body moved like a butterfly flitting through a garden. Every dodge was perfectly timed, missing him by a hair's breadth. Ferocious tiger shockwave fist, seizing an opening. He punched a Martian candidate in the back of the neck. A terrifying shockwave traveled through his body, directly shattering the web of his opponent's hand. Immediately after, a sweeping roundhouse kick sent the second person flying. The third person, about to launch a sneak attack, was met with a spinning elbow from Su Yu. It slammed right into his face. His nose was shattered. He screamed and collapsed. Su Yu had been tempered by life and death battles, but these young masters from Mars, despite their high cultivation levels, lacked real combat experience. Useless trash. Li Xinghe's face darkened. He hadn't expected Su Yu to finish the fight so quickly. It seems this young master will have to handle this myself. Li Xinghe stopped watching. He moved, and his custom-made combat boots ejected a faint stream of air, instantly doubling his speed. Courting death, his fists were encased in blue energy gauntlets, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. He lunged straight for Su Yu's face. Starfall fist. The power of this punch was 10 times stronger than that of those nobodies. Su Yu's pupils contracted. There's no way to dodge this. His entire body's qi and blood surged as the intent of the ferocious tiger fist concentrated in his right hand to meet the attack head-on. A massive explosion. After the collision, Su Yu felt an immense force travel up his arm. His bones seemed to groan. The shockwave sent him staggering back 5 or 6 steps, each step leaving a deep crater in the ground. Li Xinghe, on the other hand, only took half a step back. A late-stage Grandmaster is truly powerful. Su Yu shook his numb arm. His expression was grave. The difference in our cultivation levels plus his gauntlets, if I fight him head-on, I'll be at a disadvantage. How does that feel? Li Xinghe gloated, raising his fist. What do you have to fight me with? That broken blade of yours? Li Xinghe didn't let up, his figure moving like a phantom as he charged. He unleashed a storm of attacks. Su Yu drew his combat blade to parry. Mars's 4 absolutes. Li Xinghe's fists were as hard as diamonds. Every punch that landed on the blade made Su Yu's qi and blood churn. A vicious glint flashed in Li Xinghe's eyes. He seized the moment when Su Yu had just struck and hadn't yet recovered. He gathered his strength and punched the middle of the combat blade. Crack! The alloy combat blade that had been with Su Yu for so long finally couldn't withstand the frenzied assault of a late-stage Grandmaster. It let out a tragic cry and snapped in two. Su Yu, watch out! Xuyuenian screamed in terror. Her face was pale. In the command room, the smile on Li Bo's lips widened. The outcome is clear. On the battlefield, Su Yu stared at the broken blade in his hand as Li Xinghei's fist slammed into his chest. He was sent flying backward. He crashed hard onto the ground. A trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Su Yu struggled to his feet. His chest burned with pain. "Can't even take one hit!" Li Xing stepped forward, his face filled with the arrogance of a victor. "You have no weapon. Your cultivation level is lower than mine. What can you possibly do now?" Su Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head. No one could see his expression, but he himself knew. He was smiling. "You're right. In a head-on fight, I really am no match for you." Su Yu slowly raised his head. At some point, his eyes had turned the hazy gray of chaos. "But who told you? That's all I have." Li Xinghei frowned. A sense of unease stirred within him. "Stop playing games. It's over." Li Xinghei didn't want any more delays. He condensed all the qi and blood in his body. This was his strongest attack. He intended to punch right through Su Yu's chest. The force of the punch howled. It arrived in an instant. At that very moment, Su Yu didn't dodge, nor did he block. Instead, he opened his arms, as if to embrace it. He met Li Xinghei's fist. "You're asking to die?" Li Xinghei was overjoyed. However, when his fist made contact with Su Yu's chest, there was no sound of breaking bones. Instead, he felt as if his fist had punched a ball of cotton or sunk into a bottomless swamp. Immediately after, one of Su Yu's hands clamped down on his wrist. "Gotcha." Su Yu's voice was like the whisper of a demon. The Chaos body activated an incredibly terrifying suction. Force erupted from the point of contact. "What?" Li Xinghei's pupils instantly dilated to their limit. He discovered, in horror, that the late-stage Grandmaster, Qi and blood he was so proud of, was rushing out of his body like a bursting dam and pouring madly into Su Yu's body. "What are you doing?" "Let me go." Li Xinghei struggled desperately to break free, but the more he struggled, the faster his qi and blood drained away. In just 2 seconds, his once ruddy face had turned ashen white. His legs began to tremble. As for Su Yu, his initially weak aura was now like a fire doused in oil. It instantly flared up. His wounds healed. His qi and blood surged. He even showed signs of breaking through to the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. So this is the qi and blood of a Martian genius? It tastes not bad. A glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He felt the explosive power coursing through his body. "You had fun hitting me earlier, didn't you? Now, it's my turn." Su Yu let go of Li Xinghei's wrist. By now, Li Xinghei was too weak to even stand properly. "Take this back." Su Yu let out a low roar. His right hand clenched into a fist. It wasn't just his own power. It also contained the qi and blood he had just stolen from Li Xinghei. This punch had no fancy techniques, only absolute power. A massive explosion, louder than any of the previous impacts, rang out. Su Yu's fist slammed into Li Xinghei's chest. The priceless nano-combat suit and his protective qi shield shattered like paper. Li Xing's eyes bulged. He spat out a fountain of blood 2 meters high. His body shot backward like a kicked ball. He flew back over 30 meters, breaking 3 large trees before he finally stopped. He lay crumpled on the ground like a heap of mud. Defeated, he could only exhale, not inhale. The arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by fear and disbelief. He had lost to a lowly earthling. The entire area fell silent. The few Martian candidates who had just gotten up saw this scene, and their legs went so weak with fear that they fell to their knees again. In the command room, crack, the teacup in Li Bo's hand was crushed. He shot to his feet, his face pale. What kind of technique is this? Su Wei remained seated, leisurely blowing on the surface of her tea, a mocking smile on her lips. "Senior Lai, don't be so hasty. It's just kids fighting. It's normal to have a few trump cards up your sleeve." On the battlefield, Su Yu panted heavily, regulating the surging qi and blood in his body. He walked over to Li Xinghei, looking down from above at this once unbeatable genius. "You lost." Su Yu bent down and snatched the point-scoring bracelet from Li Xinghei's wrist. "And you guys?" Su Yu turned his head. He looked at the other trembling Martian candidates. "Are you going to do it yourselves? Or do I have to do it for you?" A few minutes later, Su Yu had over 20 bracelets in his hand. He transferred all the points to his own account. The leaderboard refreshed. First place, Su Yu, 3,250 points, leaving the competition in the dust. Su Yu tossed the useless bracelets aside. He turned and walked over to Zhu Yuanian. He took out a C-grade recovery potion from his pocket and handed it to her. "Can you still walk?" Zhu Yuanian stared blankly at the boy before her, who looked like a god of war. A blush crept onto her face. She nodded vigorously. "Then let's go." Su Yu picked up his broken blade from the ground and slung it over his back. He looked out beyond the forest and started walking. The sunset was the color of blood. It painted the vast black iron forest outside Azure Base a brilliant red. As the last ray of light sank below the horizon, the 36-hour combat exam finally came to an end. The assessment is over. All candidates will cease combat immediately. Proceed to the nearest extraction point for withdrawal. The instructor's voice broadcasted through the Skynet system. Hearing this voice, the candidates all breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, some cheered, thankful to be alive. Others buried their faces in their hands and wept. They were terrified by the beasts. Some helped each other up and began the trek back. On the alloy road leading to Azure Base, a long convoy of vehicles was on the move. At the very front of the procession was Su Yu, carrying his broken but still sharp combat blade. His expression was calm. Beside him, Zhu Yuanian, though injured, had been bandaged up. She was chattering away with an excited look on her face. "Su Yu, did you know?" Zhu Yuanian waved her recovered arm, her eyes sparkling. "That score of 3,250 points is the highest record ever set at Azure Base, and you're in first place by a huge margin. Second place barely broke 1,000 points. That's not even a fraction of your score." Su Yu smiled. He wasn't overly pleased with himself. For someone like him, who possessed the chaos body and had an overpowered father, bullying a bunch of his peers felt a bit cheap. His sights were no longer set on this small examination field, but on the vast starry sky beyond. However, it seemed some people weren't so impressed. Su Yu felt a particular gaze on him. He didn't turn his head, he just glanced toward the back of the convoy. There, Li Xinghei's nano-combat suit was in tatters. His handsome, arrogant face was now swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. He stared intently ahead. Once we're out of the examination field, under the strict laws of the base, Su Yu didn't believe the other party would dare to attack openly. Back at the Yanglan base, the city lights were already lit. As an annual major event, the base's square was already packed with people. The giant holographic screen continuously displayed the final rankings of the candidates. The appearance of each name drew either a burst of cheers or a collective sigh. "Look, the results are out! Holy! It's Su Yu! He got first place! Oh my god! 3,250 points! Is that a lot?" A few years ago, the top scorer of the Shanglan base only got 800 points, and that was already considered peak. As Su Yu and Su Luoluo stepped into the square, the atmosphere instantly exploded. Classmates who normally didn't interact much with Su Yu now enthusiastically swarmed around him. "Brother Yu, you're so badass!" A tall male student slapped Su Yu hard on the shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. "From now on, you're my blood brother, don't forget about me." "Classmate, Su Yu, can I get your autograph? My little sister is a huge fan of yours." Faced with this sudden burst of enthusiasm, Su Yu was a bit unaccustomed to it, but he could only reply politely, "It was just luck, just luck." Just as Li Xinghei stepped into the square, he saw the Earthlings cheering for Su Yu. Already suffering from unhealed internal injuries, Li Xinghei's blood boiled once again, and he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. "Young master, are you okay?" The lackey beside him hurriedly supported him. "Get lost!" Li Xinghei shoved the lackey away, his bloodshot eyes glaring fixedly at Su Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Who was he? He was the young master of the Li family from Mars. A proud son of heaven, yet, in this backwater place, he was slapped right in the face by a country bumpkin. He even stole all his points, making him the biggest laughingstock. "Su Yu, Su Yu!" Li Xinghei roared in his heart, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, fresh blood dripping down. "Let's go." He didn't want to stay a second longer, bearing the humiliation under countless mocking gazes. He dejectedly slipped into his luxurious hovercar. At the center of the base, on the top floor of a luxury hotel reserved for VIPs, an expensive crystal glass was smashed to pieces on the floor, the red wine spreading across the marble like fresh blood. "I want him dead. I want him dead right now." Li Xinghei's face was twisted in rage, howling in the room like a madman. "Liba, that bastard Su Yu! He must die, and not just him. I want his whole family dead. I want this entire Xianglan base to know the consequences of offending my Li family in the dark corner of the room. Li Ba stood silently. No joy or sorrow could be seen on his old wrinkled face. He looked at his young master's out-of-control state, sighing inwardly. Is this the successor the family has been grooming, screaming like a maniac after facing a minor setback? He has no composure at all. Young master, Li Ba spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. That Su Yu cannot be killed, at least not now, with so many eyes on him. Cannot? Why? You're a martial saint sent by the family to protect me in this godforsaken place. Who could possibly stop you? Li Qinghe roared, his eyes red. Because Su Yu is now the top scorer. He is a key target of the Federation's attention. Furthermore, Li Ba hesitated, the image of the middle-aged man who confronted him outside the exam grounds flashing in his mind. Furthermore, Su Yu's father, Su Wu, I suspect, that he is also a martial saint. A martial saint? Li Qinghe acted as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Li Ba, are you getting senile in your old age? How could there be one in this shithole? Even if he is a martial saint, he's just a fake. How could he compare to an orthodox martial saint backed by a major family like you? I don't care. Li Qinghe lunged in front of Li Bei, grabbing the old man's sleeves tightly, his eyes filled with madness. This is an order. I am the heir of the family. I am ordering you right now. Go, kill him immediately, right now. Otherwise, I'll tell my father. I'll tell him you left me to die, that you watched me get humiliated by others. Looking at the nearly crazed youth in front of him, Li Ba remained silent. The family had a strict hierarchy. Although he was a martial saint in the Lai family, he was still just a servant. This old servant understands. Li Bei sighed. The helplessness in his eyes gradually turned into a cold, murderous intent. Since young master is so determined, then this old servant will eliminate this thorn in your side. As for that Su Wu, if he knows what's good for him, fine. If he doesn't, even if I get punished by the Federation, this old servant will make sure he dies here. After speaking, Li Ba's figure blurred, disappearing from the room. Meanwhile, Su Yu had no idea that a murderous plot targeting him had already been set in motion. By the time they finished registering their points, it was already dark. Su Yu and Su Luluo strolled down the base's commercial street. Neon lights flashed on both sides, and the street food stalls emitted mouth-watering aromas. Here, the strawberry ice cream you wanted. Su Yu handed over a pink ice cream cone. Thanks. Su Luluo took the ice cream with a sweet smile, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Su Yu, you know what? Today is the most handsome you've been in the past 3 years. Su Yu took a bite of his vanilla ice cream, raising an eyebrow. Oh, was I not handsome before? You were handsome before too, but you were too quiet, like a little old man. Su! Luo made a funny face, then sneaked a glance at Su Yu, her cheeks heating up slightly. You got first place? You'll definitely get into the top schools like Jingwu or Mawu, right? Yeah. Su Yu nodded. In that case, I'll have to work hard too. Shu. Luo clenched her fists, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Even though I can't get into Jingwu, I'll apply to the school right next to it. When that time comes, we can still see each other often, right? The young girl's feelings were like this summer night breeze, a little sultry and a little restless. Su Yu stopped in his tracks, looking at the girl who had always silently supported him. Even though he was a dense guy who only knew martial arts, he wasn't a block of wood. Su Yu reached out and gently patted Shu Luoluo's head. When that time comes, I'll protect you. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll send them flying just like today. Shu Luoluo froze for a moment, then immediately after, a smile brighter than fireworks bloomed on her face. It's a promise, then it's a promise. The two looked at each other, the air seemingly filling with pink bubbles. However, you two are handing out way too much dog food. I'm already stuffed. A voice that completely ruined the mood suddenly rang out from behind. Su Yu and Xu Luoluo jumped in surprise and hurriedly pulled apart. Turning around, they saw me standing under the street lamp, hands in my pockets, with Xiao Bai on my shoulder gnawing on a chicken leg. I had appeared out of nowhere. I smiled kindly at the two of them. This girl isn't bad. Wide hips, good for bearing children. My bad. I meant she has excellent bone structure. Before I could say anything else, Xiao Bai on my shoulder spoke up first, putting on a wise, old man expression to critique. She's all right, but is just one human female enough? I saw on TV that all strong men have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Xiaobai licked the grease off its paws, tilting its head and using its sharp eyes to size Suyu up and down. Suyu's face flushed bright red from Xiaobai and me. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Shuluoluo was so embarrassed she covered her face, blurted out, "Hello, uncle," and turned to run away. "Can you two be serious for a second?" Suyu looked at us helplessly. "I am being very serious." I strolled over leisurely, watching Shuluoluo's retreating figure, the corners of my mouth twitching up. "Just normal friends, all right? Dad believes you. But you young people need to know some restraint. A martial artist's body, before the yang energy is fully consolidated." Enough, Suyu hurriedly cut off my rambling. "There's really nothing going on between us. Right now, I just want to become stronger." I smiled, the teasing look in my eyes gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. I looked up, gazing at the pitch-black night sky at the end of the street. Over there, the once bright starlight suddenly dimmed. An invisible yet terrifying pressure, like dark clouds covering the sky, instantly enveloped the entire street. The street lamps began to flicker. The pedestrians around seemed to instinctively sense a great terror. They fled in all directions. The once bustling street became completely deserted in a matter of seconds. "He's here," I softly uttered those 2 words. In midair, an elderly figure slowly materialized. He wasn't using any flying equipment. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, stepping on the void, his gray robe fluttering in the night wind. A suffocating fluctuation of vitality radiated from him. Li Ba! At this moment, he was no longer that humble, subservient butler, but a martial sage holding the power of life and death. He looked down at us, father and son, from above, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His voice was as cold as millennial ice. Originally, this old man didn't want to bully the young, but what can I do? Some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and offended someone they shouldn't have. I shielded Suyu behind me, my expression as calm as if the person opposite me wasn't a martial sage, but just an ordinary old neighbor. Could it be that the dignified young master of the Lai family not only lost the match, but also wants to lose his dignity? I spoke up, my tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Beat the kid and call the adults. Is your Lai family from Mars only capable of this much?" Li Ba's face darkened, and he let out a cold shout. A terrifying martial sage-level pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. The glass of the surrounding buildings shattered into pieces. The asphalt road instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Whether he dares to admit defeat or not is not for you to decide. Today, I am only doing my job for the young master. Murderous intent was evident in Li Ba's eyes. Suyu felt it hard to breathe. His entire body felt like it was being crushed by a massive mountain. Even moving a finger was difficult. Was this a martial sage? Just the pressure alone left a grandmaster like him completely powerless to resist. I chuckled. I took a step forward. An equally terrifying, if not even more domineering aura erupted from my body. Purple gold vitality surged like a dragon, instantly tearing through Li Ba's oppressive encirclement. The 2 martial sage-level auras clashed in midair, letting out a deafening thunderclap. On my turf, touching my son, I raised my head, my eyes flashing like lightning, staring straight at Li Ba in the sky. "Old man, who gave you the nerve?" Li Ba's pupils shrank. "As expected, you're a martial sage too." Although he had guessed it beforehand, truly feeling my unfathomable aura, still sent massive shockwaves through Li Ba's heart. This remote base actually hit a true dragon, but the arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be fired. Since we are both martial sages, then this old man would like to experience your brilliant moves. Li Ba knew very well that if he didn't complete his mission today, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the family head. He prided himself on coming from a prestigious background and cultivating top-tier techniques. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat some no-name martial artist. "Suwu, I advise you not to meddle in things beyond you. Don't waste a lifetime of cultivation for your son." No one the Li family wants dead has ever survived. But with a massive battle about to break out, I remained unfazed. Instead, I slightly tilted my head and whispered to Xiaobai on my shoulder, "Xiaobai, take Suyu away. I'm not leaving, Dad." Suyu was anxious and wanted to step forward. My voice left no room for argument. "A battle of this level, just the aftershocks are enough to kill you. If you stay here, you'll only distract me." Although Xiaobai was usually unreliable, it was very loyal at crucial moments. It knew what was at stake. It immediately jumped down from my shoulder, its body instantly expanding a size, and grabbed Suyu's clothes in its mouth. "Kid, don't cause trouble." Compared to your dad, you're just a weak little chicken. Let's go! Xiaobai turned into a streak of white light, forcefully dragging Su Yu away into the distance. Seeing this, Li Ba immediately condensed his origin energy into a fireball and shot it towards Su Yu. Trying to run? Stay right here. Your opponent is me. I let out a cold snort, flicking my fingers. A streak of purple gold finger energy instantly shattered the fireball. Old man, your opponent is me. Tonight, I'll show you what it means to pass the point of no return. I slowly levitated into the air, facing Li Ba from a distance. At this moment, on the city wall a few kilometers away, 3 figures stood silently in the dark night, looking toward the city center, where 2 terrifying auras were erupting. The 3 Federation inspectors. A battle between martial sages. Zhang Ye looked at the distorted sky, shaking his head slightly, his eyes full of apprehension and helplessness. I heard the Lai family of Mars was already domineering in their own territory. It seems that's truly the case. To mobilize a martial sage over a squabble between kids in a residential area and acting so arrogantly on our Earth's turf. Are we just going to stand by and watch? The hot-tempered inspector Li next to him crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort, his knuckles cracking. What else can we do? Inspector Du, who was usually quiet and spoke little, sighed, his eyes revealing a deep sense of helplessness. Those are martial sages. The 3 of us are only martial emperors. Going up there would just be besides. That's the Li family. A family that even the higher-ups of the Federation have to show respect to. Inspector Du looked at the 2 figures clashing in the distance, shaking his head. Our responsibility as inspectors is to maintain order during the exam. But facing a private battle of this level, we absolutely cannot intervene. That Su Wu might be a martial sage too, but I'm afraid he's in for a lot of trouble. It's a pity for Su Yu. A rare genius. Tonight I'm afraid he'll lose his life along with his father. The cold night wind swept up the dry leaves on the ground. 2 streaks of light, one in front, one behind, instantly tore through the night sky of the Kangalen base, landing in a desolate Gobi desert 30 kilometers away from the base. This was a true no-man's land. Aside from scattered monsters and the howling wind, there was nothing else. Very good. Li Ba stepped on the void, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked at me, hovering opposite him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, but it was mostly cold, murderous intent. Su Wu! This old man originally thought you would use the civilians in the base as a meat shield, forcing me to hold back for fear of collateral damage. I didn't expect you to actually dare come out here. For this courage alone, you are worthy of being called a man. I clasped my hands behind my back, the purple gold vitality faintly rippling on the surface of my body, isolating me from the cold wind outside. I looked at Li Ba, giving a faint smile. There's no one else here. There's no need to pretend to be some righteous senior, Li Ba. You lured me out here. Wasn't it just to kill me and then kill my son? So you can go back and report to that trash young master of yours? What a coincidence. I also want to see if the legendary orthodox martial sage of the Martian Lai family actually has any real skills. Arrogant, Li Ba's face darkened, his wrinkled old face instantly covered in a layer of frost. Although this old man is only an early-stage martial sage, I cultivate the Lai family's ultimate technique, the Lai fire mystic art. I can channel the Lai fire of heaven and earth, incinerating all things. How can my strength be compared to a street-brawling martial artist from Earth like you? Today, this old man will show you what a true backing is, and what true orthodoxy is. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Li Ba suddenly erupted. The origin energy of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius seemed to receive an emperor's summons, surging madly toward him. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated into an eerie crimson red. Raging flames burst forth from the void, swirling wildly around Li Ba, making him look like a flame demon god stepping out of magma. Go! Li Ba's calloused hands pushed forward forcefully. The endless flames in the air instantly condensed into a 100-meter-long crimson flame dragon. The fire dragon was incredibly lifelike, its dragon scales gleaming, carrying a high temperature that could boil the seas and a suffocating pressure. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged at me. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the air was instantly incinerated, emitting a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. The Gobi Desert below even melted directly into flowing magma. This was a martial sage channeling the power of heaven and earth, a single strike capable of destroying a city, facing the terrifying fire dragon charging at me. My expression showed no panic. The sky-filling flames reflected in my pupils, but deep in my eyes, there was only cold tranquility. Just flashy tricks. I didn't mobilize the origin energy of heaven and earth. I simply spread my legs slightly in midair. My spine arched powerfully like a great dragon, and every muscle in my body moved in unison. Vitality surged, vitality compressed, carrying the true intent of the demonic ape fist mountain collapse. I didn't dodge, but charged straight at that massive dragon head, throwing a punch without any flashy movements. This punch had no dazzling light effects, no earth-shattering origin energy fluctuations. It only had pure, absolute vitality and physical strength. When the fist collided with the fire dragon, time seemed to stop for a second. Immediately after, a terrifying shockwave centered on the point of impact swept wildly in all directions. That seemingly invincible 100-meter-long fire dragon was like a balloon pierced by a needle. It began to shatter from the dragon's head. The sky-filling flames, faced with my peerlessly domineering fist intent, were smashed into countless tiny sparks, dissipating in the night wind. The powerful impact force didn't diminish at all, crashing directly into the Gobi Desert below, creating a massive crater tens of meters in diameter. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky. What? Liba's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief. He didn't use the origin energy of heaven and earth, and just relied on physical strength to shatter my fire dragon? How is this possible? According to the common sense of martial arts, a martial sage is powerful because they can borrow the power of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the physical body is, it has its limits. How could it possibly contend with the vast heaven and earth? But he didn't know. I wasn't just a martial sage, but a martial sage possessing the supreme bone. My physical strength was already 10 times that of someone at the same level. Is this what you call orthodox? I walked out from the sky-filling sea of fire, not even a corner of my clothes torn. I dusted off my hands, my tone a bit disappointed. If this is all the heat you've got, it's not enough. Arrogant brat, Liba was completely enraged by my contempt. His hands quickly formed seals. Even more violent origin energy of heaven and earth gathered. Behind Liba, a massive fire vortex over 100 meters in diameter formed. The vortex spun at high speed, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Its terrifying suction force even pulled massive boulders from the ground into the sky, instantly melting them into magma. "Burn him to ashes for me," Liba roared. The massive fire vortex crushed toward me like a doomsday storm. Facing this even more violent attack, I finally slowly drew the ordinary alloy long saber at my waist. The blade was like water, gleaming with a cold light. The next second, a sharp aura that felt like it could slice through space erupted from my body. I made no wasted movements. I just took a deep breath, gripped the saber with both hands, aimed at that sky-blotting fire vortex, and gently swung a slash. Heaven-shattering saber, severing the flow. A streak of purple-gold saber light, only 3 meters thick, flew from my hands. This saber light looked incredibly tiny in front of the massive fire vortex. But it was so sharp that one didn't dare look directly at it. It was like a hot knife, cutting through butter, slicing through the outer shell of the fire vortex without any resistance, severing the origin energy connection points inside. Finally, the massive fire vortex was cleaved in two in mid-air. Then, due to its structure collapsing, it exploded violently. A rain of fire fell like brilliant fireworks. As for me, still standing there, holding his blade, his expression calm, Liba stumbled out of the sea of fire, his face a bit pale, but the flames of fury in his eyes burned even fiercer. To think that you, a fake martial saint, could comprehend intent to such a degree. Liba gritted his teeth. But without the enhancement of the world's origin energy, you're only draining yourself. Let's see how long you can last. Condense. Following Liba's loud shout, the scattered flames around him condensed once more, transforming into a dazzling, fiery red battle armor that enveloped his entire body. The surface of the armor had patterns, like flowing magma, radiating a scorching heat of thousands of degrees. Immediately after, Liba raised his hand, and a crimson long blade materialized from the void. The moment this blade appeared, the surrounding space was scorched until it distorted and warped, emitting a sizzling sound. Liba's figure moved. This time, he didn't attack from a distance, but opted for close combat. Although he was a mage-type martial saint with the enhancement of his divine weapon and battle armor, his close-quarters combat was equally terrifying. Liba charged forward like a meteor, the long blade in his hand carrying the momentum to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, slashing viciously toward my head. A strange smile flashed in my eyes. With a flick of my wrist, the ordinary alloy, long blade in my hand, met his attack. The two blades clashed, emitting an ear-piercing metallic screech. Amidst the bursting sparks, Li Bai only felt a strange force travel down the blade. It wasn't a head-on rebound force, but an incredibly cunning, spiraling power. That actually neutralized 70% of his strike's power. How is this possible? Li Bai was shocked. The weapon in his hand was a Tier 1 ancient artifact. The piece of scrap metal in my hand, logically speaking, should have been sliced in half and melted the moment they collided. However, even though my long blade was heated to a glowing red, it didn't break at all. Because in the split second the two blades clashed, my wrist had vibrated thousands of times at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. Combat technique, microcontrol realm. I used high-frequency vibrations and skillful force deflection techniques to disperse that terrifying impact force throughout my entire body, even channeling it into the surrounding air. Li Bai couldn't believe it and swung his blade madly. In the night sky, the two figures turned into two spheres of light, clashing fiercely. Attacking madly, Li Bai was like a violent storm, every strike carrying sky-piercing flames, intent on burning me to ashes. As for me, I spent most of the time defending. Occasionally, I would throw out a strike that would pinpoint the exact weakness in Li Bai's attack, forcing him to fall back on the defensive. After exchanging over 100 moves, the more Li Bai fought, the more horrified he became. He also grew increasingly anxious. He realized I was like a bottomless black hole. No matter how much power he exploded with, I could easily block it. Furthermore, the ordinary iron blade in my hand, under the control of the microcontrol realm, was actually able to forcefully withstand the attacks of an ancient artifact with a single slash. I forced Li Bai back. Shaking my slightly sore wrist, I said lightly, "Your blade techniques are too crude. You rely entirely on divine weapons and cultivation base to suppress others. The martial arts of Mars have truly gone astray." My words completely shattered Li Bai's mentality. This old man will show you what true despair is. Li Bai had gone completely mad. He held nothing back anymore. The martial saint blood essence in his body circulated frantically, even beginning to burn his origin blood essence. 9 massive fire dragons materialized from the void, sealing off all my escape routes. Li Bai leapt high into the air. The ancient weapon in his hand erupted with a blinding red light, the blade instantly expanding to 10 meters long. Carrying an apocalyptic might, it slashed straight down at my head as I was trapped in the center. This move gathered Li Bai's entire life's cultivation. It was his strongest strike die facing this overwhelming, certain death situation. I suddenly sheathed the long blade in my hand. Looking at Li Bai descending from the sky, the corners of my mouth curled into a cold smirk. I've been waiting for the moment you put your life on the line. If Li Bai had kept playing it safe, it would have taken me a bit more effort to take him down. But now, he was actively offering up all his blood essence and origin energy right to my face. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. My figure flashed, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight into that terrifying blade light. Seeking death, Li Bai was overjoyed. However, the very moment the tip of the blade was about to touch me, my body shifted slightly. My Ruai movement technique exploded forth, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. My whole body slipped through like a loach, instantly closing the distance right in front of Li Bai. The distance between us was less than 10 centimeters. I reached out with both hands and pressed them directly against Li Bai's chest, which was enveloped in flaming armor. "Old man, let me borrow your vitality for a bit." Li Bai, who had been laughing wildly, instantly froze. He felt the skin where we made contact suddenly turn into the entrance of an abyss. The massive amount of origin energy and vitality burning madly inside his body, ready to unleash a sure-kill strike, suddenly drained away in an instant. What's going on? My vitality, my origin energy, Li Bai screamed in terror. He wanted to struggle, wanted to retreat, but found he couldn't move a muscle. That suction force was too terrifying. In just a single breath, the majestic flaming armor on Li Bai's body flickered and died out. The 9 terrifying fire dragons in the air, having lost their energy source, instantly vanished into nothingness. Even the glow of the ancient weapon in his hand grew dim. On the contrary, as a massive amount of high-quality martial sage vitality surged into my body, the purple light radiating from me exploded. No, let go. I am a member of the Li family. Li Bai was now scared out of his wits. I looked at the old man in front of me. Let go. I threw an elbow strike. This elbow smashed right into Li Bai's chest, which had lost its protective true ki. A sickening crunch of breaking bones rang out. Li Bai's chest instantly caved in. His entire body shot back like a cannonball, spewing fresh blood mixed with ruptured organs from his mouth. He flew backward for hundreds of meters, crashing into a rocky mountain, collapsing half the peak. Dust and debris filled the air. I slowly touched down, cracking my neck. I walked up to the rubble and looked at Li Ba lying in the rocks like a dead dog, gasping his last breaths. I shook my head. So this is a so-called orthodox martial sage. Is that all? I reached out and lifted Li Ba up like a little chicken. Li Ba, at this moment, his face covered in fresh blood, his eyes glazed over, had lost all the majesty of a martial sage. He looked at me, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and despair. Don't kill me. Li Ba weakly begged for mercy. Relax, I'm not going to kill you right now. I smirked, revealing white teeth that looked especially sinister under the moonlight. Actually, your young master is still waiting for you at the base. I grabbed Li Ba. My figure flashed, turning into a streak of light flying toward the Kanglan base. Kanglan base? On the steel city walls, the night wind howled, carrying the signature chill of the wilderness. 3 Martial Emperor-level Federation inspectors were currently standing on the wall, their eyes fixed on the wilderness dozens of kilometers away, where the energy fluctuations had just settled down a few minutes ago. That place was like purgatory. Flames soared into the sky. Blade aura ran rampant. That was a martial sage-level battle. It's over. Zhang Yi swallowed hard, his voice a bit strained. Just as the 3 of them were still in shock, a streak of purple light tore through the dark night, approaching from afar with a suffocating sound of tearing wind. It's here. The 3 of them paled, instinctively activating their protective vitality. That streak of light landed on the city wall. The solid alloy ground instantly cracked, kicking up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. As the dust settled, the light gradually revealed a tall figure slowly stepping out from the shadows. I was wearing a gray tracksuit, without even a speck of dust on me. My expression was as calm as if I had just taken a stroll downstairs. In my hand, dangling like a dead dog, was an old man covered in blood. His limbs were limp, his life or death unknown. When the 3 inspectors got a clear look at the old man's face, a collective gasp rang out. That face, even though it was beaten out of shape and covered in blood, that signature gray cloak couldn't fool anyone. It was Li Ba, the orthodox martial sage from the Li family on Mars, the high and mighty. Li Ba. Right now, his breathing was as weak as a gossamer thread, his chest caved in, completely devoid of the invincible aura he had before. Zhang Yi felt like his head was going to explode. He had imagined countless outcomes, Su Wu defeated and killed, or Su Wu heavily injured and fleeing, or even a draw between the two. But he never imagined that I could capture a martial sage alive and beat him to such a state. Defeating and killing are 2 different concepts, and killing versus capturing alive is a difference of night and day. To capture a martial sage alive, one's strength must be at least 2 minor realms higher than the opponent, reaching the level of absolute crushing. Come on, is he a mid-stage or even a high-stage martial sage? Good lord, what kind of massive dragon is hiding in this Kanglan base? I casually switched hands, holding the unconscious Li Ba, my cold gaze sweeping over the 3 Federation officials who were frozen in fear before me. What are you staring at? My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. Where is Li Xinghe? The 3 of them looked at each other, their minds completely blank. Their mouths moved, but due to extreme shock and fear, their throats felt choked, unable to utter a single word. Are you mute? I frowned slightly. A trace of the martial sage pressure from the slaughtering battle I just experienced unintentionally leaked out. The floor tiles beneath their feet instantly shattered. At the Tianhao Hotel, the presidential suite on the top floor, Zhang Yi was the first to react, so scared he almost dropped to his knees, speaking as fast as a machine gun. That's where the base hosts VIPs. Li Xinghe has been staying there ever since the assessment ended. Thanks. I nodded, not even giving them a second glance. With a light tap of my toes, my entire body turned into a streak of purple light again, flying straight toward the city center of the base. It wasn't until my aura completely disappeared that the 3 people on the wall felt the heavy boulder pressing on their chests lift. The 3 of them gasped for air, realizing their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. The sky is changing. The sky is really changing. Inspector Du looked in the direction I left, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, at the Tianhao International Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Damn it, that damn Earth native Li Xinghe sat on the genuine leather sofa, holding an expensive bottle of red wine, but drinking it through gritted teeth. Although his face had received basic treatment and the swelling was gone, that burning sense of humiliation still lingered in his bones, impossible to shake off. Li Xinghe took a huge gulp of wine, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, Li Ba taking action was already stooping low. A martial sage killing a grandmaster was no different from crushing an ant. Su Wu must have been turned into a corpse by now, or was in Li Ba's hands, wishing for death. What genius! What first place? In the face of absolute strength and background. It's all trash. Li Xinghe comforted himself like this, trying to use his family's glory to fill the void of defeat in his heart. Right at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out without warning. The bulletproof door made of special alloy was kicked flying like a piece of paper by a massive force. The deformed door howled as it flew across half the living room, smashing heavily into the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering the entire pane of bulletproof glass. Li Xinghe was so startled, his hand trembled, spilling red wine all over himself. He shot up from the sofa, staring at the door in terror. Who dares to barge into this young master's room? As the dust settled, a middle-aged man stood at the door, and in his right hand he was holding a bloodied person. Li Ba. When he got a clear look at the bloodied person's face, the anger on Li Xinghe's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. That was his protector, the martial sage of the Lai family, his biggest backing for acting so arrogantly on Earth. And now, he was being dangled from someone's hand like a dead dog. This is impossible. This has to be an illusion. Li Xinghe stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing onto the sofa, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. What? Very surprised, I sneered, stepping into the room. Is this the orthodox martial sage you relied on? Is this the backing you used to demand my son's life? I casually tossed the half-dead Li Ba at Li Xinghe's feet. Fresh blood splattered onto Li Xinghe's skin. That warm sensation finally made him realize that this wasn't a dream. Li Xinghe let out a piercing scream, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, cowering in the corner of the sofa. Don't come any closer! I'm warning you. I am a direct descendant of the Lai family on Mars. My father is the head of the Lai family. My grandfather is a Star-Lord realm powerhouse. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Lai family will never let you off even now. He was still trying to use his family's reputation to scare me. I stepped closer, my overwhelming aura pressing down on Li Xinghe until he could barely breathe. The Li family, huh? I stopped in front of the sofa, looking down at this trembling bug, my eyes full of contempt. If the Li family is all made up of trash like you, then I'd like to see what they can do to me. I said that, but in my heart, I knew very well that right now, I truly didn't have the strength to face the entire Lai family. But I couldn't show any weakness, and I certainly couldn't kill him. Killing Li Xinghe would forge an irreconcilable blood feud. The Lai family would spare no cost to get revenge. Therefore, I had to attack his mind. I had to put on an act. Seeing his threats were useless, Li Xinghe's psychological defenses completely collapsed. What do you want? He cried as he spoke, snot and tears running down his face. What do I want? A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I suddenly leaned down, grabbing Li Xinghe's expensive collar with one hand, lifting his entire body into the air. Weren't you acting all high and mighty before? Didn't you send this old man to take my son's life? Now let me see. You act arrogant one more time. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Suspended in the air, Li Xinghe kicked his legs like a helpless child. I'm begging you, please let me go. I have money. I can give you a lot of money. 1 billion, 10 billion, as long as you let me go, I'll give you everything. I sneered coldly, my eyes filled with disgust. I swung my hand, slapping Li Xinghe hard across the face. This slap didn't use any vitality. It was purely physical strength, but it was enough for Li Xinghe to remember for the rest of his life. Half a bloody tooth flew out. Li Xinghe's left cheek instantly swelled up like a steamed bun. He was slapped so hard he saw stars, his head buzzing. This slap is for my son. I backhanded him with another slap. This slap is just because I felt like it. Li Xinghe was beaten until his eyes glazed over. Aside from crying and begging, he had no thought of resistance left. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me, I'm just a piece of trash. Please spare me. The once invincible genius of Mars was now begging like a dog. The anger in my heart finally subsided a bit. I tossed Li Xinghe back onto the sofa like a piece of trash. Listen closely. I adjusted my slightly wrinkled collar, putting on an unfathomable expression. I turned my back to Li Xinghe, looking out at the shattered night sky through the window, my voice turning deep and mysterious. Li Ba, I know you're awake down there. Li Ba, who had been playing dead, twitched slightly, struggling to open his eyes a crack. Go back and tell those old fogies of your Li family. My voice exuded an arrogant, domineering aura, as well as an unfathomable depth. Do you really think a martial sage could just naturally appear in this tiny Kanglan base? If the faction behind me didn't want to stay hidden and didn't want to stoop to the level of your Lai family's petty tricks, today, the two of you would have already died here. After saying this, my figure flashed, flying straight out the broken window, disappearing into the vast night, leaving only the old man and the young man in the room, shivering in the cold wind. The faction behind him, Li Ba gasped for air with difficulty, his eyes filled with terror. That's right. How could a rogue cultivator be this strong? How could he possess such high-level combat skills? Unless he's the successor of some ancient hidden sect, or a protector secretly nurtured by the highest echelons of the Federation. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Pavilion estate, Su Yu was anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes darting to the wall clock every few seconds. It's all my fault. It's all my fault, Su Yu muttered, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh. If I hadn't provoked Li Xinghe, Dad wouldn't have had to risk his life fighting a martial sage. That's a martial sage if anything happens to Dad. The thought of his father dying made Su Yu feel like the sky was falling, his heart clenching tightly. Stop pacing, you're making this exalted one dizzy on the sofa. Xiao Bai was lying there, gnawing on a roast chicken, but its constantly darting eyes betrayed its anxiety. Hey, if the boss really gets beaten to death, we should run away quickly. Xiao Bai mumbled, wiping its mouth in passing. I just checked. We can run south. We'll find a deep mountain forest to hide in for a few hundred years, and wait until you become a martial sage to come out and get revenge. Wouldn't that be great? Shut your mouth! Su Yu suddenly turned his head, glaring at Xiao Bai with red eyes. If you want to run, then run. I'm staying right here to wait. If Dad really doesn't come back, I'll go risk my life against that old man. Why are you so stubborn? This exalted one is suggesting a strategic retreat. Xiao Bai shrank its neck back, its voice trailing off. Actually, it was panicking inside too. Its long-term meal ticket was gone, just as the man and beast were falling into despair. A familiar sound of tearing wind rang out. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, landing steadily on the lawn in the yard. Su Yu and Xiao Bai hurriedly rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Under the moonlight, they saw me, with both hands in my pockets, looking completely relaxed, smiling at them inside the house. On my body, let alone injuries, even my clothes weren't ruffled. Su Yu let out a cry of joy, rushing outside and throwing his arms around me. At this moment, the demeanor of a grandmaster, the dignity of a powerhouse, were all thrown out the window. He was just a child worried about his father. Dad, are you okay? Where's that old man? You're not hurt, are you? Su Yu patted me all over, his voice choking up. This kid, my heart warmed. Letting him fuss over me, I smiled and rubbed Su Yu's head. Who do you think your dad is? Just some old man from Mars thinks he can hurt me? I already beat him and sent him packing. Boss, you're finally back. At this moment, a white blur also rushed over. Xiaobai hugged my thigh, rubbing its face frantically against my pant leg. That flattering look was truly blinding. Yeah, boss, you scared me to death. Just now, this kid kept trying to drag me away to run, but I sternly refused. I said, the boss's divine skills are unmatched. A martial sage is just small fry. I insisted on staying right here to wait for the boss's triumphant return, Xiaobai said, winking slyly at Su Yu. Su Yu was speechless. He had seen shamelessness, but never this level of shamelessness. Amused by this scene, I lightly kicked Xiao Bai. All right, stop acting. A coward like you was probably planning your escape route just now, weren't you? Exposed, Xiao Bai wasn't embarrassed at all. It rolled its eyes, muttering, wasn't it just to preserve the spark of the revolution? I shook my head, my gaze softening as I looked at Su Yu. Son, this matter is settled for now. The Life family probably won't dare to cause trouble in the short term. My tone shifted, becoming serious. But we can only scare them temporarily. Once they come to their senses or investigate my background thoroughly, an even bigger storm will come. Therefore, we can't stop here. We have to seize the time to become stronger. I patted Su Yu's shoulder. Mars. Yueyang Grand Base. This was one of the largest bases built by humanity on Mars, and also the core headquarters of the La family, a renowned financial conglomerate of the Federation. Unlike the lush greenery of Earth, the sky on Mars was a suffocating dark red. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire city, and in the center of the city, a floating palace, made entirely of black star iron, was radiating a suffocating pressure. The ancestral grounds of the Li family, Star Iron Palace. Inside the grand hall, the air was frozen solid. On a throne carved from a meteorite core sat an old man in a purple robe. This was the head of the Li family, Li Yuan, a sixth-stage Star Lord. This was a terrifying existence who could cross space with his physical body and destroy a small satellite with a single strike. At this moment, Li Yuan's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. The 2 rows of Li family higher-ups below the hall were all as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe heavily, afraid of making the family head frown. In the center of the hall, the once invincible martial sage Li Ba was currently kneeling on the ground, his aura weak to the extreme. "Family head, the situation is like this." Li Ba's voice trembled, full of shame. "That Su Wu, he didn't use any heaven and earth origin energy. Relying solely on physical strength and bizarre techniques, he defeated me." Li Yuan slammed his hand onto the armrest of the throne. The incredibly hard star iron armrest instantly turned to dust. "Didn't use heaven and earth origin energy?" Li Yuan slowly stood up, a terrifying pressure like that of an ancient beast instantly enveloping the entire hall. "He suppressed you with just his physical body? An orthodox martial sage wielding a Tier 1 ancient weapon, and in a tiny place like Kanglen?" A dangerous glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Men following Li Yuan's shout. The shadows in the corner of the hall suddenly moved. A woman in a tight black combat suit with a face as cold as ice appeared out of thin air. She dropped to one knee on the ground. "Your subordinate, Mai Ying. At the command of the family head, mobilize our clan's entire intelligence network on Earth. Investigate for me. I want to know everything about this Su Yu, and what power stands behind him." Bi Ying Zun. Her body dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, instantly vanishing from the grand hall. Li Yuan settled back onto his throne, his gaze falling upon the trembling Li Bo. "Li Bo," Li Yuan said coldly, "you are a martial saint, nurtured and supported by our clan. Yet you were captured alive by some nobody, dragged around like a dead dog to meet a junior. You have utterly disgraced the Li family. The death penalty may be waived, but you cannot escape punishment for your crimes. Go to the purgatory, pool yourself, endure 3 years of punishment. Whether you survive to come out, we shall see." Li Bo's face turned ashen. His body trembled violently, but he didn't dare to show the slightest resistance. He could only kowtow heavily. "Thank you, family head, for sparing my life." After dealing with Li Bo, Li Yuan gazed towards Earth. His eyes seemed to pierce through hundreds of millions of kilometers to the Kanglen base. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A week had passed since the end of the Martial Arts University entrance exam. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. "They're here again. Will this ever end?" Xiaobai was sprawled on the leather sofa, munching on a spirit fruit. Its 4 paws were stretched out straight, looking as if it had given up on life. "This must be the 12th group today, right? They've completely ruined my beauty sleep." Su Yu, who was cultivating the primal chaos, one key art in the living room, sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and straightened his clothes. "It can't be helped. This is the price of fame," Su Yu said with a wry smile. Ever since the video of his actual combat test was released, his score of 3,250 points in his battles where he instantly defeated higher-level opponents had caused a massive stir throughout the Federation's higher education circle. And so, the admissions offices of the major universities were like sharks that had smelled blood. They flocked madly to the Yunding Villa. The day before yesterday, the vice president of Zhengnan Martial Arts University came in person. He promised Su Yu the treatment of a core disciple, plus a martial emperor-level instructor. But Su Yu's father was already a martial saint. Why would he care about a martial emperor? So, Zhengnan Martial Arts University had to leave in disappointment. Yesterday, it was the #1 military academy of the Western War Zone. They offered the attractive rank of major. And so it went. In 1 week, Su Yu had turned down offers from more than 10 top universities. This time, it seems different. A voice came from the 2nd floor. I was wearing a set of loose-fitting loungewear, holding a teapot in my hand. I slowly descended the stairs, my gaze pierced through the door, seemingly seeing through everything. 2 top-tier space shuttles. Those are vehicles that only the top academies can afford. I walked over and sat down in the host's seat on the sofa. A faint smile touched the corner of my lips. Jingdu Martial Arts University, Modu Martial Arts University. The two titans of the Huaxia martial arts world finally couldn't sit still. The large doors swung open. Two figures entered the Yunding Villa's living room at almost the same time. On the left was a tall, middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit. He had a square, resolute face. Every step he took was as steady as a mountain. His entire being exuded the sharp, killing aura of the battlefield. Head of admissions for Jingdu Martial Arts University, Lu Lijin. Peak Martial Emperor. On the right was a young woman in a white business suit. She wore gold-rimmed glasses. Her features were stunningly beautiful, with a cold and aloof temperament. But her eyes were as sharp as a knife. A faint ripple of spiritual power emanated from her. Head of the special admissions team for Modu Martial Arts University, Lin Qingru. A peak martial emperor and a spirit master to boot. These two, in any small base, would be major figures that the city lord himself would have to greet personally. But now, the moment they entered the door, their gazes simultaneously swept past Su Yu and locked onto me, sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Lu Lijin and Lin Qingru both shuddered inwardly. As peak martial emperors, their senses were extremely sharp. But to their senses, the man before them seemed like an ordinary neighborhood uncle with no fluctuations of qi and blood whatsoever. But when their eyes met mine, they felt an insignificance, as if they were facing the vast, starry sky, unfathomably deep. The two exchanged a glance. They immediately shed the arrogance of those from top academies. Their expressions became respectful. Junior Lu Lijin greets senior. Junior Lin Qingru greets senior. As they cupped their fists in salute, I gave a slight nod and gestured to the sofa opposite me. Have a seat. Since you're here, let's get straight to the point. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Lu Lijin and Lin Qingru sat down. Their eyes finally fell on Su Yu beside me. With just one glance, a look of astonishment lit up their eyes. His qi and blood are like a dragon's, contained yet unreleased. A fine seedling, truly a perfect, uncut gem. Lu Lijin was ecstatic. The file said he was a grandmaster, but seeing him in person, the quality of his qi and blood is even more formidable than that of an ordinary mid-stage grandmaster. Lu Lijin spoke first, his voice clear and resonant. Young Su Yu, I am from Jingdu Martial Arts University. You know our school's style. We emphasize practical combat and a strong foundation. With that said, he held up 3 fingers. 1. Upon enrollment, you will receive S-level treatment. All cultivation resources will be free and unlimited. 2. We will provide a supreme cultivation technique that can be practiced all the way to the Star Lord realm. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art, and you may choose any 2 martial skills. 3. One of the deans of our Jingdu Martial Arts University, a 3rd-stage Star Lord realm expert, will personally accept you as his final disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent. Su Yu couldn't help but feel his heart race. A Star Lord realm expert as a master, this was an opportunity countless people could only dream of. Director Lu is truly generous. Lin Qingru, sitting beside him, pushed up her glasses. A graceful, yet combative smile played on her lips. However, young Su Yu practices saber arts. You crude brutes from Jingwu specialize in fist techniques. Are you sure you can teach him properly? Lin Qingru turned her head to look at Su Yu. Her gaze became gentle and captivating. Su Yu, our Modu Martial Arts University is located in the most prosperous economic center of the Federation. Whether in terms of vision or resource circulation, we are beyond comparison to the old-fashioned Jingwu. Our conditions are as follows. 1. We will provide resources of the same level and a Star Lord level instructor. This is standard. 2. And most importantly, a glint flashed in Lin Qingru's eyes. She played her trump card. Our Modu Martial Arts University controls a newly discovered ancient ruin within the solar system. As long as you join, the university promises that before your sophomore year, you will be given a chance to enter the ruins to seek an ancient martial arts inheritance. Ancient ruins, Su Yu was stunned. In this high martial era, besides modern martial arts, the most mysterious and powerful things were the ancient martial arts inheritances discovered deep within the universe. Every discovered ancient ruin represented countless opportunities and risks. A chance to seek an ancient martial arts inheritance? I, who had been silent until now, suddenly set down my teacup with a soft clink, looking at Lin Qingru with a humorless smile. Miss Lin, if I recall correctly, that so-called ancient ruin is a shattered grade ruin, is it not? The space within it is extremely unstable. Of 10 who enter, 9 will die. Are you sending my son in to scout the path for you, or do you genuinely want to nurture him? The moment I finished speaking, Lin Qingru's expression changed instantly. She never expected that a reclusive expert in this remote base would know such top-secret information. In fact, over the past week, I hadn't just stayed in Kanglan base. Relying on my strength as a martial saint, I had traveled to other bases, and naturally, I had gathered some useful information. Senior, it's a misunderstanding, Lin Qingru was about to explain, but I waved my hand, cutting her off. Then I turned to Lu Lijian. Director Lu, if Modu Martial Arts University wants to gamble on luck, do you have something a bit more tangible? My fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. My eyes were deep. For example, giving us an existing ancient martial weapon directly. Hearing this, Lu Lijian's pupils contracted. He looked at me intently. A storm was raging in his heart. This man is too much of an expert. He hit the nail on the head the moment he opened his mouth. Exploring ancient ruins is a huge gamble. Not only is it dangerous, but an existing ancient martial weapon that is a true, tangible resource. Lu Lijian was silent for a moment. He seemed to be in the midst of a fierce internal struggle. He looked at the exceptionally talented Su Yu. Then he looked at me, unfathomably deep, recruiting an exceptionally talented student, and at the same time winning over a suspected martial saint. It's not a loss. Finally, he gritted his teeth. He took out a palm-sized metal box from his coat and placed it heavily on the table. Senior, you are indeed an expert. If Modu wants to play with hypotheticals, then we at Jingwu will play for real. Lu Lijian opened the box. A bone-chilling cold instantly filled the living room. Even the moisture in the air condensed into frost. Inside the box lay a throwing knife, no bigger than a dagger. Its entire body was as translucent as moonlight. This is... Su Yu's eyes widened. His chaos body began to vibrate with a sense of longing. A Tier 1 ancient god armament. The cold moon blade. Lu Lijian's voice carried a hint of pain. But more than that, determination. This is something we discovered in a ruin on Mars. Although it's only Tier 1, it was forged from the fragment of a neutron star. It can pierce through anything, and it comes with 2 attributes, armor piercing and frost. Most importantly, it is a spiritual power weapon. Later, when young Su Yu reaches the martial emperor realm and awakens his spiritual power, he will be able to use it. As long as you sign Su Yu, this blade is yours. Lin Qingru, beside them, opened her mouth but found she had no comparable offer to make. Modu Martial Arts University was wealthy, yes, but an ancient god armament of this level was a strategic reserve weapon. She was just an admissions team leader. She had no authority to deploy it. Since Jinggu is so sincere, Lin Qingru sighed. She stood up and bowed to me and Su Yu. Her voice was full of regret. Then this junior will not embarrass herself further. Young Su Yu, I wish you a bright future at Jingwu. After speaking, without any hesitation, she turned and left. In the living room, only Lu Lijian remained, looking at Su Yu with an expectant expression. Dad? Su Yu looked at me. His eyes were full of inquiry. I looked at the cold moon blade and nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, Lu Lijian was in a great mood. A rare, satisfied smile appeared on his stern, square face. He took out a jet-black metal bracelet from his pocket. Dark light flowed across its surface. He solemnly placed it in Su Yu's hand. This is the Smart Terminal, exclusive to Jingwu students. It's not just a symbol of your status, but also the key to connecting with Jingwu's vast resource repository. Lu Lijian instructed in a serious tone. The encrypted data package for the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art has already been pre-installed. As for the 2 additional martial skills, you can log into the Scripture Pavilion through the bracelet to choose them. Once you've made your choice, a holographic image of the manual and cultivation essentials will be transmitted directly to your bracelet. Su Yu took the bracelet. He put it on his wrist. With a crisp click, a blue holographic light screen appeared before his eyes. Countless complex and profound options appeared like a waterfall. Su Yu, welcome to Jingwu. Leaving these words behind, Lu Lijian patted Su Yu's shoulder. Then he turned, strode away, boarded his shuttle, and vanished over the horizon as a streak of light. After dinner, Su Yu sat cross-legged on the leather sofa. He focused intently on browsing the virtual light screen projected from his wrist. It was the exclusive resource repository of Jingdu Martial Arts University's Scripture Pavilion. Beside him, Bao Shilmi, with a remote control in hand, I seemed to be absent-mindedly watching the evening news. But in reality, my eyes kept darting toward my son. I was thinking to myself, you little brat, hurry it up, are you done picking yet? How am I supposed to freeload off you if you don't? I silently urged him in my heart. Dad. The foundation of Jingwu Academy is truly profound. Su Yu's fingers hovered over the holographic screen. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques made it a bit hard for him to choose. There are thousands of high-tier blade techniques alone. Any single one of them, taken outside, would cause grandmasters to fight tooth and nail over it. That's only natural. I took a sip of tea. Stay calm. What's the matter? Jingwu is the #1 academy in the Federation, after all. If they didn't have some bottom-of-the-box treasures, how could they intimidate the masses? There's so much you can't even finish looking at it. Just pick the one that suits you best, Su Yu nodded. His gaze finally landed on a martial art called the Tri-Fire Thunderblade. Tri-Fire Thunderblade. Tier 2. Top grade. Su Yu softly read the description. A fierce and domineering blade technique. Uses one's own vitality to create friction with the blade, simulating the destructive power of lightning. Below the martial saint realm, one can use it to comprehend elemental power early. If one reaches the martial saint realm, they can channel the true fire of heaven and earth and the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. The 3 fires are: raging fire burns the body, soul fire scorches the soul, killing fire strikes the heart. The 3 thunders are yang thunder shatters the organs, yin thunder corrodes the bones, water thunder explodes. When the blade is drawn, it's like hellfire, unrivaled in its dominance. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Although he had the sky-breaking blade, that was a technique focused on speed and sharpness. When facing a large number of enemies or an opponent with extreme defense, he lacked an explosive method of attack. And this Tri-Fire Thunderblade perfectly made up for his weakness. This isn't bad at all. This is the one. Su Yu decisively hit confirm. Exchange successful. Remaining martial arts that can be learned. 1. Su Yu didn't stop. He continued scrolling. Since I already have an attack method, and for movement, I have the Tai Ye movement technique passed down by Dad. Even though the name is a bit rustic, it works pretty well. For defense, I have the tough chaos body. Then, Su Yu felt he still needed a skill that could provide an instant burst of power, something that could even turn the tide in a desperate situation. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at a corner of the screen. There was an ebook with a dark red cover, Blood Fiend Transformation, a burst-type martial art. Su Yu carefully read the description. Blood Fiend Transformation, Tier 1 Top Grade, Demonic Manual, Ancient Technique. Channels the baleful energy of heaven and earth into the body, burning one's own vitality. In a short period, it causes one's strength to skyrocket by 3 times. But the side effects are massive. If someone with insufficient vitality tries to practice it, at best, their meridians will snap. At worst, their body will explode and they'll die. Note, those whose vitality is not as vast as the ocean choose with caution. If an ordinary martial artist saw the words "body will explode and die," they would have run away in fear long ago. But when Su Yu saw the words "vitality as vast as the ocean," he couldn't hold back a grin. Insufficient vitality? Are you kidding me? He was the possessor of the chaos body. As long as he had Xiao Bai as a power bank, or if he was on the battlefield constantly killing enemies to absorb their energy, his vitality would be endless. This desperate secret technique with massive side effects, to him, was practically tailor-made? This is it. A flash of excitement gleamed in Su Yu's eyes. He hit confirm once again. Exchange successful. 8. Desolate's 6 Harmonies Technique, Tri-Fire Thunderblade, Blood Fiend Transformation. Data transferring. Watching the progress bar on his wristband finish downloading, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had just grasped the key to becoming a powerhouse. Done picking? I, who was watching TV, immediately noticed my son's movements, and quickly turned my head to ask. Yeah, I'm done picking, Su Yu said excitedly. Dad, I chose the Tri-Fire Thunderblade and the Blood Fiend Transformation. I think they're perfect. Alright, you can figure out the specifics yourself. I waved my hand, cutting off my son's sharing session, and said with a serious face, martial arts are just the branches. The cultivation method is the root. That 8 Desolate's 6 Harmonies technique is a supreme art that can be cultivated straight to the Star-Lord realm. Your current cultivation method isn't bad, but its limit is too low. Hurry to the training room. Switch your cultivation method first. Switching cultivation methods takes the most time. Don't slack off. This was the truth. Although I did this so I could quickly sync up with his progress, having Su Yu build the foundation for the Star-Lord realm early on was also the most important thing. Got it, Dad. Su Yu didn't suspect a thing. He immediately stood up and charged into the underground training room, full of enthusiasm. Watching my son's back disappear, the smile on my lips gradually grew wild. Nice, nice. My good son, Dad, is counting on you. Ever since transmigrating to this high martial world, I had become a middle-aged loser with zero cultivation. The only thing I could show off was my genius son, hailed as a once-in-a-10,000-years prodigy. I originally planned to just accept my fate for the rest of my life, pinning all my hopes on my son becoming a dragon among men. Who would have thought? At that moment, I activated the father relies on son system. My strength would always be 4 major realms higher than my son's, and so I started playing the role of a poor, struggling father, spending 3 days at the construction site carrying bricks until my back gave out, coughing up blood non-stop at home at night, all just to make my son work crazily hard. While I could just sit back and reap the rewards, right now, night was gradually falling. Everything was quiet. I didn't sleep but sat cross-legged on the second-floor balcony, quietly waiting as the minutes and seconds ticked by. Looking up, finally, when the clock struck 2 a.m., a faint fluctuation of vitality came from the underground training room. Right after that, deep in my mind, the familiar and wonderful mechanical voice rang out like heavenly music. Ding. Detected that your son, Su Yu, is switching his cultivation to the Star-Lord Realm technique, 8 Desolates, 6 Harmonies technique. With peerless aptitude, he has just reached the entry level. The father relies on Sun system, determines the technique is of an extremely high tier, activating super sync feedback. Boom. Syncing, feedback, hosts physique and meridians. Hosts 8 Desolates, 6 Harmonies technique automatically evolves to the perfection stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the core profound meaning of the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies. Technique, elemental mastery. Successfully mastered the method to utilize the origin energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, I felt my soul being lifted by some mysterious power, breaking free from the shackles of my physical body and entering a higher dimension. The world in my eyes completely changed. What used to be just empty air to me, had now become a kaleidoscope of colors. Countless tiny specks of light danced in the air, the fiery, volatile red, the gentle, flowing blue of water, the agile, dancing green of wind, the majestic, imposing purple of thunder, the thick, solid yellow of earth. This was the origin energy of heaven and earth. This was the foundation that made up this world, originally, even though I had reached the martial saint realm, and could rely on my powerful spiritual force to forcefully mobilize this origin energy. I didn't have the proper method to use it. But now, with the perfection of the 8 Desolates 6 Harmonies technique, this origin energy had become like obedient soldiers in my eyes, becoming an extension of my own body. So, that's how it is. I reached out my hand, my fingertip lightly tapping the air. The previously tranquil ocean of origin energy instantly boiled over. The red fire element joyfully gathered at my fingertip, as obedient as a child. Is this what they call a multi-attribute cultivation method? A clear light flashed in my eyes. Actually, the origin energy of heaven and earth inherently has no attributes. It is chaotic. Martial artists use different cultivation routing paths to convert it into specific forms. Ordinary martial saints can usually only specialize in one attribute. For example, Li Bo's fire. If one wanted to cultivate 2 types simultaneously, not only would it require extremely high talent, but it could also easily lead to conflicting origin energy within the body, resulting in key deviation. But the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies technique was different. The reason it could become Jingwu's supreme art was because it encompassed all things. With an incredibly profound structure, it forcefully fused 3 completely different attributes, even those that countered each other. Fire, thunder, and water. I clenched my fist, feeling the immense power surging within my body. The me, right now, could finally be considered a true martial saint. Although the Yuan Pavilion was large, it absolutely couldn't withstand the torment of a martial saint. I suppressed the excitement in my heart. My figure flashed. 2 minutes later, I appeared in midair above a desolate mountain range 50 kilometers away from the Kanglan base. Here, the rocks were jagged and rugged. There wasn't a single soul around. It was the perfect place to practice. Bring it on. Let me see the power of this Star-Lord Realm technique. I hovered several hundred meters in the air, my clothes fluttering in the wind. I took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the power within my body. Fire, come. I raised one hand to the sky. The fire element within a 10-mile radius instantly rioted. It frantically gathered in the palm of my hand. In the blink of an eye, a massive fireball with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in midair. This fireball wasn't the usual red, but an extreme yellowish white. The temperature was at least 10,000 degrees. I could feel the heat wave burning so intensely that even space itself seemed to distort. This flame was more than just a tier stronger than Li Bo's so-called Li Fire. Disperse. I waved my hand, dispersing the fireball. I raised both hands again. Water, come. Whoosh! It was clearly an arid wasteland, but the sound of surging tides suddenly echoed in the air. Countless blue water elements converged, forming a 100-meter-long blue water dragon beneath my feet. This water dragon wasn't made of ordinary water. Every drop of water was as heavy as a mountain. Primeval heavy water. A single drop could crush boulders. A river of it could collapse mountains. Thunder, come! A purple light flashed in my eyes. Crack! The clear night sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck down from the heavens, landing precisely in the palm of my hand. I wasn't injured by the lightning strike at all. Instead, it felt like I was holding a long, purple whip. Arcs of electricity danced on my fingertips, radiating an aura of destruction. Fire. Thunder. I looked at the 3 types of power surrounding me, my eyes filled with excitement. Then, what if I fused them together? This was a crazy idea. In conventional martial arts theory, when water and fire meet, they explode. When thunder and fire meet, they collapse. But the essence of the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies technique lay in the word harmonies. Water thunder. Fire mantra. This was a secret technique recorded in the 8 Desolates 6 Harmonies technique. With a serious expression, my hands rapidly formed hand seals, so fast they were just a blur. Following my movements, the 3 types of heaven and earth origin energy slowly began to converge toward my chest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the 3 energies made contact, they erupted with extremely unstable vibrations. Fuse. For me, I shouted softly. Relying on my perfection-level control, I forcefully kneaded these 3 violent streams of power together. A few seconds later, all the anomalies vanished. What remained was a fist-sized, 3-colored sphere hovering in the palm of my hand. The surface of this sphere flowed with 3 colors of light, red, blue, looking both beautiful and bizarre. It didn't emit any heat or pressure. It was as quiet as a glass marble. But only I knew just how terrifying the energy compressed inside this tiny sphere was. It was an extremely unstable miniature force field. Go. My eyes locked onto a barren, rocky mountain about 500 meters tall in the distance. I flicked my finger. The 3-colored sphere tore through the night sky, leaving a blazing trail of fire behind it. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it burrowed into the heart of that rocky mountain. 1 second, 2 seconds. Dead silence. Right after that, a blinding white light instantly illuminated the night sky within a 5-mile radius, turning night into day. Rumbly. The delayed, massive explosion sounded like the war drums of the gods, violently shaking the earth. I watched as that 500-meter-tall rocky mountain instantly swelled up from the inside like an overinflated balloon, and then disintegrated. There was no flying rubble, because all the rock had been vaporized by the extreme heat the moment it exploded. A scorching firestorm shot straight into the sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Next came a violent web of lightning, incinerating every living thing in the vicinity. Finally, a heavy shockwave of water pressure caused the ground within a 1-kilometer radius to cave in by 3 meters. The burning of fire, the destruction of lightning, the crushing pressure of water, 3 waves of attacks, relentless and unceasing. A long time later, when the smoke and dust cleared, I hovered in the air, looking down at the massive 1,000-meter-wide crater. It was so deep I couldn't see the bottom. With magma still flowing and electrical arcs dancing at the bottom of the pit, I couldn't help but gulp. This power is a bit too ridiculous. That mountain is just gone. Not even dust was left. This destructive power far exceeded a full-force strike from an ordinary martial saint. I even suspected that, even if a so-called Star Lord Realm powerhouse came, taking this hit would peel a layer of skin off them. And this was just a small sphere I casually kneaded together. If I went all out and condensed a massive one, I shivered. That scene would be too beautiful. I didn't even dare to imagine it. The 8 Desolates 6 Harmonies technique. It truly lives up to being a supreme art that leads straight to the Star Lord realm. This water thunder fire mantra will be my standard ultimate move from now on. I nodded in satisfaction. Dispersing the aura around my body, my figure flashed, and I vanished from the wasteland, leaving behind only the massive, steaming crater to become a new unsolved mystery outside the Kanglan base. At the same time, in the Grand Kanglan base, the resplendent council hall of the Wang family was currently enveloped in a suffocatingly low-pressure atmosphere. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Zhen, sat upright in the master's chair made of red sandalwood. His brows were tightly furrowed into a deep frown, his eyes bloodshot. His fingers unconsciously tapped hard against the armrest. He was clearly in a state of extreme anxiety. Just then, a middle-aged, beautiful woman, dressed in luxurious brocade, brought in some tea. She dismissed the servants and carefully stepped forward. She observed his expression for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak up. Husband, enshrined cultivator Liu Yun has been gone to the Kanglan base for several days now. Logically speaking, he should have returned long ago after handling such a trivial matter. Yet there's still no news, and we've even lost contact with him. I'm truly worried that he might have encountered some unexpected accident over there. Before she could finish, Wang Jin violently swung his arm, knocking the expensive teacup to the ground. Scalding hot tea splashed all over the floor. Ignorant woman Wang Jin abruptly stood up, pointing at the beautiful woman's nose and roaring, "Liu Yun is a dignified peak martial king. What could possibly happen to him in that godforsaken backwater? Do you think I don't have enough on my plate right now? Those mad dogs from the Liu family have been pressing us step by step in the market recently. Over in the west of the city, they've already swallowed up 3 of our core stores. The family's business is practically on fire, and you're bothering me with Liu Yun's guaranteed to succeed trivial errand right now? Get out!" Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since the martial arts exam ended. Inside the manor's underground training room, rumble. Dull thuds echoed in the enclosed space. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood and burning. Su Yu was shirtless, the muscles all over his body, taut as iron. A bizarre, blood-red halo flowed across the surface of his skin. With every breath he took, the surrounding air seemed to be dyed the color of blood. A brutal, bloodthirsty aura erupted from his body. Blood Fiend transformation, this Tier 1, top-grade secret demonic technique, used the burning of vitality as the price for an explosive burst of power. For ordinary people, it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. But for Su Yu, who possessed the chaos body, it was like a fish taking to water. "Give it to me!" Su Yu let out a low shout. The chaotic vortex within his body spun madly, forcefully compressing that violent, blood-red energy. At the same time, he swung the battle blade in his hand with immense force. Flash! On the blade's edge, 3 colored flames and 3 colored electrical arcs intertwined. Tri-Fire Thunderblade, entry level. Even though it was only at the entry level, that destructive power left deep, scorched marks on the alloy walls. Phew! Su Yu sheathed his blade and stood up straight. The red light in his eyes gradually faded. He glanced at the time, a satisfied smile blooming on his lips. 1 month. 2 martial arts reached the entry level. This speed probably doesn't count as slow, right? At the same time, on the second-floor balcony, I, who was always in an AFK leveling state, was comfortably lying on a rocking chair, holding an ice-cold glass of happy water in my hand. The exact moment Su Yu finished his training, the wonderful, heavenly voice rang out in my head. "Ding detected that your son, Su Yu, with peerless aptitude, has successfully cultivated the Tri-Fire Thunderblade to the entry level. System activates 100x comprehension, critical strike for the host. Congratulations, host. Tri-Fire Thunderblade automatically evolves to the perfection stage. Host has successfully mastered the 3 fires, Raging Fire, Soul Fire, Killing Fire, and the 3 thunders, Yang Thunder, Yin Thunder, and Water Thunder, Water Thunder. 10 days ago, my blood slaughter transformation automatically evolved to the perfection realm. An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from within my body. But my micro-level control locked it down within a 3-foot radius around me. With a thought, I summoned the system panel. Host, Bound Sun, Su Yu. Sun's realm, Mid-stage Grandmaster. Host's realm, Mid-stage Martial Saint. Cultivation method, 8 Desolations, 6 Harmonies, Art Perfection. Martial Arts, Triple Attribute 3 Fire Thundersaber Perfection, Blood Slaughter Transformation Perfection, Fierce Tiger Fist Perfection. Has generated Fist Intent. Void-shattering saber perfection has generated saber intent, special movement technique perfection, combat skills micro-level, mid-stage martial saint. I clenched my fist, feeling a power in my body that seemed capable of crushing the very stars. At the martial saint realm, the gap between each minor stage is a world of difference. But now, with my supreme chaos body and my perfection-level cultivation methods and martial arts, plus my mid-stage martial saint cultivation, I might even be able to fight a peak martial saint. I slowly stood up. My gaze grew deep and meaningful. Besides, it seems a little mouse has been watching this place for a long time. Outside Cloud Pavilion Manor, behind a dark cloud 1,000 meters high, an ethereal figure was almost one with the night, hovering in the void. She wore a black nano-stealth suit, her entire being like an intangible shadow. Leader of the Lai family's shadow guards, Mei Ying. Peak martial saint. She was the sharpest blade in the Li Yuan family's arsenal and their most secret trump card for this trip to Earth. Her mission was simple: investigate Su Wu's background thoroughly. Confirm if he has any hidden powers backing him. If he does, stand down. If not, kill without mercy. Strange, Mei Ying, through her high-tech tactical visor, stared intently at the manor below. According to the intel, this Su Wu only broke through to Martial Saint a month ago. So why, just a moment ago, did I feel a fluctuation that made my heart, a peak Martial Saint, pound? Her intuition had never been wrong. The aura that erupted from Su Wu just now was fleeting, but the level of pressure it gave off, it even reminded her of the family head, Li Yuan. Could he be hiding his cultivation level, or does he possess some powerful ancient martial artifact? Mei Ying's heart was filled with shock and unease. She decided to get a little closer. With her prized dark attribute energy concealment, even a martial saint of the same level would find it hard to detect her. However, just as she moved, preparing to sneak into the inner grounds of the manor, suddenly, on the rooftop, Su Wu looked up. Across 1,000 meters of empty space, through layers of darkness, those eyes, shining with a brilliant purple gold light, locked onto the dark cloud where Mei Ying was hiding with unerring accuracy. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold, mocking smile. Seen enough? A clear voice didn't travel through the air, but exploded directly inside Mei Ying's mind. What? The hairs on Mei Ying's entire body stood on end. Her heart seized. I've been discovered, and it was a direct divine sense transmission. That means his spiritual power is no weaker than mine, a peak martial saint. But as a top assassin, Mei Ying's reaction was lightning fast. Without a moment's hesitation, her body instantly transformed into countless black, bat-like phantoms, fleeing frantically toward the desert outside Kanglan base. Since you're here, why the rush to leave? My voice was still unhurried, as if whispering right in her ear. The next moment, a streak of purple gold light shot into the sky. Its speed was extreme, actually a bit faster than Mei Ying's true speed. 300 kilometers outside Kanglan base, in a desolate mountain range. Two figures, one chasing, one fleeing, crossed several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how is he so fast? Mei Ying glanced back, her heart pounding with terror. She specialized in the shadow phantom movement technique, renowned for its speed and elusiveness. But the man behind her was like a maggot latched onto her bones. No matter how she changed direction or accelerated, she couldn't shake him. If I can't escape, then so be it. She stopped abruptly, hovering in midair. Her hands formed a series of seals. Instantly, all light within a 10-mile radius was devoured. The entire space plunged into absolute darkness. Within this darkness, Mei Ying's aura completely vanished, as if she herself was the lord of the night. Eternal Night Domain. My figure came to a halt in the middle of her domain. I wasn't the least bit flustered. With a flick of my wrist, I plucked something from the void. A normal alloy saber appeared in my hand. The saber may be ordinary, but the moment I held it, it was no longer ordinary. I've just comprehended a new move. I'll just use you to test it out. I took a deep breath. The 8 desolations, 6 harmonies, art in my body circulated wildly, and the profound mysteries of the perfection level 3-fire thunder saber erupted in full. Crackle! On the blade of the ordinary alloy saber, 3 completely different types of flames instantly ignited. The crimson raging fire, which burns the physical body. The eerie blue soul fire, which incinerates the soul. And the black slaughter fire, which incites one's inner demons. At the same time, Three types of lightning coiled around it: the fierce and unstoppable golden yang thunder, the purple yin thunder, unpredictable and sinister, and the white water thunder, which detonates all things. Three fires, three thunders, six types of ultimate energy fused perfectly on the saber's edge. The resulting fluctuations caused dense cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Three fire thunder saber, I muttered softly. Gripping the saber with both hands, I faced the endless darkness and swung down gently. A 1,000-meter-long, six-colored saber beam, carrying a world-destroying momentum, tore across the night sky. This single strike seemed to forcibly rip the heavens in two. The eternal night domain that had enveloped the world, faced with this six-colored saber beam, was as fragile as a piece of tattered black cloth. It was instantly shredded, burned, and purified. From within the darkness came a scream of absolute terror. She only saw a flash of light before her eyes, followed by an indescribably terrifying power crashing down on her. Seeing this, Mei Ying no longer held back. Her peak martial saint cultivation erupted without reservation. Countless streams of black energy condensed in front of her, forming thick, heavy black shields. She even summoned small black hole vortexes, trying to swallow the terrifying saber beam. However, it was all useless. Boom! The moment the saber beam and the shields collided, a blinding light erupted. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and the powerful shockwave flattened three nearby mountains. The earth itself trembled. Countless large boulders were turned to fine powder. Those seemingly indestructible black shields, under the edge of the six-colored saber beam, lasted less than a second before shattering like glass. How can this be? The power contained in that six-colored saber beam is simply too tyrannical. This is truly a move born for destruction. As the saber beam closed in, a look of grim determination flashed in Mei Ying's eyes. She had to use it. She slammed a palm into her own chest, spitting out a large mouthful of essence blood. In that instant, her body exploded directly, transforming into thousands of black blood bats, which scattered and fled frantically. The six-colored saber beam slashed through, vaporizing at least half of the blood bats on the spot. Not even dust remained, but in the end, a few of the core blood shadows, using the explosion as cover, managed to escape into the void, disappearing without a trace. The dust settled. I stood silently in midair, holding the saber. The blade was already half melted, unable to withstand the power. I watched the fleeing blood shadows and didn't give chase, because I knew she had used a secret art that destroyed her own foundation to escape. Even if she makes it back alive, she'll be half crippled. Her cultivation will drop to the early stage martial saint realm at best, and she'll likely never be able to advance again in her life. She's a fast runner. I crushed the half-melted saber in my hand. My expression was calm. A peak martial saint, the Wang family may have some influence in Jiangna, but their foundation is too shallow. It seems it has to be the Lai family from Mars. First the small one, now the big one. The Lai family really are like lingering ghosts. Although being targeted by a Star-Lord level expert is troublesome, I felt no fear in my heart. After testing my strength with that last strike, I now have a clear understanding of my combat power. With the boost from my perfection-level martial arts and the supreme chaos body, my attack power has already surpassed the scope of a martial saint, touching the threshold of a so-called Star-Lord. Time flowed like sand through my fingers, passing by quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, to build a perfect Grandmaster foundation for my son, I spared no expense. The resources Pan Hong sent over, I even secretly visited the black market and used my martial saint strength to forcibly trade for several extremely rare heaven and earth spiritual objects. For example, the spirit marrow orchid, which can cleanse the marrow and meridians, and the soul-nourishing ink, which can strengthen spiritual power. Under this massive pile of high-grade resources, coupled with the terrifying digestive ability of the Chaos Body, Suyu's Cultivation Sword, Late-Stage Master, Perfected Master, Half-Step Grandmaster. Finally, on this day, in the underground special-grade cultivation room, Suyu sat cross-legged on a meditation mat. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This breath shot out like a white rainbow, actually creating a small pit on the alloy floor. At this moment, a faint halo of light swirled around his body. It was a sign that the qi and blood in his body had reached their absolute limit, about to liquefy and undergo a qualitative change. In front of him sat an exquisite jade box. Inside lay a single crimson medicinal pill, its surface flowing with lava-like patterns. The realm-breaking pill. This was a pill I had paid a great price for, personally refined by an alchemy grandmaster in Kanglin Base. It could increase the success rate of breaking through to grandmaster by 50% with no side effects. Now is the time. Suyu's eyes were firm. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the realm-breaking pill. Gulp. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, instantly transforming into an extremely violent torrent of heat that rampaged through his limbs and meridians like a wild dragon. For me, Suyu gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain of his meridians being torn apart. He simultaneously circulated the 8 desolations, 6 harmonies art. The chaos vortex in his body activated at full power, forcibly suppressing, absorbing, and refining that violent medicinal power. Crack. It felt as if something inside his body had shattered. It was the shackles of the human body's limits. Vroom! A vast, ocean-like aura erupted from within Suyu. The qi and blood that had been flowing through his meridians had in that instant completely liquefied. Grandmaster. An 18-year-old grandmaster. Suyu's eyes snapped open. 2 beams of golden light shot out like lightning. He could feel that his current strength was at least 10 times greater than when he was a peak master. At the same time, on the second-floor rooftop, I, who had been standing guard for my son, was leisurely lying in a rocking chair, reading a book called Records of Strange Tales of the Starry Sky. The moment Suyu broke through, deep within my mind, that familiar and wonderful mechanical voice rang out, right on cue. Ding! Detected that son, Suyu, has cultivated diligently, built a perfect foundation, and successfully broken the limits of the human body, ascending to the Grand Master realm. The host's son has crossed the major realm from Master to Grandmaster, an 18-year-old Grandmaster no less, activating super god-tier feedback, synchronizing host's realm final life level evolution. Unlocked. Congratulations, host. Breaking the planet's shackles. Leveling up. First stage of the Star-Lord realm. This breakthrough, the commotion is more terrifying than any time before. I just felt my consciousness being pulled out of my body in an instant. It was as if I were floating in the endless starry universe, surrounded by the most dazzling galaxies and a blue planet. A brand new power, transcending everything mortal, began to be born within my body. Every cell of mine is frantically splitting, restructuring, evolving. The original human genetic sequence has been completely altered at this moment, becoming a more perfect cosmic power, better adapted to the environment of the universe. If a martial saint borrows the power of heaven and earth, then a Star-Lord creates their own heaven and earth. I let out a low growl. The bones in my entire body emitted crisp, cracking sounds. Immediately after, the most astonishing change occurred deep within my dantian. The originally abundant sea of qi and blood qi began to collapse toward the center, compressing. Countless energies converged into a single point, and finally, abruptly exploded. A tiny vortex, radiating a chaotic light, is gradually forming in my dantian. It slowly rotates, shimmering with starlight, like a miniature universe that has just been born. A star vortex. This is the symbol of a Star-Lord realm powerhouse, and also the source of their power. With it, I no longer need to borrow the world energy like a martial saint. Instead, I can directly devour and store it. Even in the vacuum of space, I can extract energy from cosmic rays to sustain my life force. So this is the Star-Lord realm? I slowly opened my eyes. Deep within my pupils, it seemed as if 2 stars were truly revolving. I reached out and gently clenched my fist. After this breakthrough, I can feel that my physique has been massively enhanced. I took a deep breath. With a mere thought, the star vortex in my body slightly accelerated its rotation. The world energy within a 100-mile radius instantly rioted, surging toward me like a collapsing river. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by this gravitational pull, forming a massive funnel-shaped cloud vortex. I didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. I hurriedly dismissed the thought and concealed my aura. At this moment, I still look like that ordinary middle-aged uncle, but only I know. The current me, throwing a single punch, could probably actually blow up a small city. Is this a Star-Lord realm martial artist? The corners of my mouth curled into a confident smile. Dad, I did it. I broke through to Grandmaster. Right at this moment, the basement door was pushed open. Suyu, excited like a little kid, ran all the way up to the second-floor balcony. His face was filled with irrepressible joy. "Well done." I looked at my son and nodded in satisfaction. An 18-year-old grandmaster. Looking throughout the history of the Federation, it's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It seems those resources weren't wasted. Isn't it just the Grandmaster realm? Look at how excited you are, like you've never seen the world. On the sofa, Xiao Bai was licking its paws, casting a disdainful glance. It shook its soft, snow-white fur. The tail behind it proudly flicked into an arc. A powerful aura was instantly released. Mid-stage, Martial Emperor realm. See that? I haven't been slacking off these past 2 months either. I casually broke through to the mid-stage Martial Emperor realm. Xiao Bai smugly lifted its chin. If I transform right now, I could slap 10 of you to death in a minute. Believe it or not, Su Yu, although he really wanted to retort, he had to admit that this divine beast was truly a freak. He had to risk his life to reach Grandmaster, while this guy just took a nap, ate some spirit fruits, and reached Martial Emperor. Is this the difference in racial talent? Stop bringing him down. I lightly tapped Xiao Bai's head. You're a beast. He's human. The starting points are different. But you are, with your current strength, even in a place swarming with monsters like Jingdu Martial University, you'll have a place to stand. Right? My expression turned serious, but my tone softened a bit. In 3 days, we'll set off for the Yanjing base. It's thousands of miles away from Kanglan. Opportunities to come back will probably be rare. If you have any unfulfilled wishes or anyone you want to see these next few days, go see them. I looked at Su Yu meaningfully. Su Yu froze for a moment. A beautiful figure instantly flashed in his mind. He nodded firmly, a resolute goal flashing in his eyes. I know. Night fell. The city lights shone brightly, the future-based construction zone. This was a gathering place for the middle class. Though not as luxurious as District A, it was full of the warm atmosphere of everyday life. In front of a terraced villa, the streetlight stretched Su Yu's shadow out long. He wore a simple, casual outfit. He didn't hold any precious gifts in his hands. He just stood there quietly, looking at the familiar door with a bit of apprehension in his eyes. This was his first time coming to see her as a Grand Master, yet he was more nervous than facing a beast tide. The door opened. A girl in a light blue dress stepped out. Xu Leiyu had clearly dressed up carefully tonight. That long dress flowed like water under the moonlight. The hem swayed gently in the breeze. Her long hair was pinned up with a pearl hairpin, with a few strands falling by her ears. Looking gentle and captivating, she didn't tie her hair in her usual high ponytail, nor was she wearing her neat martial arts uniform. At this moment, she had shed the toughness of a martial artist, leaving only the tenderness of a young girl. "You're here?" Xu Leiyue stood on the steps, her hands nervously fiddling with her dress. Her voice was very soft. "Yeah, I'm here." Su Yu looked at her. His throat felt a bit dry. The two of them just stood there quietly. Neither said a word. The air around them seemed to thicken, carrying a faint sorrow of parting. Before this, the admission letters had already been sent out. Without any suspense, Su Yu was admitted to Jingdu Martial University. That was the political and martial arts center in the north of the Federation. As for Xu Leiyue, although she worked very hard, her talent was limited. In the end, she was admitted to a key martial arts university in Jiangnan, one in the north, one in the south, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. In the era of high martial arts, even with airships, their busy studies meant this wasn't just a long-distance relationship, but the boundary between two different worlds. "You're leaving soon." Xu Leiyue was the first to break the silence, lowering her head, not daring to look into Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu nodded, stepped up the stairs, and came in front of her. "I'm leaving in 3 days. My dad said to go a bit early to adapt to the environment." Xu Leiyue's voice dropped a bit. "I see. Congratulations. Jingwu is the best school. You'll definitely become a great martial artist in the future." "Leiyu." So Yu suddenly interrupted her. He reached out his hand and gently lifted Xu Leiyue's chin, making her look into his eyes. "This is only a temporary separation." The young man's eyes were clear and resolute, seeming to hold a sea of stars. "I will train hard and become very, very strong. When I reach that height, no matter where you are, I can instantly appear right in front of you. Besides, communication is so advanced now, we can video call every day." These slightly blunt words made the tears swirling in Xu Leiyue's eyes finally fall, but the corners of her mouth curled into a beautiful smile. "Idiot! Who wants to video call you every day?" She sniffled, smiling through her tears. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pulled a delicate little box from her pocket and handed it to Su Yu. This is for you. Suyu took the box and opened it. Inside was a hand-woven dark green bracelet. The knots were very intricate. It was clear the weaver had put a lot of heart into it. In the middle of the bracelet hung a small jade bead, engraved with an elegant U character. This is a peace knot I wove myself. Zhu Yue blushed and said, I heard the elders say, wearing it can ward off disasters. You're going all the way to the capital. I hope it brings you luck. Suyu looked at the bracelet, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. It wasn't expensive, not even worth a fraction of the C-grade nutrient solutions he usually used. But in his eyes, it was more precious than any Earth-tier divine weapon or heavenly treasure. Suyu solemnly put the bracelet on his left wrist, right over his pulse. I'll always wear it, just like you're always by my side. Hearing these affectionate words, Zhu Leiyu's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes. Before Suyu could react, a kiss as light as a feather landed on his cheek. This is also for you. After saying that, the girl, like a startled little deer, turned and ran into the house with a slam of the door, leaving Suyu standing alone in the wind, touching his kissed cheek, smiling like a fool. When he returned to Yunting Manor, it was already late at night. I stood on the second-floor balcony, watching my son walk back with a goofy smile, his face still carrying a faint shyness. I shook my head helplessly. This kid is so hopeless. It was just a kiss. Back in my day, I stopped mid-sentence. I remembered 20 years ago, on a starry night just like this, that peerlessly beautiful girl, Lin Wanner, had also kissed me shyly like that, and promised me a lifetime. Wanner, I looked up at the vast, starry sky, a deep, unforgettable longing flashing in my eyes. Our son has grown up. Not only has he become a grandmaster, he even has a girl he likes. Can you see him? Wait for me a little longer. Very soon, I'll be able to bring him to see you. I took a deep breath, retracting the tenderness in my eyes and regaining that resolute expression. 3 days later. Departure. Destination, Yanjing Base. It's time to go see what this so-called center of the Federation is really hiding. 3 days later, Yunting Manor was locked up tight. An S-class interstellar airship bearing the emblem of Jingdu Martial University took off from the port of Kanglan Base. Suyu leaned against the window, looking out, watching the city below grow smaller and smaller, looking at the home that had sheltered him for over a decade. Though his eyes held a bit of reluctance, they were filled more with longing for the future. As for me, I sat on the genuine leather sofa in the first-class cabin. Resting with my eyes closed, the S-class airship pierced through the clouds and began to decelerate. Suyu leaned against the window and looked down. His pupils instantly shrank. Shock. It was a shock that words couldn't describe. He saw that on the ground below, a massive steel city lay on the plains like a giant beast. Towering black alloy walls stretched for nearly 100 kilometers. On the walls, countless heavy laser turrets were densely packed, gleaming with cold light under the sun. Any single one of them was enough to annihilate a beast emperor, and in the sky above the city, a translucent light blue energy shield covered the entire base like a giant inverted bowl. So this is the Yanjing base, Suyu muttered to himself. Compared to it, the Kanglan base where he had lived for 18 years truly looked like a remote village. 10 minutes later, the airship landed steadily at the VIP parking apron of the Yanjing port. As soon as they stepped off the airship, a young staff member wearing the Jingdu Martial University uniform and black-rimmed glasses walked over. He wore a reception staff badge on his chest and a standard professional smile on his face. Excuse me, are you student Suyu and Mr. Su Pingzi from Kanglan Base? The staff member bowed slightly, his tone respectful and enthusiastic. I am the receptionist sent by the Jingwu admissions office, responsible for taking student Suyu to the school to register. I glanced at the staff member from head to toe. His aura was steady. His footsteps were solid. He was a grand master. In a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers like Jingwu, sending a grand master to pick up a student was perfectly reasonable. I nodded. Mr. Su Pingzi. According to Jingwu's rules, to temper the independence of new students, parents can only drop them off here. For the rest of the journey, student Su Yu will need to go on his own. The staff member said apologetically. I didn't show any objections. I turned my head and looked at my son, who was all packed and ready. Go on. I helped Su Yu adjust his collar, my tone calm. Once you get to school, message me when you're settled in. I'll be in the base. Call me if anything happens. I know, Dad. Su Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for his new life. And you too, little guy. I reached out a finger and flicked Xiaobai, who was playing dead on Su Yu's shoulder. Take good care of him. If he loses even a single hair, I'll stew you. I know, naggy old man. Xiaobai flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, turning its butt toward me. Watching my son walk away with the staff member, the smile on my face gradually faded. Strange. I frowned. A powerhouse's intuition made me smell something unusual. The next second, my figure flickered slightly, and I vanished from the spot, leaving the port. Su Yu followed the staff member onto an internal shuttle bus, then got off at a remote stop. Student Su. Up ahead is Jingwu's training area. The staff member pointed to a somewhat desolate complex of buildings ahead, and explained with a smile. This is a new rule the school implemented this year. All students, before officially enrolling, must walk through this old campus area, so as not to forget their original intentions. I see. Su Yu nodded, not thinking much of it. After all, Jingwu was a top-tier institution. Having a few eccentric rules was perfectly normal. However, after walking for about half an hour, the surrounding buildings became increasingly dilapidated. There were even withered vines growing all over the walls. Not only were there no other freshmen on the road, but there wasn't even a ghost in sight. A musty smell lingered in the air. It was so quiet, it was eerie. Something's wrong. Xiaobai, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. Its normally lazy gaze instantly became vigilant. It scratched Su Yu's neck with its little paw, transmitting its voice through divine sense. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Xiaobai's danger perception was never wrong. He quietly slowed his pace, his hand subtly resting on the alloy long saber at his waist. At the same time he probed, "Sir, excuse me, how much further is it? I remember the map saying, Jingwu's main gate is in the northeast. We seem to be heading north." The staff member walking ahead didn't stop, only his voice became a bit hoarse. "We're almost there. It's right up ahead. There's a shortcut there leading to hell." As soon as his voice fell, the hairs all over Su Yu's body stood on end. Without any hesitation, he executed the phantom step, bursting backward dozens of meters like a ghost. At the same time, the previously gentle-looking staff member slowly turned around. The professional smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a twisted smile. Vicious. Even carrying a few inhuman traits, pretty fast reflexes, the man tilted his neck, emitting the sound of bones cracking. Too bad, even if you grew wings you wouldn't be able to escape. A powerful martial emperor realm aura erupted from his body, but this aura wasn't pure blood ki. It was mixed with an evil energy that made people nauseous. "Die, genius!" The man stomped his foot. The ground shattered, and his entire body turned into a black lightning bolt, charging straight at Su Yu. A rusty dagger appeared in his hand, thrusting straight for Su Yu's heart. Too fast, although Su Yu was a grand master, facing a martial emperor in this explosive state, he still appeared somewhat outmatched. His divine sense barely kept up with the opponent's movements, but his body couldn't react in time. "I'm dead!" Just as the dagger was about to pierce Su Yu, a white blur shot out from Su Yu's shoulder. A resounding roar shook the narrow alley. Boom! Xiaobai's body expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into a ferocious alien beast the size of a tiger. Its snow-white fur stood on end like steel needles. Surrounded by divine light, it viciously swiped at the man with its paw. What the hell is this? The man clearly didn't expect Su Yu to be hiding such a monster on him. In his haste, he could only raise his dagger to block. Following the clash of metal, came the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. Xiaobai's peerlessly sharp claws directly crushed the dagger. Without losing momentum, it viciously slashed 5 deep, bone-deep, bloody gashes across the man's chest. The man's chest was torn open. His entire body flew backward, smashing heavily into a ruined wall. That scared the crap out of me. Xiaobai landed on the ground, still maintaining its combat stance. It turned its head to glance at Su Yu. "You owe me a beast meat feast." Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Something's wrong." Xiaobai's fur suddenly stood on end. Su Yu looked closely, and his scalp instantly went numb. The staff member whose chest had been torn open wasn't dead at all. What flowed from that horrifying wound wasn't fresh blood, but a viscous liquid. Dark green. What was even more terrifying was the internal organs inside his body were frantically squirming, mutating. The man crawled out from the rubble, letting out a bizarre laugh that made one's blood run cold. The intel was wrong. To think there's actually a martial emperor-level beast protecting you, but this is even better, killing you both will earn me double the merit, accompanied by an ear-piercing tearing sound. Rip! The man's skin completely tore off. Countless tentacles covered in suckers and sharp spikes erupted from his body. His head split open, turning into a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth in just a few short seconds. He was no longer human, but a terrifying half-human, half-beast monster. And when the transformation was complete, the aura on his body began to rise madly again, directly breaking through the limits of a martial emperor. Reaching the martial saint realm, heavenly demon cult demon-human, Suyu had learned about this in high school. With just one glance, he recognized the origin of this monster. This was the signature method of the notorious anti-human cult, the demon cult, fusing human genes with those of cosmic alien beasts to create this half-human, half-demon killing machine. Run without a second thought, Xiaobai grabbed Suyu's clothes in its mouth, turned around, and prepared to run. A martial emperor fighting a martial saint? That was just courting death. Think you can run? The monster shrieked. The dozen or so tentacles on its back instantly elongated, descending like an inescapable net, blocking all escape routes. It's over. Suyu looked at the sky-blotting tentacles, despair welling up in his heart. Could it be that right after arriving in the capital? I haven't even stepped through the school gates. Am I going to die here? At that critical moment, as the slimy tentacles were about to turn the boy and his beast into mincemeat, time seemed to stand still. An indescribably immense pressure, without any warning, descended upon this abandoned area, and the surrounding space instantly froze. Those writhing tentacles, as if someone had hit a pause button, were frozen solid in mid-air, less than 10 centimeters away from Suyu. The monster's eyes darted around in horror. It found that it couldn't even move a single finger. The demonic chi in its body was completely suppressed, as if it had encountered its natural predator. A shadowy figure appeared silently in front of Suyu and Xiaobai. He was wearing simple, casual clothes, his hands tucked into his pockets. He looked completely nonchalant. But just by standing there, he looked as if he was holding up the entire sky. "Dad boss, you're finally here." Xiaobai reverted to a small furball, and with a whoosh, dove into my arms, trembling. I gently patted my son's shoulder, then turned around, my cold gaze fixed on that hideous monster. The demonic heart cult. My voice betrayed no emotion, but the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing. Right under my nose, on Jingwu's territory, assassinating a new student, you people have some nerve. A Star Master? How is this possible? The monster let out an indistinct roar. It could sense a world-ending danger from me. I didn't answer. I simply raised my right hand slowly, aimed at the monster, and clenched my fist at the empty air. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. Art 1. Origin, heavy water, water prison. The water molecules in the air instantly converged, and I formed a giant, dark blue hand of water. The massive hand was as clear as crystal, and it seized the martial Saint Lavelle demon in its palm. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream. Its incredibly tough tentacles were crushed to pieces by the immense pressure of the water. The moss-green blood it bled was instantly purified and evaporated. "Speak! Who sent you? How many accomplices are there?" My eyes were as sharp as a blade. The monster's bones were being crushed, but a twisted, crazed smile appeared on its face. "So what if you kill me? The sacred cult's plan has already begun. It's not just him. Everyone will die." As it finished speaking, its body suddenly began to swell violently, and a black core inside it started to emit a blinding light. "Trying to self-destruct?" I scoffed. If I were still at the martial saint realm, I might have had to back off from a demon's self-destruction. But now, I am a Star Master. In front of me, you don't even have the right to die. My palm suddenly clenched, and a deep, muffled sound echoed. The self-detonation, powerful enough to level half a city block, was completely compressed within my hand. The terrifying explosion occurred inside the water prison, but not a single drop of water escaped. That arrogant martial saint-level demon was reduced to a puddle of moss-green mush. I casually dismissed the water prison. A black crystal fell to the ground. It was the demon's core, its only remnant. "Dad," Suyu walked over, staring at the crystal on the ground, his heart still pounding with fear. "What on earth just happened?" Half an hour later, Jingwu University. Admissions office. "What? The demonic heart cult?" Admissions director Lu Zhen stared at the black crystal I'd tossed on his desk and the foul-smelling liquid that had yet to dry. He looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He shot up from his chair. This is a high-grade demonized core. Only a martial, saint-level demon could produce something like this. Lu Zhen's hands were trembling. He couldn't believe that, here at the Jingwu base, supposedly the safest in the entire Federation, right under Jingwu's nose, a martial saint-level demon had managed to infiltrate, and it was trying to assassinate one of their students. If you hadn't been secretly protecting a peerless genius like your son, Mr. Su, he would have truly died here today. Please, wait a moment. This is too big. I need to report it immediately. Lu Zhen didn't hesitate and immediately picked up his phone. Jingwu base, in a certain secret location. It was an extremely lavish yet dark and gloomy room. Strange, cosmic totems hung on the walls. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. A man, dressed in a dark red silk suit, was lazily leaning against a high-backed chair. He was bewitchingly handsome, with rare, slit-pupiled eyes. In his hand, he gently swirled a glass of blood-red liquid. The high priest of the demonic heart cult's earth branch, Ye Jiao. From the shadows, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee, his voice respectful. Reporting. Phase 1 of the Purge Plan. Out of 109 targets, 73 have been confirmed eliminated. 15 are critically injured. The mission is basically complete. 73 Ye Jiao took a sip of the liquid in his glass. He licked his lips, a look of ecstasy on his face. The fresh blood of these geniuses is truly the most delicious. A pity that a few got away. It is this subordinate's failure. The black-robed man bowed his head. Among them, the demon sent to assassinate target number 100 has lost contact. His soul lamp has been extinguished. The final energy fluctuations sent back from the scene indicate that a Star Master Realm expert may have appeared there. A Star Master Realm expert. The hand Ye Jiao was using to swirl his glass paused slightly. A flicker of surprise flashed in his narrow eyes. How interesting. It seems this batch of new students has someone with a significant background to have a Star Master level expert as a bodyguard. But he didn't seem particularly afraid. On the contrary, the smile on his lips widened. No matter. It's just one Star Master. He can't change the grand scheme of things. Yeah, Jiao stood up and walked to the giant cosmic totem. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire universe. The great work is done. The fall of these 73 geniuses is only the beginning. The seeds of fear have been sown. Soon enough, this planet, and even this entire solar system, will become the pasture of our sacred cult. Relay my orders. Initiate Phase 2. In the gloomy room, Ye Jiao's elegant yet crazed laughter echoed, like the whisper of a demon, heralding a greater storm brewing over the Jingwu base, Jingwu University. On the top floor of the administration building, the people of the demonic heart cult somehow got a hold of our new student roster. They even knew Suyu's exact route. This shows, the speaker was a white-haired old man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. His face was gaunt, but his eyes were as deep as an abyss. The vice-chancellor of Jingwu University, Xu Liang, a fifth-stage Star Master. Xu Liang's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. His voice was bone-chillingly cold. We have a mole in our ranks, and a high-level one at that. Admissions Director Lu Zhen stood to the side, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. As the person directly in charge of this year's admissions, for such a massive blunder to occur, the deaths of 73 geniuses, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility. Vice-Chancellor Xu, rest assured. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth and said, I will make arrangements immediately until this is cleared up. All staff who had access to the new student files will be isolated for investigation. Xu Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. I'll have someone else handle it. Go and reassure the surviving students and their parents. Don't let the panic spread. Yes, sir. Lu Zhen felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He quickly agreed and left. As Lu Zhen departed, the office door slowly closed. Xu Liang turned around. His gaze swept past his desk and landed on the genuine leather sofa on the other side of the room. Two people were sitting there. Su Yu sat upright, his expression calm. As for me, I had my legs crossed, toying with the black crystal that had dropped from the demon. My expression was impatient and cold. You people at Jingwu University call yourselves the #1 academy in the Federation, the absolute safest zone. I casually tossed the black crystal onto the coffee table. It landed with a crisp clatter. My voice was filled with unconcealed mockery. And what's the result? A new student gets assassinated before even setting foot on campus. And if I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, my son would have been killed by that monster by now. Vice-Chancellor Xu, the way you run things doesn't inspire much confidence. I stood up. The unique pressure of a Star Master Realm expert silently emanated from me, actually managing to stand on equal footing with Shu Liang's. I was originally going to follow your procedures, abide by your rule that parents aren't allowed inside. But now, it seems, that rule is unnecessary. For my son's safety, I must stay by his side. If you don't agree, then we'll just withdraw from the university. It was a blatant threat, but Shu Liang wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, a glint flashed in his eyes. He had been observing me the whole time. According to the files, Su Wu was just a washed-up martial artist from Konglan base. But looking at him now, this was no washed-up martial artist. This was clearly a hidden dragon, a first-stage Star Master. Moreover, his aura was pure and his foundation was deep. He wasn't even afraid when facing a fifth-stage Star Master like myself. This meant that he definitely had a trump card that could threaten me. Mr. Su, you exaggerate. Shu Liang broke into a warm smile. The tense atmosphere from before instantly dissipated. This incident was indeed an oversight on Jingwu's part. We are truly sorry for the fright Su Yu endured. Your deep love for your son is something I completely understand. Zhu Liang took out a pre-prepared gold-trimmed document from his drawer and placed it in front of me. This is an invitation letter I just signed, Shu Liang said with a smile. Considering Mr. Su's strength, as well as your contribution in handling this crisis, I, on behalf of Jingwu University, sincerely invite you, Mr. Su, to become an honorary guest professor of our school. Honorary guest professor? I raised an eyebrow. I picked up the document and glanced at it. That's right, Shu Liang explained. This position is not on the official staff list. It has no mandatory duties and requires no work, but it comes with extremely high authority. You'll have free access to all areas on campus, including restricted zones. You'll enjoy professor-level benefits, and you can apply to live in the expert villa complex on campus. This way, Mr. Su can both take care of Su Yu and cultivate in peace on the precious grounds of Jingwu. What do you think, Mr. Su? This was an extremely clever move. On one hand, it gave me a way out, satisfying my need to protect my son. On the other hand, it brought me into Jingwu's system. It was a way to win over a Star Master expert while also making it convenient to keep an eye on me. After all, a Star Master of unknown origin roaming around Jingwu was always a potential threat. I looked at the invitation letter, and the corner of my mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. Of course I knew what this old fox was planning, but I don't care. Deal. I picked up the pen and signed my name. Half an hour later, a black commercial hovercar passed through multiple security checkpoints and entered the central area of Jingwu University, the residential zone. Unlike the high-rise dormitories for students outside, this was a villa complex nestled against a mountain. The trees were lush and green, and the spiritual energy was abundant. The environment was as quiet as a secluded paradise. Senior Su, young Master Su, we've arrived. The young man acting as our guide stopped the car in front of villa number 186. He got out and respectfully opened the car door. This is the exclusive residence for expert-level instructors. Chancellor Su specially approved the assignment of this vacant villa number 186 to you both, the young man introduced with a smile. The villa has its own private gravity training room, an alchemy room, and a full smart home system. The basement also has a direct link to the school's spirit vein node. The cultivation efficiency here is double that of the outside. I stood with my hands behind my back. With a single sweep of my divine sense, the entire layout of the villa was clear to me. The security level is very high. There are no noisy neighbors around either. Finally, a place to settle down. Su Yu had been holding back for a while. The moment the car door opened, he dragged Xiaobai and rushed inside. What is this sofa made of? It's so soft, Dad. The fridge is full of B-grade and higher nutrient fluids. And this training room, the gravity can be adjusted up to 5 times. Seeing my son's behavior, I shook my head helplessly. I turned to the young man and said, "Please thank Chancellor Su for me. I'm very satisfied with this place." "I'm glad you're satisfied, sir. I'll take my leave then. If you need anything, just call the residential butler." The young man bowed and departed. As the heavy doors closed, only the father, son, and Xiaobai were left in the villa. I sat on the sofa, watching Xiaobai wage war against the robot vacuum, and my expression turned serious. Even though you've entered Jingwu and live in such a safe place, don't forget the 73 students who died." Su Yu stopped what he was doing. The smile vanished from his face, and his eyes grew sharp. "I know. The Star Demon cult, sooner or later, this debt will be paid. I nodded. Tomorrow, you're going to meet your Star Lord level instructor. The Dean level figures at Jingwu are no pushovers. Make sure you perform well. Don't worry, Dad. Su Yu clenched his fists. Early the next morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the campus of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yu took Xiao Bai and followed the young guide from yesterday, officially stepping into Jinggu's teaching district. Along the way, Su Yu truly felt what it meant to be the Federation's #1 academy. The academic atmosphere here was so thick it was astonishing. Moreover, just as the rumors said, the students here were unbelievably strong. Su Yu casually glanced at the passers-by. Their auras were at least at the Grandmaster realm. Among them were some who looked like core disciples, with even deeper auras. Quite a few had already touched the threshold of the Martial King realm. Mr. Su Yu, Jingling Garden is just up ahead. The guide stopped in front of a dense purple bamboo forest, his expression turning extremely respectful, even a bit fearful. This bamboo forest is the residence of Dean Hong. The Dean likes his peace and quiet, and his temper is quite unique. It's not convenient for me to go inside. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the guide fled like he was running for his life, disappearing without a trace. A unique temper? Su Yu scratched his head, looking at Xiao Bai on his shoulder. I've got a bad feeling about this. What are you afraid of? I'm here, aren't I? Any demons or monsters will have to kneel before me, Xiao Bai scoffed disdainfully. Su Yu took a deep breath, adjusted his clothes, and stepped into the bamboo forest. Walking along a winding cobblestone path, his field of vision suddenly opened up. An antique, even somewhat dilapidated courtyard appeared before his eyes. Above the gate hung an old, weathered plaque, bearing 3 large characters, Jingling Garden. But these 3 characters were written with flying, dragon-like strokes, exuding an unbridled and free-spirited aura, as if they could fly right off the board. Su Yu pushed open the creaking wooden doors. The furnishings in the yard were very simple, even crude. A water well, an old locust tree, and a few free-range chickens pecking at grain. Under the old tree sat a peeling rattan chair. An old man wearing shorts, a white tank top, and flip-flops was sprawling sloppily on the rattan chair. He held a tattered palm leaf fan in his hand, and a dirty magazine lay on the ground. He was sleeping soundly, snoring loudly with drool running down his face. Is this a joke? This is the Star Lord level Dean Hong. Su Yu's mouth twitched, slightly doubting if he had walked through the wrong door. Junior Su Yu pays his respects to Dean Hong. Su Yu called out tentatively. No response. The snoring continued. Junior Su Yu. Here to report, Su Yu said louder. Still no response. Is this old geezer playing dead? Xiao Bai couldn't take it anymore. It hated people putting on airs in front of it. It jumped down from Su Yu's shoulder, turning into a white blur, and leaped straight onto the old man's stomach, ready to use its claws to pluck the old man's sparse beard. Old man, get up and greet your guests. However, the moment Xiao Bai's claws were about to touch the beard, the old man, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of sleepiness in his eyes. Instead, they gleamed with a shrewd light, clear as a child's. Where did this wild cat come from? So fierce, too. The old man's hand moved like lightning. Before Su Yu could even see clearly, the arrogant Xiao Bai was already grabbed by the scruff of its neck with one hand, dangling in mid-air like a little chick. Let me go, you stinky old geezer! Xiao Bai struggled with all its might, its 4 paws flailing wildly in the air. Oh, you can talk? The old man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You dare pluck my beard? Here's a little welcome gift for you. The old man didn't hold back, raising his hand and delivering a sharp smack to Xiao Bai's fluffy butt. The force was perfectly controlled. It didn't hurt its bones or muscles, but it definitely stung. Xiao Bai let out a miserable yelp, tears welling up in its eyes. In all my life, no one has ever dared to hit me. Do you yield? The old man delivered another smack. Do you yield? I yield. I yield. Grandpa, please stop. A wise man knows when to retreat. Xiao Bai immediately surrendered, its 2 paws clutching its swollen red butt, looking as wronged as a little kid. Su Yu stood to the side, dumbfounded, wanting to laugh but not daring to. All right, little brat, scram! The old man casually tossed Xiao Bai into a pile of grass in the corner, then slowly sat up, sizing Su Yu up from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. So you're Su Yu, huh? The old man scratched his toes, saying absent-mindedly, You look decent enough. Junior, just as Su Yu was about to offer a few humble words, save the flowery words for someone else. The old man waved his hand, pointing at the alloy long saber at Su Yu's waist. You practice the saber? Come here. The old man stood up. He was only about 1.6 meters tall. Come on, use your saber and show me what you've got. Yes, sir. Su Yu's gaze focused, and his expression instantly turned serious. He knew. This was a test and also a show of dominance. If he didn't show some real skill, he feared he'd never have a day of peace under this eccentric dean. Dean Hong, pardon my offense. The vitality of a grandmaster erupted without holding back. Su Yu drew the long saber at his waist. 3 Fire Thunder Saber, starting stance. Although he hadn't trained this martial art to the perfect realm like his father, under my guidance, Su Yu had grasped some of its essence. The blade vibrated. Though it didn't manifest distinct 3-colored thunder fire, a scorching aura clung to the edge of the blade. Slash! Su Yu roared, his body moving like lightning, crossing 10 meters in a single step. The saber carried the momentum to split mountains and shatter rocks, slashing straight toward the old man's head. This strike was precise, and even carried a faint trace of saber intent. A flash of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. Facing this powerful slash, he didn't dodge. His feet didn't even move an inch. He simply extended 2 skinny fingers. A crisp, metallic clink rang out. Su Yu's long saber, capable of slicing through a tank, was effortlessly pinched between the old man's 2 fingers, completely immobilized. Not bad strength. To have such bizarre strength at the Grandmaster realm, you must have a special physique. The old man commented. With a slight twist of his wrist, a soft yet irresistible force traveled up the blade. Su Yu felt his grip go numb, and his entire body involuntarily stumbled back 3 steps. Again, refusing to admit defeat, Su Yu's fighting spirit flared. Void-shattering saber dance. If he couldn't match him in strength, then what about speed? Su Yu's figure turned into a blur, circling the old man and slashing frantically. 100 strikes in a single second, every slash aimed at the old man's vitals. However, the old man looked as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. With one hand clasped behind his back, he casually waved the other hand around. Every single move accurately broke Su Yu's attacking rhythm. 3 minutes later, stop, the old man suddenly shouted, pointing a finger just an inch away from the center of Su Yu's brow. Su Yu's entire body froze, cold sweat pouring down. If that finger had struck, his head would have been blown to pieces. Su Yu sheathed his saber and stepped back, panting heavily, his eyes filled with awe. This junior concedes the dean's martial prowess is unmatched. Cut the flattery. The old man withdrew his hand and lay back down on the rattan chair, but the admiration in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Not bad. Truly not bad. The old man fanned himself a few times with his tattered fan, clicking his tongue in praise. I didn't expect your foundation in saber arts to be so solid. It's even significantly stronger than my saber arts at your age. You can be considered a genius in the saber. Su Yu scratched his head and smiled. You flatter me, Dean. I just train a bit harder than most. From today onward, you are the disciple of me, Hong Tianya. Yes, master. Su Yu respectfully bowed to his master. All right, enough with the useless formalities. Go pick up that white fur ball of yours, playing dead over there. Time flew by like a white horse passing a crevice. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Since becoming Hong Tianya's disciple, Su Yu's life had become incredibly disciplined and monotonous. Every early morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the dense bamboo forest, he was already standing in the martial arts training ground outside Jingling Garden. There was no high-tech support equipment here, no dazzling holographic projections. There were only wooden sabers polished to a shine by the passage of time, and fallen leaves covering the ground. The saber is not an extension of your arm. That's nonsense spouted by amateurs. Hong Tianya maintained his sloppy appearance, wearing shorts, holding a purple clay teapot that looked like it had been used for countless years. He slurped his tea while watching Su Yu sweat like a pig. The saber is your will. It is your soul. It is the fist you use to reason with this messed up world. For the first few days, Su Yu didn't understand. Relying on the profound saber arts I had imparted to him, he thought he had reached a high level of mastery in the saber. Until one day, Hong Tianya easily knocked the alloy combat saber out of his hand using nothing but a dry twig. In that moment, Su Yu finally understood what it meant for the intent to precede the blade. During these days, Hong Tianya would also often brag to Su Yu. Back in the day, 30 years ago, I was about your age. Hong Tianya lay on his rattan chair, his gaze drifting toward the distant east, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia and a touch of arrogance. Back then, I was at the peak of my youth. With just a single saber, I crossed the ocean to the Sakura Nation, a country that reveres the saber. The people there were quite interesting. They were incredibly stubborn, training their saber arts to the absolute limit of killing techniques. Things like Iaijutsu, Nita ni Chiryu, Tsubame Gaeshi, they had a lot of tricks. Suyu stopped his movements, listening quietly. I stayed there for 3 years. In the first year, I challenged their dojos. From Kyushu Island all the way to Hokkaido, I shattered 800 samurai swords. At that time, they called me the Demon of China. The corner of Hong Tianyang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the second year, their saber saint couldn't sit still anymore. He was an old monster, a half-step Star Lord. He challenged me to a duel at the peak of Mount Fuji. That day, a massive blizzard sealed off the mountain. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. His saber was incredibly fast, so fast it could slice through snowflakes. But my saber was heavier, heavy enough to crush mountains. In the end, I unleashed one strike that shattered his blood-soul domain. From then on, whenever the martial arts world of the Sakura Nation heard the name Hong Tianyang, they had to bow their heads 3 feet. Listening to his master's recount, Su Yu could almost see the heavy snowfall at the peak of Mount Fuji. One man, one saber, suppressing an entire nation. What an imposing presence, kid. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Hong Tianyang looked toward Su Yu. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, Master, are you trying to tell me that true understanding only comes from real combat? Bullshit. Hong Tianyang rolled his eyes. I just wanted to tell you how badass I am. Over the next 2 months, under Hong Tianyang's guidance, Su Yu began trying to fuse his emotions and willpower into his saber. At the same time, as Jingwu was the Federation's #1 academy, the resources it provided were absolutely terrifying. With his status as a ranked student, combined with the various pills and supplements I secretly provided, Su Yu's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. Surging wildly, the Grandmaster vitality within his body was constantly compressed and refined. Finally, during the first snowfall of winter, a massive surge of vitality shot into the sky from Jingling Garden, blowing away all the snow in the courtyard. Grandmaster, mid-stage, Su Yu held his wooden saber standing amidst the snow. Although he hadn't fully condensed his own saber intent yet, he had already touched its threshold. Villa, number 186. The wind and snow outside couldn't penetrate this climate-controlled villa. I lay on the soft leather sofa, holding a tablet, browsing the latest intel on the Star Demon cult. For the past 2 months, the Star Demon cult seemed to have gone completely silent. The high-level mole hiding in Jingwu was like a stone dropped into the ocean without a single trace. The calm before the storm. I rubbed my temples. I knew they wouldn't just let this go. If they weren't completely eradicated, there was no telling when Su Yu would be in danger again. Right at that moment, a series of urgent notification sounds suddenly rang out in my head. Ding detected that descendant, Su Yu, possessing peerless talent, has successfully comprehended the rudimentary form of saber intent under the guidance of a master and successfully broken through to the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Based on the system's assessment, the descendant has made a major breakthrough in martial will. Host's realm is synchronizing comprehension is synchronizing congratulations, host. Cultivation has broken through to the 5th stage Star Lord realm. Congratulations, host. Perfect grade star power and 3 fire thunder saber have fused with various martial skills, automatically evolving into a divine ability, saber domain. An invisible, yet utterly terrifying fluctuation, instantly swept out with me at the center, covering a vast area, but I controlled this fluctuation perfectly, causing no damage to the physical world, instead acting directly on the level of rules. I suddenly opened my eyes. In that instant, my pupils vanished, replaced by 2 boundless oceans of sabers. 5th stage Star Lord realm. I slowly raised my hand, looking at my slender fingers. If the 1st stage Star Lord realm meant just forming one's own star core, able to crudely extract origin energy through willpower, then the 5th stage meant reaching the absolute pinnacle of micro-controlling this power. The star core within my body had expanded tenfold, like a real star burning in my dantian. That massive amount of origin energy was enough for me to fight at high intensity for months without running dry. But what surprised me the most was the newly awakened divine ability, Saber Domain. Saber Domain. Once a martial artist comprehends an intent, they don't just use it internally. They can externalize it into a domain. Within the domain, I am the saber, and the saber is me. All things can become a saber, and the enemy's weapons within the domain will be absolutely suppressed. My own damage output is multiplied tenfold. With a mere thought, taking the villa as the center, the space within 1,000 miles instantly underwent a bizarre distortion. At this moment, if a Star-Lord powerhouse were to barge into this area, they would be horrified to discover that every speck of dust floating in the air had turned into the sharpest blade. Even the sound of the blowing wind had become a sharp, flesh-cutting noise. I lightly tapped the fruit plate on the coffee table. The small stainless steel knife used for peeling fruit instantly turned into a streak of light, automatically shattering in midair, turning into countless tiny metallic dust particles. Under the enhancement of the saber domain, each of these particles contained terrifying power, enough to pierce through the protective vitality of a martial saint. This wasn't just control. This was bestowing the attribute of the saber upon matter itself. What a powerful divine ability! A flash of excitement gleamed in my eyes. With this saber domain, combined with the perfect grade water thunder fire seed, the current me, if I were to encounter a 6th stage Star-Lord, could probably fight them to a draw without even using my trump cards. I might even be able to kill them. This wasn't blind confidence. The martial skills produced by the system were of a quality far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. My foundation was flawless, and my martial skills were at the perfect stage. My physical body is the supreme hegemon body. That last fight was as easy as breathing for me. Sun, oh sun, you really are my lucky star. She retracts her aura. The blade domain dissipates. Inside the villa, everything returns to normal. It's as if the terrifying scene just now was merely an illusion. 1 week later, the last of the snow has melted. The entire Jingwu campus is a blanket of white. Su Yu leads Xiaobai through the snow to the tranquil spirit garden. As soon as he steps inside, he notices the atmosphere is a bit unusual today. Normally at this time, Hong Tieju would be lounging on his wicker chair sipping tea. But today, there's someone else in the courtyard. It's a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. He's wearing a neatly pressed gray Zhongshan suit. On his nose is a pair of classic round-rimmed glasses. His hair is neatly combed. In his hand, he holds a strange metal device. He's prodding the pagoda tree in the courtyard, muttering something to himself. Su Yu, you're here. Hong Tieju sees Su Yu and waves. He makes a rare, serious introduction. Let me introduce you. This is the director of our school's Institute for Cosmic Biology Research. He's also the Federation's top biologist, Qi Yunshan. Director Qi. Director Qi. Su Yu quickly bows in respect. To be a director at Jingwu, you have to be at least at the Star-Lord realm. Besides, the title Cosmic Biology Research already sounds incredibly profound. Qi Yunshan pushes up his glasses. His gaze shifts from the pagoda tree to Su Yu. His eyes are gentle, yet they hold a scrutinizing look. I've long heard old Hong bragging about taking in an unparalleled genius. Seeing you today, your aura is like jade. Your divine light is contained within. Truly a diamond in the rough. All right, old Qi, stop with the pleasantries. Hong Tiju waves his hand impatiently. I didn't call you here today to inspect my disciple. I called you to look at this little one. With that, Hong Tieju points to Xiao Bai, who is curled up warmly on Su Yu's shoulder. In that instant, Qi Yunshan's eyes lock onto Xiao Bai. His once gentle gaze suddenly becomes fervent, like a bachelor laying eyes on a peerless beauty. So this is the beast said to possess high intelligence? Xiao Bai shivers all over under that intense gaze. It burrows its fur behind Su Yu's neck. What are you doing? I don't taste good. I haven't bathed in days. It really can talk. Qi Yunshan's excitement grows. Its vocal organs are completely different from a human's. It's using mental vibrations to perfectly simulate vocal cords. Incredible. Su Yu, may I examine it for a moment? Qi Yunshan rubs his hands together, full of anticipation. Su Yu hesitates for a moment. He looks towards his big bro, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is about to refuse, but seeing Hong Tieju's humorless smile and remembering the fear of being spanked, it can only reluctantly extend a paw. Be gentle. Qi Yunshan takes Xiao Bai. His movements are as gentle as if he were holding a rare treasure. He takes out a silver device from his bag, palm-sized but incredibly complex in structure. He gently places it on Xiao Bai's belly, commencing gene sequence comparison, analyzing energy spectrum. The device emits a faint blue light. It displays a stream of data that Su Yu can't understand. A moment later, the device lets out a piercing screech. The data on the screen turns a glaring red. Qi Yunshan's hand trembles. He almost throws Xiaobai. What's happening? Qiyunshan stares intently at the screen. His pupils contract. His voice changes. Genetic similarity, 0. Energy level, immeasurable. It's even showing signs of a reverse nuclear reaction. Old Qi. Speak English, Hong Taeju says with a frown. Qiyunshan takes a deep breath. He looks up, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Old Hong. It's not a dire beast at all, nor is it a mutant beast. After a long pause, Qiyunshan seems to have realized something. Perhaps it's a star beast. A star beast. Su Yu and Hong Taeju are both stunned. Qiyunshan's expression is grave. He begins to explain. So-called dire beasts are native creatures of this planet that have undergone genetic mutation due to the resurgence of primordial energy. They may be powerful, but they are still within the biological scope of this planet. But star beasts are different. Qiyunshan's fingertips tremble. They are the darlings of the cosmos. Born from the depths of nebulae, they feed on starlight and nest in asteroid belts. Every adult star beast can traverse the void with its physical body and tear warships apart. Most importantly, the bloodline of a star beast is incredibly noble and rare. In our first star sector, there hasn't been a record of a living star beast for 300 years. This little one, once it reaches maturity, will be at least at the peak of the Star Lord realm. Hearing this, Su Yu gasps. He knew Xiao Bai was strong, and that he'd brought it back from that strange place in the Sunset Cloud Mountains. But he never imagined its origins were this extraordinary. However, Qiyunshan's tone shifts. His expression turns extremely grim. The appearance of a star beast is often accompanied by disaster, because their very existence, to advanced civilizations or powerful cosmic predators, a young star beast is the ultimate prize, whether they raise it or devour it. The benefits to them are immense. Su Yu's heart tightens. He instinctively wants to take Xiao Bai back into his arms. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happens. Xiao Bai, who is being held by Qiyunshan and listening to the story of its own origins, it's as if an invisible key has been inserted into a seal deep within Xiao Bai's mind. A fragment of an ancient, desolate, and endlessly terrifying memory instantly explodes in its head. It sees fire, a sky full of fire. A giant purple planet is burning. Some six-eyed creatures are slaughtering small beasts that look just like it. The next moment, a colossal white beast, as large as a mountain range, is obliterated by a beam of light that pierces the galaxy. Run, my child. Run now. Don't look back. That desperate roar transcends space and time and echoes deep within Xiao Bai's soul. Xiao Bai suddenly lets out an utterly wretched scream. This cry is no longer the naive whimper from before, but is filled with wildness and frenzy. A terrifying aura erupts from its tiny body. Qiyunshan, being the closest, is sent flying by the blast. He slams hard against the courtyard wall. The device in his hand shatters into pieces. What's happening? Hong Taeju is horrified. His figure flashes, intending to suppress it, but it's too late. Xiao Bai's eyes instantly turn blood red. Its once snow-white fur begins to grow rapidly, transforming into silver scales. The primordial energy in the sky above the tranquil spirit garden goes completely berserk. Countless streams of frenzied energy converge on Xiao Bai, forming a massive, funnel-shaped storm. Immediately after, a silver-white pillar of light, thousands of miles long, shoots up from Xiao Bai's body. It pierces straight through the sky, piercing the defensive shield of the base. The Yanjing base is the heart of the Human Federation in the Huaxia region. Its geographical location can be said to be blessed by the heavens, but it is also fraught with peril. A few hundred kilometers to the west lies the Taihang mountain range, stretching across the North China plain. It's as majestic as the spine of a giant dragon. This place was once a scenic spot in the old era, but now it is a forbidden zone for humanity, a paradise for dire beasts. Deep within the mountains, fog shrouds the area year-round. Ancient trees pierce the sky, and tens of thousands of high-level dire beasts live here. Among them are no fewer than 1,000 saint-level beasts, equivalent to martial saints. And in the deepest, unexplored regions, there are legends of terrifying beast gods at the Star-Lord realm. Deep in slumber, to the east, lie the North China Plain and the vast, churning Bohai Bay. On the plains, mutant reptilian beasts are as numerous as ants. They roam through the ruins of abandoned cities, trampling the remnants of a once great civilization underfoot. In the ocean, the depths are even more unfathomable. Giant mutant killer whales can create 100-meter tsunamis with a single flip. The tentacles of a deep-sea kraken can easily crush a nuclear submarine. These regional overlords all have a strong sense of territory. They keep to themselves. However, today, that silver-white pillar of light that pierced the heavens rose from the tranquil spirit garden in the Yanjing base. It pierced the sky. A primal agitation, originating deep within their bloodlines, instantly spread to all dire beasts within a 1,000-mile radius. Deep in the Taihang Mountains, a golden-winged rock that had been slumbering for 100 years suddenly opened its eyes. Its wings, spanning 1,000 meters, blotted out the sky. It tilted its head back and let out a long cry, a sound that could shatter golden stone. It carried a fervor akin to a pilgrimage. On the plains, millions of wolf packs, rat swarms, and snake hordes stopped their slaughter. They all turned in unison, prostrating themselves in the direction of the Yanjing base. Trembling. In the Bohai Bay, the sea began to boil as countless sea beasts surfaced. Their dense fins looked like a black forest. They frantically swarmed ashore, searching for the source of that pillar of light. The 10,000 beasts bow in worship. This wasn't just the allure of energy, it was the instinctive submission and yearning of a subordinate for its rightful monarch. The highest alert of the Yanjing base was activated at this very moment. Secondary energy reaction detected. Taihang Mountains, North China Plain, Bohai Bay, beast tides are converging from 3 directions. ETA to the defense line. 2 hours, the base headquarters instantly descended into chaos. Countless searchlights swept across the night sky. The city defense forces scrambled to assemble. All laser fortresses began to charge. A catastrophe was imminent. Tranquil Spirit Garden. The silver-white pillar of light was still erupting. It illuminated the entire garden as if it were day. Xiao Bai, at the center of the pillar, had completely lost consciousness. Its body was convulsing, curled into a ball. Silver scales were continuously sprouting. Its aura was growing at a terrifying rate. An awakening? No, this doesn't feel like it. Qi Yunshan pushed up the cracked glasses on his nose. He stared at the unbelievable scene before him, muttering to himself, "This looks more like a ritual of atavistic evolution." Just then, a figure appeared in midair. He made no sound, but the moment he descended, the raging storm of primordial energy around them strangely subsided. It was Su Jan. His expression was solemn. The purple-gold vital energy around his body was contained, not released. But his abyss-like presence made both Hong Tieju and Qi Yunshan feel suffocated. Father Su Yu, who had been standing by, rushed over. "Xiao Bai, I know." Su Shan waved his hand. His gaze fell upon Xiao Bai within the pillar of light. He could clearly sense an incredibly vast power awakening within Xiao Bai's body. "Tell me everything that happened," Su Jan said in a low voice. Su Yu quickly recounted the process of Qi Yunshan examining the bloodline, and how Xiao Bai suddenly lost control and unleashed the pillar of light. After listening, Su Jan turned his head and looked deeply at Qi Yunshan. That single glance made Qi Yunshan, a Star-Lord realm biologist, feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if he'd been targeted by an ancient primordial beast. This little one's current state is very unusual. It can't be stopped for the time being. Moreover, Qi Yunshan looked up at the sky. It's already caused too much of a commotion. Hong Tieju, standing beside them, frowned. He looked at Su Jan. A storm was raging in his heart. "So this is Su Yu's father?" "A first-tier Star-Lord, completely paralyzed. What kind of joke is this?" As a veteran Star-Lord, Hong Tianyang's intuition is incredibly sharp. From me, he felt a vastness that one only experiences when facing the ocean or facing the boundless starry sky. It even made a third-tier Star-Lord like him feel absolute despair. "Su Yu, head back first," I suddenly spoke up. My voice left no room for argument. "But, Xiao Bai," Su Yu said anxiously. "Don't worry. Dad's here." I patted my son's shoulder. A gentle force pushed him out of the courtyard gate. "Go, don't distract me." Seeing the unwavering look in my eyes, Su Yu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He knew staying here would only make him a burden. After sending Su Yu away, I turned around, standing alone before the pillar of light. I clasped my hands behind my back, standing as straight as a pine tree, like an inviolable guardian deity. Qi Yunshan and Hong Tianyang exchanged a glance. Both saw the gravity in each other's eyes. They didn't leave, but quietly retreated to a corner. Yanjing Base. Demonic cult stronghold. An extremely intense fluctuation of origin energy. High Priest Ye? Jiao stood before the altar, greedily inhaling the energy drifting in the air. A look of pure intoxication appeared on his face. "This wasn't your doing, was it?" he turned and asked. "No?" The black-robed man replied respectfully. Then, as if remembering something, his voice grew excited. "My lord, do you remember the wanted order issued by headquarters?" The royal star beast cub that fled from the depths of the universe to the first star region. You mean? Yeah, Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. This commotion was caused by that royal star beast cub. It's highly likely. The subordinate once read an ancient text describing the awakening of a royal star beast. It's an anomaly that can cause 10,000 beasts to pay homage. A star core resonance exactly like the current situation. The heavens are helping me. Yeah! Zhao laughed uproariously, his laughter making the altar tremble violently. That royal star beast, if we can capture it and sacrifice it to the demon god, it will be another massive achievement. Half an hour later, in the sky above Star Spirit Park, the clouds and winds shifted. Two powerful auras descended without warning and immediately locked onto the pillar of light below. The arrivals were a man and a woman. The man wore a custom Federation blue star battle armor. His face was resolute, but his eyes revealed a sinister glint. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a skin-tight suit that accentuated her fiery figure, with origin energy wrapping around her body. Federation North China District Chief Inspector Zhao Feng, Federation North China District Chief Inspector Catherine. These two were the highest strategic assets currently stationed at Yanjing Base, representing the Federation here. Two fifth-tier Star Lords. With a single glance, I saw through their true strength, a star beast. So that's what it is. Zhao Feng looked down, staring at Xiao Bai in the pillar of light, his eyes revealing undisguised excitement. Moreover, looking at the purity of this bloodline, it's absolutely a high-level star beast. However, when he saw the middle-aged man next to Su Yu, Zhao Feng frowned. He seemed to recognize this middle-aged man. The existence of this star beast will endanger the safety of Yanjing Base. It might even endanger the safety of the entire solar system. Our Federation must take this star beast away. I took a step and slowly levitated until I was at eye level with the two of them. Xiao Bai is practically half a family member to me. The purple gold blood chi on my body suddenly erupted. The aura of a fifth-tier Star Lord was unleashed without any reservation. It was even more condensed and tyrannical than the two standing opposite me. If you want to take Xiao Bai away today, you'll have to get past me first. A fifth-tier Star Lord? Zhao Feng and Catherine's expressions changed slightly. This person's blood chi intensity far exceeded that of a normal fifth-tier Star Lord. Is it a special physique? Zhao Feng had noticed my abnormality. Suye, are you openly defying the Federation? Have you ever thought about the safety of the citizens in Yanjing Base? The safety of the citizens in the solar system? Catherine shouted loudly, as origin energy slowly gathered in her hands. I let out a cold sneer. A long saber suddenly appeared in my hand. The blade slowly tilted, its tip pointing straight at the two of them. What does any of that have to do with me, Suye? I only know that whoever touches my family, I will kill. The space around me suddenly distorted. My saber domain instantly deployed. The space within 1,000 meters instantly turned into my domain. The space within 1,000 meters transformed into countless sharp blades, locking onto Zhao Feng and Catherine. A prickling sense of danger sent cold sweat down their backs immediately. What is this feeling? It's so bizarre. Zhao Feng was horrified inwardly. He was a fifth-tier Star Lord, and he had Catherine with him. A Star Lord of his caliber could sense that if they made a move in this situation, there was a 70% chance they would be severely injured by me, or even killed. He is definitely not a normal fifth tier. Damn it, how could this be? Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. The greed in his heart was heavily diluted by the fear of death. Risking his life against this madman just to catch a star beast. It wasn't worth it. What do we do? Do we fight or not? Catherine looked at Zhao Feng. She'd also realized that I was not to be trifled with, and didn't dare to attack recklessly. But right at this moment, Zhao Feng seemed to have thought of something. Su Yi, you've got guts! Zhao Feng suddenly retracted his aura. A cold, meaningful smile appearing on his face. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for not holding back. However, the beast horde is already at the city gates. As a protector, I must head to the front lines to fight the ferocious beasts. I don't have time to waste my energy on you here. After saying that, he looked at Catherine. Let's go. But Catherine was stunned for a moment. Go. Zhao Feng gave Catherine a cold look. Trust me. Catherine nodded. The two turned into streaks of light, quickly flying out of Star Spirit Park and heading toward the city walls. They left. Down below, Hong Chenyang and Qi Yunshan were both dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that. Those two usually high and mighty Federation inspectors would actually be scared off by a few words from me. Only I, watching their retreating figures, had eyes that grew even colder. I knew very well they wouldn't let this go so easily. After leaving Star Spirit Park, Xiao Feng didn't go to the front lines at the city wall. He hovered in midair and used an encrypted communication device on his wrist to make a direct, interplanetary video call. A 3D projection opened up, and the figure of a dignified old man appeared on the light screen. It was the patriarch of the Li family on Mars, Inspector Zhao. Aren't you having a good time on Earth? Why are you contacting this old man? Lai Yuan sat in the main seat, looking slightly displeased. Recently, the matter regarding Sui had been giving him a bit of a headache. Patriarch Lai! Xiao Feng smiled sinisterly. That Suya you've been wanting to eliminate day and night just now. I ran into him. Oh? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. That first-tier Star-Lord martial artist? Actually, over a month ago, the Li family found out that Su Yi had no other faction backing him, and his words back then were mostly just to bluff them. But at that time, Su Yi became an honorary guest of the Capital Martial Arts University, which put them in a temporary bind. First tier? Your information needs updating, Xiao Feng said coldly. Just now, he erupted with the strength of a fifth-tier Star-Lord. Even I almost suffered a loss at his hands. What, fifth tier? Li Yuan suddenly stood up, the calm expression on his face instantly vanishing. Impossible. He only broke through a few months ago. How could he break through 4 realms in such a short time? Even a top-tier seed couldn't have this kind of speed. That is the truth, Xiao Feng said flatly. This kid has monstrous talent. He definitely harbors a massive secret. Moreover, you know very well, he has a grudge against your Lai family. He's already at the 5th tier now. Think about it. Once he reaches the 6th tier, or 7th tier, won't he march straight up to Mars and wipe out the entire Lai family? These words hit Li Yuan right in his weak spot. Fear, a kind of fear toward unknown potential, instantly gripped Li Yuan's heart. Rising 4 tiers in just a few months. This growth speed, he's an absolute monster. If they didn't take this chance to kill him, once the other party fully matured, the Li family would undoubtedly be annihilated. What do you want me to do? Li Yuan's voice became hoarse and full of murderous intent. Very simple, Xiao Feng pointed down at Yanjing base. Right now, Yanjing is facing a beast horde. It's in complete chaos. Su Ye, in order to protect an awakened star beast, is trapped in Star Spirit Park and can't get away. This is the best opportunity to kill him. I am a protector of the Federation, so it's inconvenient for me to attack him directly. But if it's your Li family, then it has nothing to do with me. When the time comes, you can even be considered as having made a contribution to the Federation. Li Yuan fell silent. This was blatantly borrowing a knife to kill someone, but he had no choice. A ruthless and decisive glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Since he's courting death, then this old man will grant his wish. The call ended. Xiao Feng watched the light screen disappear, the smile on his face growing even more ferocious. Su Ye, oh Su Ye, compared to me, you're still too green. Once you're dead, that star beast will still be mine. Catherine hovered beside Xiao Feng, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Although she had doubts about Xiao Feng's plan, as a Federation inspector, her thirst for a high-level star beast and the handsome rewards the Federation could offer made her choose to remain silent and cooperate. She knew very well that if this operation succeeded, her position in the Federation would become even more secure, and she might even touch the higher realm she had always dreamed of. At the same time, outside Earth's atmosphere, a pitch-black spaceship bearing a blood-red star emblem was tearing through the clouds at near-light speed. On the command deck, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Liu. Li Yuan sat upright in the main seat, rolling 2 warm jade walnuts in his hand. Though he looked calm on the surface, the chilling, murderous intent deep in his eyes couldn't be hidden. That brat Su Yi not only humiliated my grandson and crippled my clan elder, but now he's openly defying the Federation for the sake of a beast. If this brat doesn't die, where will my Lai family put our face? Patriarch Yi, sitting on the left, was a skinny old man, with gloomy eyes, holding a bronze cube that emitted strange fluctuations. He said indifferently, "Brother Li, rest assured. Ever since our ancestors migrated to Mars, our 3 families have been united like a block of iron. We've shouldered countless burdens together. That Su Yi might have some tricks up his sleeve, but he's still just one man." Patriarch Liu looked around, his tone arrogant. 3 6th-tier Star-Lords, 6 5th-tier Star-Lords. With a lineup like this, it's enough to even kill a 7th-tier Star-Lord. Killing a rootless nobody like him is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The burly figure on the right radiated a chilling aura. Exactly. I heard that brat harbors a massive secret. To be able to break through 4 realms in such a short time, once we extract his soul and refine his spirit, that secret will belong to our 3 families. Li Yuan nodded, greed flashing in his eyes before vanishing. Since that's the case, let's end this quickly. Although Inspector Zhao from the Federation is covering for us, that old geezer Jin Yu is no pushover either. We only have 10 minutes. Let's finish this fast. Full speed ahead. Target, Star Spirit Park. The thrusters at the rear of the warship erupted with a blinding blue light. Like a falling meteor, carrying an aura of destruction, it charged straight toward Yanjing Base, Star Spirit Park. The white pillar of light still shot straight into the sky. Xiao Bai was in the center of the light pillar, the aura on his body growing stronger by the second. He had vaguely touched the threshold of the Star-Lord realm. Beside the pillar of light, I sat cross-legged. I looked like I was resting with my eyes closed, but in reality, I was on high alert the entire time. The purple-gold blood key surged through my meridians like a mighty river, my divine sense covering the surrounding area. Someone's coming. I suddenly opened my eyes. Almost at the exact same time, an ear-piercing sound of tearing wind rang out. A massive black warship appeared in the sky above Star Spirit Park without any warning, blotting out the sky and plunging the entire courtyard into a suffocating darkness. The hatch opened. 9 figures, carrying a heaven-shaking pressure, descended with a boom. The 3 leading them had auras as deep as the ocean. They were clearly 3 6th-tier Star-Lords, and behind them, 6 5th-tier Star-Lords stood in a row. Everyone's eyes were as cold as if they were looking at a dead man, hiding in the distance. Qi Yunshan gasped. The Li family, the Yi family, the Liu family, the patriarchs of the 3 great families on Mars are all here? Are they trying to turn Yanjing upside down? Hung Tianyang also gripped his sharp saber tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. Principal Chu and the others have been pinned down by the demonic cult. They won't make it in time. We're in deep trouble this time. In midair, Li Yuan looked down at me from above, like a giant dragon looking at an ant. Suye, you obstructed the Federation's operations, secretly hoarded a star beast, and refused to hand it over to the Federation. Your crimes are unforgivable. Li Yuan's voice, amplified by origin energy, boomed like thunder. Our live family on Mars is a glorious family of the Federation. Today, we shall enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and execute you right here and now. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find an excuse. I slowly stood up, dusted myself off, and a cold, disdainful smirk curled on my lips. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Turns out, it's just the shameless dogs of the Lai family from Mars. You beat the young, and the old come running, right? I looked up, my gaze sweeping over the 9 people in the sky. Not only was there no fear in my eyes, but a crazy battle intent blazed within them. 3 6th tiers, 6 5th tiers. You guys really think too highly of me. Cut the crap. Attack Patriarchy. Yi clearly didn't want to give me a chance to stall for time. He flipped his wrist, and the bronze cube instantly flew out, expanding in the wind, turning into a massive semi-transparent cube that enveloped me and the surrounding 1,000 meters of space inside. A peak, Tier 2, ancient treasure. World-trapping cube. I only felt the scenery before my eyes shift. The familiar Star Spirit Park had vanished, replaced by a bizarre, grayish space. There was no heaven and earth origin energy here, no way out, only an endless, binding force inside my world-trapping cube. Even a 7th-tier Star-Lord would be skinned alive? Patriarch Yi's figure appeared in the space, a smug look on his face. Suye, this is your burial ground. Right after Li Yuan, Patriarch Liu, and the other 6 Star-Lords also appeared one after another, forming a 9 palaces formation that tightly surrounded me. At the same time, these 8 Star-Lords all drew their weapons. Naturally, each of their weapons was a powerful, ancient artifact. There were flying daggers, long swords, and long spears. As for Li Yuan, he drew a crimson long saber. Even before he attacked, one could feel a sharp saber intent rushing forth, as if it could slice through space itself. Facing this desperate encirclement, my expression remained terrifyingly calm. I didn't draw my saber immediately, but took a deep breath. I suddenly laughed, a somewhat ferocious smile. Great! Since this place is isolated from the outside world, I don't have to worry about ruining the flowers and grass. If you want to close the door and beat the dog. The blood key in my body erupted without any reservation. My energy circulated madly. Facing 9 Star-Lords, I didn't dare to be careless. I knew that with the slightest mistake, I would die here. Blood fiend transformation, supreme chaos body. I even bit the tip of my tongue, spitting out a mouthful of purple gold essence blood. Blood ignition secret art. At this moment, my aura skyrocketed, directly shattering the 5th tier bottleneck, temporarily reaching the peak of the 6th tier. The alloy longsword in my hand is now channeling an unimaginably terrifying energy as a 3-colored flame erupts. The 3-colored lightning crackles and the entire blade screams. It feels like it could shatter at any moment. Li Wei feels the heart-pounding energy fluctuation. His expression changes drastically, but it's too late. My figure vanishes on the spot. The next microsecond, I appear before Li Wei. The distance between us is less than 3 meters. Li Wei can even clearly see the blood-red pupils spinning wildly in my eyes. Terrified, Li Wei tries to parry, but my blade is just a feint. I sneer. The alloy longsword in my hand can no longer take the strain. It shatters into pieces the moment I swing it, but I don't stop. I use my hand as a blade, carrying the shattered fragments of lightning and fire. Along with an unstoppable, terrifying blade intent, I slash fiercely at Li Wei's neck. 3-flame thunder blade Sorschlick. This strike is impossibly fast, cruel to the extreme. Li Wei's protective aura is as fragile as paper before this attack. Fresh blood gushes out like a fountain, staining the gray space crimson. A head flies high into the air. Its eyes are still wide open, filled with disbelief. The head of the Li family from Mars, a 6th-tier Star Master powerhouse, Li Wei, is dead. I snatch the red longsword from Li Wei's hand and kick his headless corpse toward the head of the Yi family. The first one, I licked the fresh blood from the corner of my mouth, like an Azura returned from hell. My cold gaze sweeps over the remaining 8. The entire space falls silent. How is this possible? The remaining 8 Star Masters are stunned. Just one move. Li Wei was killed in an instant. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Su! Whoa! I'll tear you to shreds! The head of the Yi family stares at the headless corpse. His face contorts in terror. But that terror quickly turns into frantic rage. Li Wei is dead if we don't take Suwo down. It won't just be the Lai family. The Yi family will be annihilated too. No holding back. Kill him with everything you've got. The head of the Yi family roars, and the world-trapping cube in his hand glows brilliantly. Countless golden, rune-covered chains shoot out from the void, lashing toward me like venomous snakes. The head of the Lu family reacts as well. The long spear in his hand trembles. A massive ice dragon roars and lunges forward, freezing the very air. The remaining 6 5th-tier Star Masters attack with even more ferocity. A storm of blade lights, sword shadows, and energy beams engulfs me. Heh! Bring it on! I grip the red longsword I just took. With this artifact, the fighting spirit in my eyes burns even brighter. My strength increases by 30%. Blade domain, fully unleashed with me at the center. The area for 100 meters transforms into a sea of blade ki. I don't retreat, I advance. My body moves like lightning. I charge headfirst into the overwhelming barrage of attacks. I take 2 energy beams with my body. My shoulder and back are instantly torn open, flesh and blood flying. Blood pours from the wounds, but I don't make a sound. The blade in my hand, empowered by lightning and fire, slashes fiercely at the Lu family head's ice dragon. The ice dragon shatters. I use the momentum to close the distance and land a kick square on the Lu family head's chest, sending the 6th-tier Star Master flying back hundreds of meters, spitting blood. Meanwhile, the head of the Yi family's rune chains finally managed to wrap around my left leg. Break, I spin and slash. The explosive lightning fire blade Chia severs the alloy hard rune chain, but that brief pause slows me down. The combined attack of 3 5th-tier Star Masters slams into my back. I cough up a mouthful of blood. My body staggers slightly. He's injured. Quickly, the head of the Yi family is overjoyed, thinking he sees the light of victory, but I wipe the blood from my mouth. The smile on my face grows even more ferocious. The chaotic vortex within my body, born from the supreme chaos physique, spins wildly. It not only rapidly heals my wounds, but also madly devours the ambient energy around me. Again, like a tireless bull, I charge back into the fray. 5 minutes later, within the gray space, fresh blood splatters everywhere. Severed limbs are scattered about. My entire body is covered in blood. Some of it is the enemy's, and some of it is my own. My left arm is broken, 3 ribs are fractured, and my body is covered in wounds, large and small. But the red longsword in my hand swings faster and heavier with each passing moment. At my feet, lie the corpses of three fifth-tier Star Masters. The head of the Yi family, the head of the Lu family, and the other three are still alive, but all are injured. Their eyes are filled with deep-seated fear. What kind of monster is this? Why is his vitality endless? How can he still unleash such terrifying combat power while so heavily injured? The two sides temporarily pull apart. The head of the Yi family clutches his half-severed shoulder, his eyes filled with despair. We can't drag this out any longer. If this goes on, we'll all die. The head of the Liu family's face is pale. His spear is broken. There's a horrific gash across his chest. We have to risk it all, use the origin secret art. The two look at each other. They decide to burn their life force for one final blow. But I won't give them that chance. It's time to end this. I stand atop a pile of corpses. The long sword in my hand points to the ground. Fresh blood drips from the blade. I slowly raise my left hand. During the chaotic battle, I was secretly accumulating power, using my micro-level control to quietly compress the three elemental energies, water, lightning, and fire, which were scattered during the fight, into my left palm. Now the time is right. A cruel smile plays on my lips. 8 desolations, 6 harmonies art, water, lightning, fire, annihilation, 2 tricolored orbs of light, radiating destructive fluctuations, shoot from my palm without warning. Their speed is like a flash of lightning. What's that? The heads of the Yi and Lu families were just about to use their secret arts when they saw the 2 beautiful yet deadly orbs of light right in front of their faces. A deathly chill instantly freezes their souls. Boom boom, the 2 orbs explode simultaneously within the confined space of the world-trapping cube. The power of the blast is amplified manifold, a scorching hell. Violent, destructive lightning and the heavy shock waves of dense water instantly intertwine, forming a storm of annihilation. It engulfs both the head of the Yi family and the head of the Lu family, along with the 3 remaining 5th-tier Star Masters. Their screams last for less than a second before being drowned out by the explosion. Crack! Even the so-called indestructible Earth-rank artifact, the world-trapping cube, under the terrifying internal explosion, finally gives way. Its surface is covered in cracks. Finally, with a loud shatter, it breaks apart. The spatial artifacts of these Star Masters are naturally collected by me. Outside, in the sky above the Spirit Garden, the giant translucent cube suddenly explodes. Amidst the flying debris, a blood-soaked figure, longsword in hand, slowly emerges. Behind me are 9 charred, incomplete corpses. They fall from the sky like dumplings. I stand in the void, like a blood-drenched god of war. One man, one blade has successfully slain 9 Star Masters. How is this possible? Qi Yunshan's voice is hoarse. He stares blankly at the blood-soaked figure high above. His mind is completely numb. That was 9 Star Masters. Among them was a long-renowned 6th-tier Star Master, the head of the Lai family from Mars, Li Wei. The head of the Yi family even used a spatial artifact. Such a terrifying and powerful lineup was single-handedly, in just a few short minutes, completely annihilated. Truly, a monster. Qi Yunshan mutters. He feels as if his entire life's understanding of martial arts has been shattered. Hong Tianyang takes a deep, cold breath. He tries to suppress the storm raging in his heart. After all, that man in the sky, like a god of slaughter, is his disciple's biological father. My disciple's father won. The great weight in his heart finally lifts. However, up in the sky, I show no signs of letting my guard down. I grip the red longsword I took, floating in midair. My left arm and my entire body are covered in terrifying, bone-deep wounds. Fresh blood drips constantly from my clothes. In the next second, a scalp-numbing scene unfolds. Within my body, the golden-purple vitality, which had been greatly depleted, suddenly surges like boiling magma. As my supreme chaos physique activates, the ambient energy in the surrounding heaven and earth, even the residual elemental energy from the 9 dead Star Masters that hasn't fully dissipated, is all forcefully pulled into my body by a tyrannical suction force. To the naked eye, the edges of my torn flesh begin to sprout countless tiny buds of new tissue. Broken bones make clicking sounds as they knit back together. Torn muscles are rapidly healing at a rate that defies biological norms, scabbing over. Healing, in just 3 short breaths, aside from my tattered clothes, the fatal wounds that would have left a normal Star Master bedridden for half a year have completely healed. Even my pale complexion has returned to a healthy glow. This is the terrifying power of the Supreme Chaos Physique. As long as I'm not killed instantly, I am a tireless, unkillable monster. You rats hiding in the shadows. I raise my head slightly. My eyes, now restored to their cold sharpness, stare intently at a spot in the void. My blade points straight ahead. Since you're here, why don't you come out and die obediently, like those 9 pieces of trash? Why bother hiding? As soon as the words leave my mouth, Hong Tianyang and Qi Yunshan below feel a terrifying chill run down their spines. There's someone else here? The two of them are considered powerful experts, but even with their divine sense fully extended, they can't detect any other life signatures nearby. A slow, deep clap suddenly echoes through the void. It seems to come from all directions at once. Immediately after, in the direction my blade is pointing, the empty space suddenly ripples like the surface of black water. A mysterious figure, completely covered by a large black cloak, emerges from the void like a phantom. He wears a white, featureless mask, and his entire body exudes a nauseating black mist. Such a foul and depraved aura as expected of someone who can single-handedly slaughter 9-star masters above his level. Your senses are truly sharp, and that powerful physical body, it's truly a perfect work of art. The cloaked man's voice is hoarse and low, like 2 pieces of rusted metal scraping against each other. So it's you bastards from the Heart Demon sect down below. Hong Tianyang instantly recognizes the characteristic, disgusting black mist. He immediately grits his teeth. His eyes burn with fury. It was these rats who ambushed and killed so many geniuses from the Golden Crow sect, but he only dares to curse. He doesn't dare to act, because the pressure unintentionally radiating from the black-cloaked man has reached the 6th-tier Star Master realm. If he were to go up there now, it would be nothing short of suicide. My cold eyes stare at the black-cloaked man, saying nothing. The cloaked man shakes his head slightly, and a strange look of pity appears on his featureless mask. He lets out a sigh. A pity, truly, for such an absolutely astonishing power to die on this tiny planet Earth. What a waste. The black-cloaked man slowly spreads his arms. His tone is filled with fervent temptation. Suwo, come into the embrace of our holy Lord. If you accept the grace and baptism of the great demon god, breaking the shackles of this star system, ascending to the Star King realm will only be a matter of time. At that time, you will stand with the gods. What do you say? The grace of a demon god? I feel like I've just heard the world's biggest joke. My eyes are filled with utter contempt. A low-class ghoul that hides in the shadows dares to call itself a god? You want me to be your dog? Why don't you ask the blade in my hand if it agrees? As soon as I finish speaking, killing intent erupts, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, then become nourishment for my growth. The cloaked man snorts coldly. He suddenly shoves both hands forward. The eerie black mist around him immediately erupts like a volcano. In an instant, it condenses in midair into hundreds, thousands of ink-black long spears. These spears are not made of physical metal. They are compressed from the purest resentment and demonic chi. The horrifying screams of countless vengeful souls can even be heard echoing from their tips. The countless black spears rain down, their shrieks tearing through space. They swarm toward me. A glint flashes in my eyes. My divine sense immediately locks onto these spears. An attack from a 6th-tier Star Master, I certainly won't underestimate it. The instant the first black spear came within 3 meters of me, I felt a sudden jolt in my mind. It wasn't a physical attack, but an incredibly malevolent will, twisted, like countless cold steel needles, forcing their way through my senses and deep into my soul. These spears, formed from baleful energy, actually carry a spiritual corruption that physical defenses are useless against. In that moment, it was like my thoughts hit a pause button. Countless illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashed before my eyes. A sense of overwhelming frustration rose within me, an uncontrollable despair. I even felt the urge to self-destruct. This is my resentful spirit thorn. Even a 7 luminary Star Master would have their soul instantly corrupted and assimilated, becoming nothing more than a walking corpse, driven only by the urge to kill. The leopard man laughed triumphantly. If it were an ordinary Star Master, perhaps they really would have been run through by 1,000 spears in that moment of vulnerability. But I am Su Yu. Get out. Within my sea of consciousness, a world-shattering roar seemed to echo. The chaotic chi surged to protect my body. Faced with the external spiritual corruption, the vortex of chaos within me didn't need any conscious command. It instinctively erupted to protect its host, that malevolent will, powerful enough to drive an ordinary person insane. The instant it touched the source of chaos, was utterly annihilated, as if it had fallen into a black hole, crushed instantly. After just a microsecond's pause, clarity returned to my eyes. With a cold shout, I pushed forward instead of retreating, launching myself off the empty air. Like a flash of violet-gold lightning, I shot straight into the dense forest of black spears. The red blade in my hand erupted with a blinding light. Tricolored fire and tricolored lightning merged perfectly on the blade. I swung my blade like the wind. No fancy techniques, just pure, unadulterated speed and power. The sharp glint of my blade formed an impenetrable net of fire and lightning, those black spears, which could corrupt anything on contact. The moment they met, the lightning-infused blade were instantly slashed apart by its pure yang energy, turning into wisps of black smoke and evaporating completely.